Please take your Please take your seat. We'll be starting in 2 minutes. Take your seat.
Much more. The momentum starts now. This Is It team is doing it again. Our goal is to make 2025 your best year ever by getting you out of the blocks fast in the new year. Register today at thisisitconvention.com.
Let's welcome to the stage all elite senior presidential directors. Welcome to the stage. Let's have a hand for all your leaders.
He just wanted you to read them.
Carl and Kathy Firestone. Ken and Lynn Robinson. Brooke Robinson. Kim Yogel. Keston Robinson. Andy and Mandy Osier. Danny and Diane McDaniel. Terry and Ken Beatley. Kyle and Joey Kimbrough. Tyler and Kendall Weldon. Rick and Carrie Robertson. Scott and Renita Brennan. Mike and Saeed Hernandez. Matt and Kim Curtis. And let's give it up to our fearless leaders, Steve and Gina Merritt.
Good morning. How is everyone? Yeah. I'm sorry I'm not in high heels. I have function feet. My balls hurt. On my feet. It's a flight attendant joke.
Good morning, everyone. Everybody have a fantastic weekend so far.
Yeah.
Wow. All right, hey, give it up to all your elites back here. Let them know how much you appreciate it. It's happening fast. As a matter of fact, we need Tyler and Kendall Wendell. They're brand new elites if they're not up here.
Weldon.
I'm sorry. Weldons, if they're in the room. And
We are going to get it.
Kyle and Joey Kimbrough, come on up here if you haven't. We need you up here. Scott and Renita Brennan, give them a big round of applause. All right? So if you see the Wendells or the Kimbroughs, they need to be up here. And Danny and Diane McDaniel need to be up here, brand new elites.
Yes.
By the way, just to give you a heads up, in the last 30 days, 7 couples actually hit the elite rank on the This Is It team. 7. All right?
Amazing.
So everything that you're going to be hearing from the stage is all nothing about theory, only people that are winning that are going to teach you from their heart exactly what they're doing and how they made this happen. So I want you to really understand you are sitting at a moment of time that you can make this. If you ever prayed for something to come in your life that can make a huge difference. And by the way, it's not just the product, it's not just the technology, it's not just the money. It has a lot to do with community. When you are around positive people, you live better, you live longer. Does that sound familiar? Don't underestimate that. And that's what you got with these folks right here. They're not only business partners. The best thing about it is they're my friends. Friends is what really makes a difference. You know, we're not just in business together. We're all friends. And now all
We
of
are
you
banking partners.
So, hey, before they leave the stage, I just want them to be out here while Gina does this little talk, and I'm going to pray because I want everyone to hear this. But let's all, we're all unified here, and they want to pray with you as well. So let's just stay here, and then we'll let them go off the stage. But I want you to share from your heart for everybody here. Go ahead.
Okay, so listen, we aren't doing a church service today, but it's really, really important to Steve and I. I'm not sure what you got going on in your life, whether it's your finances, whether it's your marriage, maybe you got kid issues, maybe like me, you had an abortion, maybe it's you struggled from abuse, but listen, this is serious business. You can't walk around with that on your shoulders. And today's a day that we're not going to leave you left out. So at the very end, whatever you've got going on, we're going to be praying in the left side of the room, and we're going to do photos on the right side of the room. Don't be ashamed, because today is a day you are going to run out of here. You can't carry that heaviness on your shoulders. God wants you to be exactly who you are. He wants you to shift. He wants you to change the world. He wants you to have that fire, and he wants you to go make a difference. Because I'm telling you right now, there is a heaven and there is a hell. It's black and white. And for Steve and I, his dad was killed of COVID on August 12th of 2022. And I was the one to go in and fight for him with my sister Cindy, wherever she is. And I went in every day by myself to see him. Then they locked me out, and they blocked me from going in. Then they put something in his feeding tube, his IV, and it killed him. But when I walked out that day, as Steve and I walked out of the room, and they shut the door, and they're waiting on the morgue to come get him, I came out and I said to Steve, I'm praying. I acted like I owned that hospital. I need everyone over here, doctors, nurses, cleaning people. I need everyone over here. Everyone come over here. 30 people came to me. 30. Now, we just got done bawling and crying for the loss of his dad, but we knew where he was going. I said, devil, you will not win. You will not win. I prayed over those 30 staff. They bawled, they cried, they thanked me. But listen, if I didn't have a relationship with Jesus Christ, I could be carrying that anger of what they did to his dad. They were mean to me. They came to arrest me. They were mean. But because I have Jesus as my Lord and Savior, I turned it around and I prayed over each one of them. Today is your day. We're going to build this business big, but you can't carry around whatever it is. But let me tell you one thing. When you pray, you receive it. Don't go next week, well, I need to pray again. No, just make the decision to pray and get it done. Because if there isn't a heaven and a hell, we're going to be okay. But if there is a heaven and a hell, we're going to be fantastic. God bless you guys.
All right. Hey, this morning I just wanted to read this short devotional.
That just shows you read your book a lot.
Because this is
Pages are
really
coming out.
talks a lot about where you're at. I mean, I don't care. I'm going to talk to the people that are way in the back of the room. Take this little thing here too, right? Because I want you to understand that you can make a difference. This is so incredible. Listen to this, right? It's a little cloud, but it's loaded, right? It's out of 1 Kings. Sometimes you might not read 1 Kings, 18:44, right? I saw a little cloud. When there was no sign of rain anywhere, Elijah instructed his servant to keep looking. Finally, the servant who kept reporting that nothing was happening, they're going through a drought, okay, saw something and had admitted that things were changing. It was just a little cloud, but it was loaded. God loves to use things we think are insignificant, little patch, right? He used a brown bag lunch to feed 5,000, a slingshot to slay a giant, a handful of clay to restore a man's eyesight. He can use a little job, a little money, a little favor to bless you. Little clouds are indicators of what's coming, and they're the conduits God has chosen to use. When God promises you abundance, he doesn't need anything big to make it happen. The change that eventually impacts multitudes usually starts with one individual, whether it's Noah or Paul or Mother Teresa or Billy Graham. I underline this. God only needs one person who believes in him, who dares to be different. When God pours out the rain of his blessings, you'll see that your problems are just opportunities. Think about that. You're not going to be thinking of his problems anymore. Show him strong it's for God to show him strong on your behalf. Discover this. His strength is made perfect in your weakness. Be able to thank him for your enemies, because when you reach that level of maturity, he's promised to prepare a feast for you right in front of them. In fact, when your opposition is at its worst, is when God puts on his apron and starts cooking a miracle up for you. All right? So, like Gina said, we're going to have some prayer warriors over on that side of the room when we're finished. But I want you to stand up if you don't mind. Let's start this off this morning in a prayer, right? Whatever you believe in. I mean, you should appreciate that we're that powerful, we're that believe in our faith that much that we say, hey, let's lift this up to God. Because I'll tell you this much. When something happens that is this big, that's happening right now, my pastor said, when you prayed all those years, Gina said we prayed for a year just for this, okay? But all those years you're praying for something for your family, just like all of you have been praying, right? When God delivers, it's so big you can't take the credit. There was not even 1,000 people 20 months ago at a LifeWave event. 20 months ago, we brought 400 of them. And that happened last night. or this weekend so far. So expect something big to happen, and it's going to happen. So let's pray together as a team, unified. That's why I wanted these elites up here, because they feel the same as we do for every single one of you. So let's pray real quick. Bow your heads.
I think everyone should grab hands.
Yeah, grab hands.
Let's make a chain.
Yeah.
We are a chain. We are a team. We are
Let's do it. Okay. All right, Lord Jesus, we just want to thank you so much for all these friends that we have in here today. It's a team, like Gina said. We're all unified. We all are together on accomplishing a mission of blessing people in so many different ways. It's hard to even fathom how many ways that people can be blessed just by being part of this unified organization and team. And we're just so excited about what you have in store for us. We thank you for the friendships that we have. We pray a hedge of protection and angels around our friend David Schmidt. We just pray that you just put a hedge of protection around him wherever he goes. This man is blessed. This man is blessing so many other people. And we just pray that you guide him and you protect him everywhere he goes, because we need to have him protected in a big way, and all his family as well. We pray the same thing for all of our friends, a hedge of protection as they go home today. We pray for you to open our ears and hearts to hear what you want us to hear today from the speakers. Maybe they're saying something, but you know what we need to hear. Let that pierce our heart today so that we can make a change for our families and make it happen. We pray for everyone's families here, a hedge of protection with them where they're at home right now, in Jesus' name. All right. We pray that we don't have to think about it, because we know you're protecting them. We can zone in on what we need to do to accomplish big things for our families and for our friends and the people we're going to meet. And we also pray miracles in everybody's lives that's right here today. We pray a miracle in their personal lives. We pray a miracle of blessings in their financial lives. And we just lift every single one of these people's families and businesses up to you to create miracles, even though they might be small. You know that you could take every single individual here and turn this entire business and their business upside down for a huge miracle, because of what they're going to stand for, and they're going to learn and have the confidence as they leave here today on exactly what to do. We lift everyone up in Jesus' name. Thank you again. Amen. All right. All right, guys. Thanks.
Give another round of applause for your elite senior presidential directors.
Okay, I got the clicker here. I think we'll start going through. We'll see if we can. All right, guys. The reason why we're having today's get together is thank you again. Give the elites one more round of applause, all right? Every one of them. Okay, we're going to be moving very quickly throughout the day, and none of us had some kind of rehearsal or anything, but let me tell you something. Everyone that's going to hit this stage knows exactly what they're doing, and this is going to be the moment that you can have all the confidence. Okay, wait a second. Harvey. Okay, you can have all the confidence in the X39. Okay, you can have all the confidence in the corporate team. But if you don't know what you're doing, you don't have confidence. Knowledge is power. So when you break out of here and you've got the confidence that you need to make this happen, you can go do it. I'm telling you, it's just a matter of you walking out here, put your head up, shoulders up, and start talking to people. You can't say the wrong thing to the right person. So don't get all hung up on what you're gonna say. You just got to say it, because if you don't say something, nothing's gonna happen. So that's number one in the game plan. Do something. All right? When you break out of here, you got to be a different person. You got to start talking to people, and you don't have to be perfect. Use some of our suggestions, and we'll be going through that, and we'll help you do it. Right? And then we want to finish 2024 strong. So you want to get this thing done in a big way to finish 2024 strong for every single, not only for you and your family, but everybody watching you. 2024. So you want to put into action. This isn't about watching our Saturday trainings, which are amazing. Are they amazing or what? Saturday trainings, right? You want to be on those. It's like a requirement, and you got to have your team on there. So the Saturday trainings are incredible, but it's not just to like eat popcorn and have it for entertainment. You want to do what Kendall and Tyler Weldon did. They went out and they rolled up their shirt sleeves and they're making it happen. What Carl and Kathy Firestone, all of the elites that are up here making it happen, that's what they did. If you're going to finish 2024 strong, you got 70 days. What are you going to do with it? You might be saying, hey, I didn't hit all the goals, everything that I want in the last, 10 months. You got over 2 months left. Why don't you decide to finish it strong and go into major momentum in 2024? And then we want to stay focused on the X39. We're going to talk about this in a bit as when I come back up here. But right now, I just want you to understand, as these leaders are speaking, we created this momentum and this volume with X39. Coleman Dillman, he spoke and he told you that we are going to be going through this. He mentioned, I love this gentleman, right? I told him when I come to Ireland, we're going to have we're going to sit down because the guy is incredible. Now, I want to tell you this. He talked about he's ready to do $2 billion worth of X39. He wasn't talking about the other patches. He was talking about X39, right? And he's gearing up for $4 billion. Would you like to be a part of that? Come on, we're only at 500 million right now, $500 million. You got to decide right now, this is your moment. The moment is we had all those people this weekend, all those people last night, and nobody knows about X39. No one in your town knows about it. Some lady said, I called my friend in California and she said that everybody's in already, knows about LifeWave. I said, okay, let me help you. The way that we know that you're kind of branded here, okay? All of us wear the X39 on the back of our neck. Am I right? Please do not wear one on your forehead. Okay? I'm sorry, but I don't know if he's in the room, but the gentleman that was on the panel with all the patches all over his face and his voice didn't work, if I was a prospect, I'd be saying, patches must not work. I mean, if my voice ain't working, just take them all off. Stick it behind my neck and just stay quiet. I'm out of time? Oh. Okay, Kevin, you got the mic. Am I okay on this time? Am I out of time or no?
You're good.
Okay, good. I'm sticking to the clock. By the way, all the speakers, if you hear the music playing and your clock is going down, the next 30 seconds, whatever, they're going to have to cut your mic because we got to just keep moving and help everybody. So stay focused. They got me tight on this as well. I'm a little nervous, right? But don't worry about it. I think this is my last slide for this section. Okay, good. But I just wanted to let you know that we got a game plan. Our focus is a game plan, right? Okay, I didn't finish. I told the lady, we wear them behind the neck. Tell your friend to go to the grocery store in California. I don't know what you call the grocery store. In Florida, we call them Publix, right? Go to the grocery store. If you don't see anybody with a patch behind their neck, no one's in. I mean, come on. Is that a simple answer? You're getting way too deep. There's nobody in. It looked like there's a lot of people last night at the concert, but that's just everybody that's serious about LifeWave in the entire world. Anyone else that wasn't here is keeping it a secret anyways. You are sitting on an opportunity of a lifetime if you implement what is going to be taught this weekend, or what's taught right here, right today. This is like incredible. By the way, please text your group, tell everyone to get on the free YouTube virtual so they can watch this, and it's being recorded. You don't want to miss what these elites and these higher ranks and the people that have a lot of people at the event this weekend are going to be sharing with you. So make sure that everyone you can, because think about this. If you don't have the people at the events, all right, you got to go and tell, like I got 250,000 people I got to make a phone call with if they didn't come here. Think about it. But if they're here, then they already know how to do it, and I don't have to tell them how to do it. And every speaker brings something different to the table that relates to them. Like I might relate something different to than Ken Robinson because he's an engineer thinker. I never went to school. So obviously I'm going to relate to somebody different up on the stage, right? I loved Kendall when she said, hey, I hope you're not mad at me for winning all these awards. And that kind of relates to me because I'm a competitor. I'm like, no, I'm excited. If you could do it, I can do it, right? So make sure that you got the people in the events and in the training. It's that powerful. We got 2 events coming up. I don't know if I have the slides for them right here, but I can at least tell you because we're going to go through it so you know what's happening, all right? We've got an event called Rise Up. That's going to be all virtual, but there are some limited seats that are still left, and we didn't tell anyone about them because we just were telling our SPDs, but now there's a few seats left. So here's what happened. We rented out Warray Studios January 10th and 11th. It costs a lot of money, right? Because we want to elevate This Is It team up there so it looks and resembles what we're really making. We want to be able to draw in the sharpest people. Last night, I've never been to a network marketing event that is fun as we had last night. Are you with me? I never had one like we had on the Thursday night where we had the Blues Brothers and the drones. It was incredible. So don't underestimate. This is going to be the coolest thing that anyone would want to be a part of starting this weekend. Are you with me? This is not, they don't treat you this way in your job. Am I right? Free food, all right? Entertainment. What did Matt say? How much did we save on seats last night? Thousands of dollars, each one of us, in a free private concert. Is that amazing? So anyways, we're going to have Rise Up. It's all virtual for everybody. You want to get as many people as you possibly can. There is a 45-day replay afterwards. We do have a couple seats. Now, this QR code that's up here is for the all virtual. It's at thisisitteam.com. We have a couple seats left that includes the food that you're going to have at Warray Studios. We're going to have breakfast. We're going to have lunch. We're going to have a team dinner and a team event because we're going to have up to 400 people can be at the studio. We're going to go to our own Las Vegas show, but it's our own private This Is It team Las Vegas show. So if you want to come, you can. Everything is a deposit. So we're not like saying, hey, give everything. Just get a deposit so we know you're coming because we already had to pay for the entertainment. We had to pay for the studio, pay for it. Give Gina a hand for letting us cut the check for everybody, all right? Because it's not real easy to cut a check for these it's expensive, right? So I just want to let you know that there's two different QR codes for Rise Up. One's in person, all right? And then one is the one that's the virtual. If you already got the virtual and you want to come to the in-person, you can sell your ticket to somebody else, or we'll make sure we can get your ticket sold. Don't worry, it will be sold because it's going to be wild. Everything is going to be sold out after this weekend. You saw what happened, okay? Then the next one we have is August 22nd through the 24th, and that's going to be in Orlando, Florida. By the way, David Schmidt's going to be speaking at Rise Up. Meredith Burkich is going to be speaking. I know Geraldo is already going to be speaking there. So that's already going to happen. This is where the one for the VIP that's limited seats at Warray Studios, the most state-of-the-art studio in all of network marketing is going to be where we're going to be filming. Okay. And it's going to be incredible. So it'll be an incredible show virtually, but it'll be more powerful and online. Believe me, I love when I called Andy and said, hey, it's like, $1,500 for a single person. That includes your hotel, everything, because we all want to stay together, shuttling and everything. And also $2,100, I think, is for around this for a couple. And he said everybody needs a write-off. So it's amazing. You're going to learn and have a write-off, and it's a lot cheaper than $350,000 that I had to pay. So think about it, right? So point is that we want you there. It's going to be wild what's about to happen. There's nothing more powerful than being in the moment like you are this weekend, okay? So it might be great virtual, but it's no powerful is in person. So the next thing is our next level event, and there's a QR code for this. And the reason why I'm bringing this up right now, because I want you to get this. Gene and I and our team of elites do not want to waste any of our friends' money. We do not want to waste anybody's money. That's why we don't have these things every quarter. We only have one in-person event a year, one, okay? But we know one thing, that the teaching that you're going to get, like you're going to have from this stage, is off the chart. Everything you need to know, you can walk out of here with confidence knowing exactly what to do, right? So we don't want anyone left behind. We want to make sure they get the knowledge they need and their belief level up. So we're taking everybody's business to the next level throughout the year of 2025. And that's going to be happening August 22nd through the 24th in Orlando. David will be there. Meredith will be there. We're going to have surprise speakers like we had Stuart Johnson. Was he amazing at the Believe convention? All right. So we're going to have incredible surprise speakers as well. So make sure you everything is a deposit. So you could go in there, make your deposit. Now, let me just give you a quick heads up because I got a couple minutes. The biggest mistake that people make is they wait till the last minute. You got to get your head in the game. Okay, think about this. Now, if you're not on This Is It team and you're just listening or you want to be a part of it, you're welcome. We don't accept any drama. We only focus on our helping and blessing people. There's no, if you got some kind of, just get out of here. We'll pray for you, go. We don't have time for that, but we will let anyone here. There's no secrets here. We just teach you everything we want to know, all right? But there's a reason why so many went across. I couldn't even count. It was like an Academy Awards and you won the movie. You know what I mean? You're the only movie that won everything yesterday. It actually happened for the last two events, the last year's corporate event and this one, okay? If you want to know why it's happening this way, is because you have to understand the power of promoting event to event. If somebody doesn't have an event to point to, there's no power. You got to take your team from the event. Where's Tony Boyer? Is he in here? Am I right? You got to point to it, okay? And these are very affordable. Think about this. You got to move like 5 premier kits and you paid for you and your wife to come to Vegas, right? It's cheaper to come to the next level one. I forgot what that one is, but it's not ridiculous. It's like $1,000 for 2 people, all right? So 2 premier kits or 2.5 premier kits and you're paid for it. I love this company because they let you pay for it right then and reinvest your money. Don't just go spend it, go put it back into your business. So that's what's going to happen there. But you got to understand that by you getting your ticket now means that you are going to use your time wisely and have the most people next when we have the event. So that's what happened. I put the deposit down. I better fill the place because I got to pay. They say, this is how much people you got to have there. Here's how many rooms. So I want to make sure you get this. I put myself on the chopping block. You do the same thing. Put yourself, how many are you going to bring? That's why so many people are going across the stage. I think Andy said that he came to his first event, he had like 65 people. He wasn't at the highest rank, flew to the highest rank. So start getting, no one in his team were on the highest rank. Andy, how many SPDs you got underneath you now? 9. So not even a year ago, maybe a couple months more than a year, he came to his first event, still thinking if he was going to do it, brought 65 people, and he has 9 SPDs because he brought 65 people. Okay, I could go on and on, but I just am thinking God's putting him on my heart that what he did. It's just a matter of implementing what is being taught here. So I don't want anyone not to get this. Okay, so that's coming up in August. But I'm telling you this real quick because if you understand our business, right, the most important thing of not wasting your friend's money is you always go to the team event first if you can't afford the corporate and the team. So instead of also flying to California, you always come to the team. And once we get you making money, you can come to both. But you're going to have people, you want to make sure they want to leave knowing how to build it. Okay? So make sure you understand this concept. If you can afford both, then go for it. But if you can't, you always get your friends and your team members to the team event first, and then they can come to Anaheim, to the California. So that's why it's already up. We've already got a set for you. Now you have to do what I'm doing. I'm teaching you. You teach your teams when you go home. This is how we do it. This is how we make it happen so that you can, believe me, you think the company is fired up that we have these events and everything is exploding. They are so fired up. So we're telling you what's going on, and you want to make sure it happens so that you can implement this in your own business. So we're going to go through a bunch of other stuff. We've got an incredible day planned for you, but I'm giving you like a heads up, highlights of what's about to come. Game plan today is, the focus for this reason for today is to leave here with a game plan. Are you ready? To finish 2024 strong, are you going to do that? And to stay focused on what brought us here, the X39. Right? Don't be, I love when I talk to Rick and Carrie. They're like, hey, we got to Elite because, okay, where's Rick? Rick kept telling me, I got 13 seconds, okay? Rick, he said, everybody is asking on the SBD trip, how are you making this happen? Because we stay zoned in on the X39. And it's so simple. Stick the X39 where it hurts, and it works. It's so simple. You don't need to study that. And they've got the new video, by the way. We're going to have the 2 new X39 videos that they say that have stem cells in the video. They're going to be right on This Is It info. Andy, they're going to be right on This Is It info. Number 1, number 2 videos. So you stay focused on what Danny is here. Danny McDaniel, who just went Elite. came here because we have a one product link landing page. This is it info. Now the first 2 videos will be the X39 stem cell patch. So it's been great. This is getting the kickoff. Give yourselves a hand for being here. Okay, we're going. Yeah, and we're off the stage. Okay. Pin recognition. Okay, great. Okay, let's
Someone's
do a little
got to run the
recognition
show
for
around
This
here.
Is It team. Thanks, Gina. Okay, this is it team. Give Gina a hand for helping us put all this together.
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah.
Was she amazing last night? Okay, hold on.
Oh God.
Let's do this. Let's recognize all the managers that are here on This Is It team. Stand up if you're a manager.
And stay standing
stay
because we have a
standing.
camera here. Stay standing. Stay
Everybody
standing.
give these managers a hand. Look at all these managers. Yeah. Wow, come on, keep clapping for him. See, we're getting you to stand up a little bit, guys, this morning. Wow. Tell them.
We need like a little bit of energy music
Come
because
on,
that is
maybe
going to make
disco
me
or whatever you got a high tech.
snore.
One more round of applause for the managers. Okay. Good job.
Okay, you
guys.
can turn the music off.
Yeah.
Unless you got high energy music,
Don't play it.
don't play
Okay.
it.
All right.
Okay?
Okay. Directors. Everyone that's a director. Now, again, if you're brand new director, your upline will tell you how to get there. Second rank stand-up directors.
Yeah. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. Woo!
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow. Boy, I'm excited for these directors. Hey, guys, are you going to stay there?
No.
All right. Hey, if you're brand new, I want to hear what you just saw this. This is a big zinger for you when you're talking to people out there. Whether you like it or not, you have to build this kind of a business because I don't care if you're a doctor, an attorney, there's not enough hours in a day to keep up with the cost of living. So these people are not stopping. We can't stop them if we tried. They're patching and Lifeway keeps sending us the money. Stop! No, the money keeps coming. You got to share that with your friends. You got to give that word picture. That's why I always post all those people from the This Is It meetings because I say, look it, you can't stop these people. So congratulations, directors. How about senior directors? We don't have a slide for those.
Woo! Yeah, yeah,
Senior
yeah.
directors. Wow.
Wow, wow, wow.
Congratulations,
Woo!
Portugal. Look at all the senior directors in Portugal. Wow. Are you going to stop? All right. Proud of you guys in Portugal, okay? Now, let's go to executive. Here's what we're going to do. I want to get a photo of the executives. I want to see all your executives. And by the way, executives, the only structure you have in LifeWave is do your manager, 2 right, 2 left. Then you're going to do your director, which is 2 managers, okay? And then after you go director, you're going to help 2 directors. 2 people go director, and you're a senior director. You got to have 10,000 points. The same structure is in place for you to go executive. All you need is 50,000 points to be an executive. So if whoever is an executive right now, come out of your seat, come right underneath this banner right here. We're going to take a photo of all the executives. I want everyone to see the executive directors, the 3rd highest rank.
Please,
Come on up here.
executive directors.
And we're going to come down there and take a photo with you. Come on and give them a hand. Thanks, Carl. Yeah. Little walking. Okay, come on up now. Come on, let's go. Hey, congratulations. Come on, look at these guys. I can see the fire in their eye. You guys going to stay here? No. Come on, Pam. All right, great. Okay, anybody we're missing? Come on up here. Hey, come on. I love my friend here. He was looking, Randy. Give Randy a hand. Congratulations, Randy. Come on. Wow. Everybody here is at the 3rd highest rank of the company. Okay.
Okay, listen. This will be the last picture you will take at this rank. Bam!
Bam. Drop the mic. Drop the mic. All right, let's get a good photo. Okay, where's Omar? Yeah! All right, congratulations, executives. We love you. Okay, we'll just stay down here. All the presidentials are next. Come on up, presidentials. Tony, brand new presidential.
All presidential
guy, let's
directors
go.
to the front.
Second highest rank. Look at, here come Paul and Linda. All right, over here, everybody over here. Good job, guys. Proud of you. Come on, let's go. Tony, just hit it. Just hit it. See, I know my team. Sherry. Colleen, just hit it. Let's go, my friend. All the way from Portugal, right? Portugal and Australia. Who's from Australia? You're Australia, right? South Africa.
Yes,
Was that exciting?
absolutely.
Did you have a great time at the convention?
Superb. Bringing loads of people next time.
And how many hours did it take to get here?
22.
22 hours. That's commitment. Congratulations. Brand new presidential. All right, hey, talk to him. Is that the last time you're going to be presidential?
Will this be your last photo at this rank? Yeah! No, that, come on. Some of you are shaking your heads. No, I need to hear, yes! I love that.
A lot of energy, guys. Tell us when, Omar. 1, 2, 3. Yeah! All right, give it up for your presidentials. I want you to see these guys. Who's making it happen? I want a word picture to see all the presidentials, executives. Now, SPD, senior presidentials, all of them on the This Is a Team. Come on up.
Let's hear it for your senior presidential directors.
All right, Jay, fired up, my friend. Give these guys a quick tip.
Quick tip, share this product with every single person. Don't keep it a secret and don't assume people would not want to change their life with this product.
How long did it take you to go SPD?
7 weeks.
7 weeks. Okay.
Wait. We have someone that came all the way from Australia, and they hit it yesterday morning, and I ran in my 4-inch heels to the back of the room to find them, saying, "You are walking," and I'm like, just tell Meredith. Gina Merritt made me get up here. And here they are, right here. Mario and Melanie Cabral, brand new, spanking yesterday morning. Boom. Who's your sponsor? Who's your sponsor? Shh. Who's your sponsor?
Stephen Gina Merritt.
Bam!
Remember what we said last night? There's no finish line because you got to help your friends get there. Okay, we got to keep it moving. And we're just getting started. Okay, are we ready? This is like the paparazzi, guys. Look at this. You never knew you were so famous. Okay.
Okay, is this your last picture at Senior Presidential Director? Yeah! You got to squeeze in. Somebody's got to get slow. Somebody's got to get high. She knows where the clowns are, but it's all right. If you bend over, your rear end is going to be in her face.
Where's Omar? We got him? 1, 2, 3. Yeah!
Come on, give him a hand.
Great job, guys. Wow. Amazing. Did you fit all those trophies in your suitcase? Okay, you drove. It's a good thing Kendall drove because she said she couldn't fit them in her suitcase if she would have flown.
Let's give another hand to your senior presidential directors.
Okay, I thought it was good just to get a word picture of all the people that are winning, that are following the system, keeping it simple, having fun. And the key is to just, it might, okay, Mike Hernandez says it's well a lot. He said, it might, when you keep it simple, sometimes you might say, hey, Steve and Gina, when they do an opportunity meeting, say the same thing. That is what you want your team to say. You don't want to keep changing it every time because you want to be predictable when they bring their new prospect on. There's a time for being the same every time. You're running these like a franchise. Your business needs to be like a franchise. Everybody's saying the same thing. So understand that you don't want anyone teaching something strange or out of the box. You want everyone on the same page because that is exactly what we do. We just keep bringing new people. Good word picture is when Gina became a flight attendant, they all graduated after she there was a month. They started the next group of flight attendants. They taught the same thing, right? Think about that. Any career you do, you teach that way. Don't try to change this up. Make it happen. Keep it simple. So give all the rank advance, everybody in all these ranks,
Okay.
a huge round of applause.
We need to do elite. No. We need to do elite. We need all the elites on the stage, quick.
On the stage, elites.
Quick,
We're going to
quick,
take a
quick,
photo with all the elites. Give your elites a round of applause. 7 new. This is it, team. Yeah.
All the elites up here.
All the elites up here on the stage. No, this is good, right? This is good. This is the last time that we're going to be able to use this stage for the elites. Okay? But just so you know, 7 of these elites up here did it in the last 30 days. Give them a hand. Right? And we're going to be teaching today how to go elite. So don't hold back. Don't worry. We're not holding back. Okay.
Ready? Okay, can you do me a favor and turn, if you're going to hold this card, you're going to look like that.
Let's give it up for elite senior
Congratulations.
presidential directors.
That was great.
If you're gonna do things, guys, with me, we're gonna do it right. We're
Thank
gonna
you,
do it
Gina.
exceptional.
Thank you. Okay, guys, again, congratulations for being here. It's going to be an incredible day. Can't wait to have our first speaker up here starting now.
Please welcome to the stage elite senior presidential directors Matt and Kim Curtis.
Wow, are you guys fired up? Man, I am. Did you guys party like rock stars last night?
Literally.
Isn't that crazy, partying like rock stars? You know what? Give yourselves a hand for being here.
Yeah.
How many people feel like they might have partied like rock stars last night? Don't raise your hand. Man, put another patch on. That's what I'm talking about. Whoa. We're so excited to be here on Steve and Gina's stage. And you guys know what? They always say, hey, Matt and Kim, you're going first. Why? Because everything starts with a dream.
Yeah.
How many people got a dream in here? I don't even have to ask that question. Look how many people are in here. I know you all have a dream because that's what everything starts with. I'll tell you what, Kim and I have always been big dreamers, and that's what propelled us to wherever we are now, but we can't wait till all this. You know what? I think this whole stage will be ESPDs. Right? Shouldn't it be? You can see what's going on. As you see all your speakers talking today, I want you to look up there and envision yourself up here. I mean, you guys, once you get to know us, you realize, wow, those guys are ESPDs. I'm really just talking about myself.
Thank you.
Thanks, Kim. Kim's the brains of the operation. When I was a carpenter, I never put a mic. I couldn't say my name in public and in front of friends. You put me in front of 50 tough guys, and I could freaking handle the room. But you know what? I'll tell you what. We know we believe in you guys, and we're going to let Kim say hey a little bit, and then we're going to pump it up and talk about the dream.
Hey, I'll tell you what, this weekend, you guys all should be unleashed. This has been an incredible weekend. I've never seen, Steve and Gina and Matt and I were talking, we've never seen anything like this before. This convention was off the chain. I don't know if that means unleashed, but
Yeah.
Anyway, I'm super excited to be up here on This Is It stage. I want every single one of you to experience this. Some of you are thinking, I don't want to get up there and speak. Yeah, join the club. But you know what? I have something to say to you guys, and it's about building strong. You know what? What is their this year has gone by so fast that I can't, we have 2 months, a couple months left of this year, 2.5 months. I want you guys to come out of this convention. Listen, one thing we're not lacking is stem cells. Everybody's got them. So I want you guys to go to, when you leave out of here, I know you guys are chomping at the bit to get out of here right now because there's so many people to get this vision and this patch to, that I want you to run out of here and patch everybody you know, because there's not one person in our life that we run into that wasn't meant to be in this business and patching other people. I love it when Mike Hernandez started patching people and he said, it's not about the person we patched, it about how many people it's going to go to, their family members, their friends. Come on, you guys, this is a big vision. Steve and Gina put a big vision together for you guys. And it was meant to be for a reason. But I want you to go out the next 2.5 months. I know we have Thanksgiving, and if you're Christian, you have Christmas. But there's no better time to build this business and other opportunities that we built. We built stronger through the holidays. That's when you're around more people than you ever see, and you're out and about and doing your holiday shopping, and you run into people while you're shopping. Take every single opportunity. Come into 2025 strong. That's what we want for you. That's why all these events are set up for you, that we can just and promote. Be the biggest promoters. Why do you think that the people that have achieved all these levels is because they're big promoters? They promote the Zoom calls. Use the system that Steve and Gina have in place. If you want to propel your business and you're like, I just don't know why my business isn't going fast enough, because you're not plugging in. Plug your team in. Do you think that Steve and Gina and a lot of these leaders could accommodate all the people on their teams? People ask me all the time, how do you work with that many people? I don't. Plug them into the system. It's duplication. There's no way that we could keep up with all the people in our business, and you can too. Start in the beginning. It's like the game phone, whatever it is, where you pass it along, and pretty soon everybody on your team is not running around wondering, where are we supposed to be? They're plugged into the system. They know that when they put somebody in, the steps that they're going to take. They know that they're going to plug them into the system. They're going to start listening to Zooms. Don't be afraid of the Zooms. There's people on those Zooms that you can relate to and people on your team can relate to. Let them decide that. And this business will bring you more freedom than ever. Matt's been in construction his whole life, and there's not a lot of freedom in that. But there is freedom in getting up in the morning when you want to. Matt and I are getting so spoiled that on this event, we've had to be up every morning early. We're like, oh man, this is so hard. This is the hardest thing we've done.
We don't get out of bed till it hurts. Now, that's not good practice. I know there's a lot of people that get up early to get her done.
Get up, read the word, and start exercising.
But we stay up late.
But you know what? Bring your friends into this. Don't be ashamed of what you have your hands on. This is the biggest thing ever, you guys. I have never been to an event or a convention where we have bands. I mean, come on. I said to Matt goes, how much would these tickets cost? I go, in the front row. You guys want to go SPD so you can be in the front row of a free concert? I mean, and the adventures. We have been on so many adventures this year, and the only thing we're missing is you guys. It's not fun. Ask any of the people building this business. It's not fun being on these trips if we don't have our friends with us. So don't put this off any longer. Start building this. Put everything you have into this. It's worth it for you, your family, your freedom, your adventure. And the other thing is, people are hurting right now. We have hope. We have the biggest, I could write it out across the sky with an airplane. People need hope right now. We have that in this business. Why are you holding that back from them? Let them decide if they need it financially or if they need it for their health. But be there, be available, be ready. Let's go. Fired up. You guys, every one of you in this room, it's a level playing field. Every one of you in this room can be on the stage just like Matt and I are.
Come on, Kim. Wow. I told you she's the brains of the operation.
And plug into the next events.
I love what Kim just said about hope too, right? Because I saw on TV this morning, they said, now your average family, 2 kids, right? So you're going to have, and they put this, I don't even know what you want. They put in for your savings this is for retirement, 1.599 million. My kids spend more than that, but I don't know how that, right? They said cars, college, 2 kids, weddings, You know, the whole thing, it's up to 4.2 million. It's up $1 million from 3 years ago. I'm not getting political, but I'm just telling you what's crazy, guys. Go out and vote. No, I only got 3 minutes. Fight, fight, fight. Sorry, Steve. Anyway, no, really, let's get back to this. Let's get back to this. You guys have a dream. If I came up, and I'm gonna come up and ask him, if I came up to you and said, what's your dream? Now, I know most of the time it should start with family, right? Hanging out with your family, getting debt-free, get the money monkey off your back. That's why we're up here. Kim and I got in this business to make an extra $500 a week years ago, $2,000 a month. Can I do the math? And that's what we got in this business for many, many years ago. And then we retired, didn't have jobs for over 13 years. And that's what this business will do for you. So I know, identify your dream, spend time with your dream, find out who on your team, whether it's houses, boats. I've been talking to a lot of people who want to move to Florida. We're praying for a cold winter so that you guys move down, because so many people are leaving because of the hurricane. They're going to leave you all some space. So us guys.
That's very unfortunate, by the way.
Yes, honey. I met the people from New York. No, I love you guys. Man, I'm goofing off here today. I only got 1 minute and 51 seconds. I better get back to my notes. You know what? You got to have a little fun, right? It builds your endorphins. Remember what they said. Envision yourself in your dream, in your house, in your car, in your boat, with your family, with a bank full of money. Envision that. I love the speaker yesterday. Incredible. Talked about that. That's really where it's all. I love what Major Nicole said, right? Major Nicole said, why not me? I want you to say, why not me? Why not you? Why not me? Guys, I'm telling you what, you need this life. You deserve this life. God's got a plan for your life, and this is it. Wow, Gina, this is it. You know how many times this is it comes up when you say it? Because my gosh, this is it. I'm telling you what, guys, this is your chance to change your family's destiny, your legacy forever. I'll tell you what.
Woo!
If you don't do it, look, it's all about the family. You know what? If you went around and asked everybody what their great-grandfather's name was, they wouldn't know his name. But if you start building this business, Kim and I are sitting down for oil paintings because all of our great-grandkids are going to have our picture over the mantle. I am telling you. And that can be for you too. So, guys, like Steve said, we want
I
you.
used a lot of your time.
You're awesome, baby. That's why. I'm just going to go sit down. You're doing so good. But I'll tell you what. Like Steve said, go out. And Kim said, you guys, you got a couple of months, a couple of days, a couple of weeks before the end of the year. But that's when you get with your friends and family. Don't let your friends and family miss this opportunity for better health and better wealth. Get in your phone. Like I always say, your phone's full of people and full of numbers. You got to get them patched first. So I'll tell you what, we believe in you. We hope you believe in yourself. God bless you guys. Let's finish this year strong. Come on.
Give it up for Kim and Matt Curtis. Welcome back to the stage, Steve Merritt.
Okay, real quick, guys. If you have anyone who is watching it at home on YouTube, if they have the old link, it will not work. We had to create a new link. So they need to just go to the This Is It Team Facebook page and go on to that new link. Jan.
Okay, give it up for Matt and Kim. Okay, I've got our book of the month. Just want to give you a heads up because people are wondering how in the world are some of these people moving through the ranks so quickly. And some of the folks have been in this industry for a while. I remember when Matt Curtis was in the industry for years when I was in my late 20s and early 30s and had no success. But him and myself were on book of the month. We always read books for all these years, all right? He was a carpenter, right? Mike Hernandez, I'm not taking anything away from him. He tells you all the time that he never graduated high school. He's been reading or listening now to the audio books, multiple ones. He doesn't just listen to the book of the month. He steps it up to the next one because he's the one, and Renita and Scott and the leaders on our team, they help us pick the next book of the months. So you want to get yourself ahead of the game, and you could say to me, hey, Steve, we're a team. I think this is a good book. We should implement it in the team. I mean, you want to be ahead of the books that we're reading. But the books that you're getting out of this John Maxwell book, this is his best book ever on personal growth. There's probably, other than How to Win Friends and Influence People, this is the second best growth book you're ever going to read. So you want to be reading. I could go and read all the highlights, all right? But there's so many of them, okay, in here. But you see all the highlights. All I could find was a pink highlighter that morning or whatever, all right? But they're underlined. They're all over the place. So you're seeing like, I mean, it's kind of amazing how the kid that negotiated his way to high school, me, is telling you to read. Right? So you might want to think that could be something that could be, and now you could put it on audio anyways. I usually, on the audio, I like it so much that I order the book as well so I can have both. But I want to encourage you. You heard what Jack Canfield said yesterday, how important it is to read. And we're going to pick his book of the month coming up because all those success stories that he talked about. Now, Emily is telling me it's a long read, but you know what? If you're going to win and have that kind of life-changing, what is the guy, a 4 millionaire or whatever? Would you read the book to be a 4 millionaire? 21-hour read. I mean, get the audio, get the book, and make it happen. Are you with me? So don't get the book, when it comes this thick, don't say, oh my gosh, right? Say, oh my, this is an opportunity for us to learn and to win together. So don't take this lightly. And then you got to help on your team. Like maybe you could throw some zingers, and ask them about a chapter or whatever to see if they're really reading. I mean, it's your team. I mean, it's up to you if you want your team. You could see mine coming across the stage, all right? They're using the books. They're reading their guide and they're implementing in their team. Remember this. Your goal is to implement what the people are teaching, what these leaders are teaching today. You're going to implement in your team. So you start doing home get-togethers. You start doing smaller gatherings. I love the home and the clubhouse meetings because hotel meetings aren't as duplicatable as they used to because they cost so much money. All right. But as your group gets bigger, you're going to have to get some hotel rooms. All right. But don't be afraid to start stepping out and making it happen. I love the fact that so many leaders were having their own get-togethers on Friday night because it's your moment for your team. You start implementing your leadership in your team and helping them win. It's your time. I don't care if you're here by yourself or you're here with 3 people. Start doing what they were teaching us, what Jack was teaching us, visioning you having a meeting this big. You got to start visioning. I'm going to have this. When Gene and I were taught, we picked up the phone just like you, July 1st, 2022, and started making phone calls. Did we know that Renita and Scott were going to say yes? No, we just called them. We prayed they say yes. I remember the phone call. I've already seen the patches. So what? I saw them before too. You don't know how big this is. Am I right? Where's Renita? Am I right? That's what I said. Okay, I told her, I called her out and said, hey, I don't care if you've seen these before. This is too big to miss. All right. And she's only like the second person I called. And I'm already saying this is too big. Am I right, Renita? I was already calling it out and I didn't even know. I'm praying that this is going to be our group one day. So start envisioning that and don't take lightly book of the month. All right. Okay. Now, couple things to go over. This is part of setting up your game plan. If you don't have a big dream, what did I say last night? 2 most important things in business is you got to have a dream if you're going to succeed. That's going to keep you going. I love David Schmidt's story. I'm so glad I didn't tell it on the stage because when he came out after us, was that a story? When first of all, I told you that he wasn't sorting out. That's another zinger for you to talk to people because networkers are going to start looking for you. And when they come to you, they're going to say, what's different about LifeWave? All right. What did I say? We got a non-Me Too product. It's patented and it works. Okay. Number 2 was David Schmidt. He didn't sought after to be a network marketing company. Any other network marketing company out there, people were going to be, I'm going into network marketing. All right. Where's Jens? Right. I mean, you don't know all the network marketing company owners. I don't either, but 99% had to think, I'm going to start a network marketing company, and they go find a product. Totally different with David. He went out to invent something big, and then he didn't even want to take it through a network. Does that sound familiar? And he did anyways. And look at what a blessing. Not only are they being blessed by his technology, but they're being blessed financially, blessed by a community of positive people. So many blessings when you're in this industry. Am I right, Cindy? I mean, it's amazing, all right? So, and then the third thing that I said was we manufacture our own products. No network marketing companies, rarely do they manufacture their own products, and they don't spit patches out as fast as Coleman Dillman can spit them out. I mean, everything might not be perfect because it's our fault. This is a team. It's your fault that they can't keep up with customer service. So you need to be customer service. That's your blessing, right? Your blessing is we don't have everything perfect, okay? But the best thing that we got going for the only two things we need. They never missed delivery, logistics of shipping the X39. Are you with me? And they don't miss paying us. What more do you need? We can handle all the rest as long as they can do those two things. All right. So that's what we got our hands on. And those are three things that you need to bring to attention when people say, why is everybody winning here? That's why. All right. So let's go to the next thing here, okay? We already talked about this, so make sure you get your tickets. I can't stress it enough. It's up to you if you want to be in the energy. You want your team to see what we saw experience this week. And I will say this much. When you come to the in-person Rise Up or you watch it on virtual, and by the way, the virtual is going to be very virtual. We're going to get or what am I saying? When you're interactive, Andy, right? We're going to be very interactive on the virtual, so it's going to be unique. It's going to be much different than you've ever experienced on a live virtual event. So get ready, get your team on there, and it's going to be powerful. How many are you going to have on there? Set a goal. Set a goal how many you're going to have on, and they want to have their replay as well, okay? Let's see here. All right, so I already had that on there. Let's go here. Okay, so we have that's the virtual. We also have the in-person. I've got that coming up, I think, in the slides. But I want to get this real quick. This is what I came up here first thing because I want you to really get this, all right? This is the star of the show right here, okay? There isn't anything more important than the X39, okay? I mean, this guy is going to push out $4 billion worth of patches. Are you with me? Did you hear that? I meant to say I'm going to have a Guinness with him, Ricky. When we go to Ireland, we're going to have a Guinness with Coleman, all right, and toast. Because this guy hasn't missed shipping the He stands up there with confidence. I deliver. And he does. Am I right? Andy, you never missed any patches, right? I mean, he delivers. Since we started, he hasn't missed a beat. Now, I have to take my hat off to my wife because I don't know where it was in our notes because, Jay, we were down on our luck when we started July 1st, 2022, right? To this day, more people know Jay, more people know Rochelle than anybody than I mean, more people know a lot of you. When we go to a restaurant, nobody knows us. When we fly in an airplane, nobody knows us. I mean, that's not very good influence, am I right? Nobody knows us anywhere. And we're still doing it. So think about it. They might not know you way back in the corner. They don't know us either. You can go make this happen. But you got to zone in and know what you're talking about. When they say, I already seen the patches, I don't care what you think you saw, you didn't see. How hard is that? That at least set her up to attention. My friends in Europe, oh, I already heard of that. How many people in Europe have they said, I've already heard of X39? I mean, I've already heard of LifeWave, right? They never heard of X39. Okay, if you heard of LifeWave, where are they in the momentum ranks? I don't know. Who's the number one team in all LifeWave? I don't know. So you don't know anything. See? That's how my friends in Europe, so I have to talk to them and get. Now, it's up to them if they want more of life. If they just want to settle for whatever kind of job they got, then stay there. I'm only pulling it to attention. Renita, I'm on to something. You know what I mean? You heard Mike's, I'm just calling out my personals. They didn't want it. Even my friend Paolo, he said it on the mic last night, or yesterday when he spoke, or 2 days ago. He said, we didn't want to do it when we first started, okay? So isn't it great? Start jumping up and down. All the people that don't, Mike didn't want to do it. Paolo didn't want to do it. Nobody wants to do it. You're going to be the best at this. Are you ready? I hope they say I don't want to do it. Great. You relate to everybody. Start thinking what you got to start. I don't know what you're saying. I don't say good stuff. I just get their attention. And you got to do that. All right. So it's more of a zinger to get them to sit into attention. So this is the star of the show. He didn't say we're popping out $4 billion worth of water machines, did he? Don't be fooled. Don't be fooled. We don't even have them, okay? So it's a great technology. Maybe we'll have it someday, but we don't have it now. We have this for your future, okay? And it's only $99 versus $6,000 or whatever they're going to say that the water filters are. I mean, does anyone have trouble getting $99 squeezing it out of their friend? Try to get $6,000. All right, let's get focused here, right? We want you to win. This is why we're sitting you to attention today so you can finish 2024 strong. Get as many people on the virtual event in 2025 so you rock 2025. But if you're the only one on, I'll commend you, great, but you won't be compounding your effort. You won't be duplicating yourself. You got to get this. You got to have the people on. We only talk about X39. You heard Kendall up there. She didn't say quercetin. She didn't say Aeon, or I don't even know what they do. I don't know what they do. I'm sorry, but I don't. Okay. I believe in David Schmidt, so I will say I wear them all at night. Everywhere. Sometimes, like Gino say, hey, I think somebody's at the door, lawn man or something, and I forget that they're all over me, and I say hello, and I'm like, oh my gosh, what the heck's going on? They must not work because you need so many of them. So don't kid yourself. We use them all. I didn't study them because I don't want to be a doctor or try to say anything. This patch protocol, put it out of the window. Okay, please, Ricky, when you come up here, or Carrie, tell them there. Somebody said to the people said to him, how is your team going so fast? And Ricky just flat out said to them, you're all out in the weeds. You're talking about too much stuff. We talk about one thing, we stick you with the X39, and we get you signed up. All right? So, again, it might be difficult. Asia's actually giving us, holding back, because that's our specialty, building in Asia. I see the same faces every single year, so for 2 years, so we know what's going on. There's no major momentum happening there, okay? You know why? Because all the corporate team are teaching them everything about the patches, slowing them down. For you and me, it's God's blessing for you and I to have a huge Asian business. Are you ready? Australia, where's the biggest melting pot for Asians? Right there in your country. Let's go, right? It's going to be wild. Now, hey, they'll start coming. You just keep doing what you're doing. Give it up to these guys. They've already passed up the Korean volume in Australia. That's not normal. That's not normal in networking. But let me help you. Take it off to Misha and Tessa and their team for plugging in and listening. It might be hard sometimes to listen to us because, I mean, we really are kind of bold and tell you the way it is, right? It's not easy, okay? But they're like, man, these guys must be onto something. And when you see results, I'm a person. I'm like Harvey Monk. I'm a copycat. I was taking notes of the people that sounded like they were making things happen. I took notes before I started this. All they said was stay on X39. And when you see the results, am I right, Tessa? When you see everybody going across the stage from This Is It team, you must say, something's going on. I'm copying whatever they're saying. That's what I did. Come to find out, the ones I took notes weren't even SPDs. I mean, they sounded convincing. But thank goodness they were telling me what to say to people about on the X39. So I only talk about this when we talk to people. Ever. You'll never hear a video of me talking about any other patch. If you hear somebody talk about other patch, they're slowing their business and yours down. I'll tell you that right now. I already know it for a fact because you can't. Okay, here's just a word picture. Somebody, my Korean team with Mike, he was wherever Mike's at, he said, Steve, the Koreans want to know why the Japanese went up and then they plateaued. Everyone you'll see that wasn't going across the stage or didn't have teams, going across the stage, you can get to a level acting like you know everything about the patches, but once you do, you're not duplicatable. You understand? Don't you just want to be duplicatable to work yourself out of a job, or do you want to be the person that has to keep telling everybody, okay, put this patch right here, and then put this one down here, and and you're taking all forever. Well, we're out. Matt Curtis is just sponsoring people left and right. How many did you sponsor in the first 30 days? 27. You think he was like telling them how to use them? Just stick it. He was even on vacation, right? Okay, so X39, you stay zoned in, and it's very simple. Now that we got a video that says stem cell, you can use my script, right? It's right there. Now, I'm not going to read through this whole thing. We only got 14 minutes I got left. So take a picture of it, but it's on our websites, and use your own use your own personality. But you got to use stem cell. I love how Ken Robinson, he just says, you know anything about stem cells? How hard is that? Okay. Now I've kind of changed a little bit. When me and Ken were in the car and Gina called us out and said, hey, how come you're not talking to the driver, right? We said, yeah, why aren't we talking to the driver, Ken? So we looked at him. We said, hey, what have you done for a living? I love on the website, on contacting, inviting on the 10-step pattern. If you have a hard time talking to people, go through the form process. Family, occupation, recreation, what do they like to do for fun, and motive. I'm not going to go through it, but I talked to them. I said, hey, what do you do? Is that all you do as your driver? Now, he wasn't an Uber driver. He drove for the big Suburban, right, that took us here. And he said, no, I used to be an engineer, but after COVID, I couldn't get a job anymore, so I'm a driver now. So we said, oh my gosh, do you like making money? I love making money. And we told him what we were on to. We got this technology nobody knows about. It reactivates your own stem cells. You're going to be rich. Oh my gosh. And he cried, literally cried right then, cried to us when we got out of the car and said, thank you. What a blessing that you shared this with me. Now, all I could do is share it with him. It's up to the person. I'm not taking the credit because Gina called us out, but at least I spoke to him, right, Ken? Ken saw me do the whole thing. I leaned, I got forward, I was right into it, right? And we were missing the Steelers game. Ken wanted to watch the Steelers game, but we're putting it aside to share something with this guy's life. We could change his life, right? But I don't care what you say, but you got to get to start. I use the X39 to get their attention, but people, the only reason I'm talking to you is find out, do you want something more for your family? Now, Mike comes right out and says, hey, you want to make some money? Gina loves to meet them, say, compliment them on whatever they're good at, maybe their personality. You'd be great at my business. Let's talk right away business. Why are they walking across that stage? Because people are building their business. 99.9% of all the people that come to our meetings want to make money. You with me? And let's not kid ourselves about health. I've been talking about this, but I got to help you on this one. When you go home on Monday, look out your window. You probably live in a very nice neighborhood. Is there anybody jogging? Okay, 2 people out of the 100, about the 10,000 live in your neighborhood. Okay, you might be riding your bike like me. I see nobody around. I mean, A1A, there's 10 people, right? There's hundreds of thousands, millions of people. Nobody's exercising. Go to the gym. Go to the health food store on a Saturday. Why are we on this big health kick when nobody cares? Serious. There's nobody at the health food store. That's where you get the healthy stuff that don't taste good, right? And no one's there. So don't think. Now, somebody been coming up to me all day saying, oh my gosh, you guys look really amazing. I said, hey, when you start being worth something, now you want to get in shape. All right? You'd be surprised how many people start making money. Now, all of a sudden, they're worried about their health because they're worth more alive than dead. All right? So don't kid yourself. Have some fun and don't be so stuck on the health. If you get only stuck on the X39, by the way, they won't even know. I can tell if you open up and you talk about business from the way that the person, your prospect, came to me. If all they're asking me about is fibromyalgia and neuropathy and all these words I don't even know about, all right, I know you didn't talk about business. If they're saying, hey, how do I make $1 million? Come over here, I'll help you. And it's so less stressful. Am I right, Cindy? I mean, when you're not talking about the health only, I'm not saying you don't lead with it. Your stem cells are going dormant if you're not wearing the X39, the only technology that can reactivate your brain cells that are going dormant. Do you want your brain cells to be active? Where's your wife? You're scratching your head, right? So you got to find out, do they understand that? And because nobody knows about this technology and every person needs it. I love this. You can walk tall because the billionaire needs their brain cells reactivated. This isn't like shampoo or something. I don't mean to pick on that, Kendall, but I mean, it's not like it's not like weight loss that everybody's got a weight loss. I mean, you kind of put your head down with all those kind of products. Here it's like, do you want your stem cells reactive or are you going to live with them dormant? That's a whole different attitude. You walk out of here with confidence, but you know what you're looking for. You're starting, whether you're confident like Mike and Gina talking about business right away, or you're like me and you got to use a crutch to get the conversation started to find out if they're looking for an opportunity. That is the key to making this happen. I hope you got that. I don't want you to don't get off track. And that's why I'm starting early with that. Okay, I got 9 minutes. Oh, no, I'm going to go fly through those, all right? Okay, real quick. When I do, I want to give you this heads up here, because this is probably one of the biggest thing that people have is contacting. Would you agree? So contacting is not if you don't get it, we need you to get it, okay? So you start the conversation. Do they all go perfect? No, I just remember the ones that they win at, so nothing is going perfect. But I will say, you see how when they call me out, I at least challenge them. Are you sure you don't want to make some more money? Is your wife around? You got to call them out a little bit. And if they both hang up on you, then okay. Now, when I get their attention, I don't even ask them, do you want more information? Right, Ken? The guy said he was interested. So, okay, great. You got to be like when you go to a doctor, when they come to your career, if you're a mortgage broker like Kevin, they guide you what to do, right? So you got to be that here. You're confident. Okay. I'm going to send you a link. This is info. You want to watch the first video. It's going to explain. It's going to have the stem cell video we saw the other night. going to be on there. Don't change a thing. This is what caused all this momentum. Don't try, I'm going to send this video here. That's old networking. We got a one product link landing page with everything on it. It's got Dr. Stillman. It's got everybody you need on there. Okay, so I'm going to send that. Now, because you want to get making money, because I've already found out I want to make money, I'm sending you the order form, okay? The order form is on This Is It Team. You go to downloads. It's the first thing that pops up. You can do what you want, but this is what I send because it catches their attention. They say, ignite the power of X39. Oh my gosh. They're already seeing it, all right? So I'm sending that to them with, if you want to send a link, because you use links, then send it to them. I tell them, print it out, fill it out, take a picture, text me back. You see how quick I said that? Because I say it every day, all right? So I'm already assuming they're getting in, and I tell them. I got it in my notes. Kendall, I don't know where you guys put it, but I put it in my notes, and I just copy paste, and I say, hey, the best way to get in is on advanced package, better yet, Premier. So advanced, you get at least advanced or Premier. I don't even talk about the core, and I say you need to get on 2 sleeve subscription so you can make money with me. Otherwise, you can only make $100 a week on 1 subscription. So I'm already telling them, I'm guiding them. Here's the order form. Here's how you get in. The only follow-up I have, where's your order form? It isn't like, what do you think about the X39? I'm already assuming nobody knows about it. Everybody needs it. The testimonies are on This Is It info. You don't need everybody's testimony because they're all on there. So I'm just telling you how we send it out and we expect them to get in, but we're talking about business from the time we prospect them and send them everything they need. If you only send them This Is It info, then you're calling them back about the product and, how's your aches and pains or your fibromyalgia or whatever, right? So, but if you're talking business, it's so much easier, okay? And there's the PIBs that you're going to be able to make when you sign up, the packages, the new packages. So we've got them here. They're up. This is exactly what we were doing before. They just changed the name. Instead of gold, you say advanced, okay? Instead of silver, you say core. Instead of diamond, you say premium, okay? I never sold it on anyone that I'm going to make money on you anyways. I never told anyone that you make money if you're not qualified as a premier or diamond in the past, you're going to make money. I never talked about that anyways. Just sign up. The number one most important thing to get the premier pack is so your own mini warehouse. Number one, and you get 2 months paid for subscription, all included in the price. If I didn't FedEx product to Renita and Scott, if I didn't drive over to Mike and Cy and give them product, they might never have known what they were in a week. So now they give it back to me. It's loaning. You're loaning, you're placing, and then replacing, and then you're repeating. You just keep place, replace, repeat. You just keep loaning the people your slides so they're not waiting for their product. Mike patched all those people. He was mad the next day. You heard his story? And then he upgraded from a gold to a diamond because I took him all his 5 sleeves. Now it's 6. I took them all to him. Did you think you're pretty serious if you come over here? Here's your whole order ready to go. I think you might sit up in your seat if I brought you your 6 sleeves the first day you signed up, or I FedExed them to you and said, I'm loaning these to you. When you get yours, you give them back to me. Start patching. That's a whole different attitude than saying, well, whenever you get it, maybe you get it. Tell me when it comes. You wonder how you make it happen fast. You're ready and you're prepared, but that's the number one reason to get the premier. Guy, every single person that came across the stage from executive above got the premier package. It was the old diamond, but they got at least the biggest package sooner or later. Many of them upgraded, so learn from their mistake. Get it now. This isn't like, we're not on trial anymore. This is going to explode. This is going to explode after here. This will probably be the biggest month LifeWave ever had right now. So this isn't like just happening. I want to cover this a little bit, and I need the leaders to help pitch in a little bit because I don't get to talk to everybody so much because everybody's helping and building, but I want you to get this, okay? If it was me, I would only use the This Is It team PowerPoint. Now, you might say, hey, I like certain things. Okay, if you do and your upline is with if you're a leader on my team, get to me. Let's agree or agree to disagree. Because if you, remember, you don't go to one McDonald's and it's different from the second McDonald's. Okay? If I change the slide, just think about it. I might not like everything about it. Let's, for instance, and I'm not trying to pick on Andy and Mandy and their team, but they like to use blue ocean, red ocean. I don't know what it is, and neither does anybody else. I just like to say, and I mean, I get it because you taught me, but I just want you to say that. And just giving that example, you might be saying something even that's easy because all it means is products that everybody has or product that they don't have. But in the slideshow, it says, Me Too. We don't have a Me Too product. Now we can maybe come up with something better, but let's keep it as simple and agree to disagree. If we all stay on the same, because you're wondering why all these people are going across the stage. Okay, I'm helping you. You stay on the same page. You don't deviate, even though you like something. Okay, as a team, we're a team. This is not a Gestapo. Everybody is in part of this. I don't care if you're the latest person in. We need your help. We need you on the team. We need your leadership. So let's figure it out. I want to get this down to less slides. Gina wants to get to half the slides. So that's less information. Some of us, would you agree, Cindy? We might be giving them too much for a brand new person. We've been shooting all week videos because Mike brought it up. We need 10-minute videos to send to people when they say, I want to see it. So instead of sending them a 45-minute, you get a 10-minute. Okay? Okay. So Andy, excuse me, I didn't mean to call you out. I'm just saying that all of us should really figure out how we can get them less instead of more. Right? I think. Would you agree? We want to get it, as I think we won't lose so many people. So that's just me. I'm giving you my input. Everything's on This Is It team right now. You can download everything that I just said. I wanted to give you a heads up on these sample cards, banners, and order forms. One thing about us is we like pads of the order form. We got a printer that is dirt cheap. We only charge what he charges, and we have now. You can get the sample cards, I think, from Vistacard or Vistaprint. But we have this printer, and we're gonna offer this website, write it down there, where you can order in bulk. So if you're a leader, you could order them for your team. So Pam in the Midwest, she could order for her team. It's so much more professional. We were with at Pam, and we handed out all these order forms. You're expecting them to get in. You want to hand them out like water. Matt fills out their names, said, hey, I got everything on here except for your credit card, ready to go. Now, I could get your credit card online, but I'm going to ask you for it. All right, so he's already got their name on it, and he's going at it. That's how he got his 40 in. He took 2 pads, 50, 25 in a pad, and filled it out. So you can go and get these from the shop. All right. Of course, keep on the pro strategy. We got to have something that This Is It team all uses. You patch, you revisit or follow up, and you point to the opportunity, or you be the opportunity. Go manage. We talk about these are all printed. They're all fixed now to the exact way that they need to qualify. And by the way, if you didn't understand the company, we were telling you on This Is It team that the way to qualify, I think Andy's going to go over it, is 300 PV and then 180 left. Two people, 180 right. The company made a mistake because they were like a startup company. We're being patient with them, but they said you only have to get a starter kit and half a sleeve. We only talk about X39 sleeves. So we always say 1 sleeve so you can make $100 a week, 2 sleeve, you can make everything in the compensation plan, only X39. We don't confuse anybody, anything. That's all we're doing is saying X39. My daughter has the compensation sheet up already. If you want to be on the email or the text started costing about $3,000 a text, so I don't think that's wise with my money. So I figured if you want to get the text updates and the email, go to that QR code real quick if you can. I got 40 seconds, so I'll put it back up there in a little bit later, and you can go through that. Rise Up is here. I already went through this, the VIP thing. So the VIP event is going to be off the chart. We're going to go to our own private show and our own private dinner because we want to have an experience with This Is It team in Las Vegas at Warray Studios. It's going to be wild what's going to happen in the new year. Look at this room right here if you want to know if it's going to be packed. We just opened this up to you, so all the tickets would probably be sold by the end of the day. So this is going to be, and you could just go to this scanner code and we can help you. By the way, if anyone needs it, just ask your upline. They all know about it. This is coming up. I already told you about it. The more people you have there, the better. We're only taking a deposit, so at least you could just get your seat. Now you could say, I'm signed up. I'm bringing you. You don't want to leave your family, but if you're going to have to leave to come to one event a year, you want to make your time the most wise as you can by bringing as many people as you possibly can. Does it feel good, Carl, when you got all these people you got here? You know they're all learning, and you don't have to call them and tell them what everything David said. It's amazing, all right? So join our Facebook page. The YouTube channel has all the replays. There's so many people on the Facebook that say, where's the replay? I'm like, oh my gosh. I want them to be big, but I'm already thinking, did they not get it? The replays are always on This Is It team YouTube channel. So keep it very simple. You guys got it. It's been great. I tried to get this morning out of the block, so you got like the basics here of what's happening right here as everyone's coming up to go through now and clean up everything that I just said so that you can really get it and understand it. But at least we started it showing you, hey, You get it. X39, the game plan is to stay focused, zoned in, focused for 70 days. You got to go home and do more than you ever done. You got to go make it happen like you never did before. More smile, more excitement in your eyes, more energy in your voice, okay? And get this thing done and set yourself up to have an amazing 2025. Look at Kendall, in 4 months changed her life. Think about that. Give her a hand. All right? So I don't mean to call her out, but she did get all those trophies. All right, so hey, it's been great. Can't wait for the next speaker. Great sharing with you guys. All right, you enjoying this morning?
Give it up for Steve Merritt. Please welcome to the stage Senior Presidential Director Javi and Olga Solis.
How is everyone doing today? What a phenomenal weekend. First and foremost, I want to give a big shout out to Steve and Gina Merritt. Did they crush it last night or what? Unbelievable job, phenomenal. You guys rocked the house. I think everyone woke up. So anyway, here, let's start with this. I think it's time for us to leave this convention this weekend and step it up. Just like Steve and Gina said, it's time to step it up. It's time to take charge of our business. It's time to do the hard things. It's time to stop avoiding those activities that we have been avoiding to set you and your family free forever. Okay? We've got our hands on something extraordinary. I don't want to hear excuses that I cannot be here because I got here and I missed my son's birthday on Friday. He turned 11 years old. Happy birthday, Alexander. I love you, baby. My son is the reason why I am here today. If you don't know my story, we're not going to get too deep into it, but my son put a patch on his body. A week later, Mike and Sai Hernandez, our beautiful, dear friends, sent us a patch overnight. I tried it. I put it on. I said, I'm alive. I'm breathing. I feel good. It's time to put it on my son. I put it on my son, and my gosh, our whole lives have changed. We have a remarkable product, okay? And we have a remarkable and even better system. I put it on to give my son a better quality of life, but you know what? It changed our lives with more than just health. So we're approaching with health, we always do, but know that the financial gains here that you can do for your family is even greater, because the financial gains is what's going to give my son an even better quality of life. So I could do more, so I could buy that water system for my son and get him going to a better, to the next step. So a little bit about the excuse part. We're done with excuses, right? Who here is done with making excuses? I think we need to show up big. You hear that a lot. It sounds cliche, but you know what? It's time to do the hard things. It is time to stop making excuses. Every time you make an excuse, look at your baby. Look at your mother. Look at your father. Look at your family. Look at the people that you love. And will you then make an excuse? I bet not. I bet not. You know our story. We're just two New Yorkers. We came, if anyone from New York, we love you. We love you. We came into this business. We had no success in this industry. We are now, finally, we have a life that is unimaginable. I pinch myself and I give God all the glory because I know that this was not possible without him, okay? And I don't really get too deep into it, but I just want you to know that I came from nothing. I'm not a girl who was brought into money. I had nothing. I had a bed on the floor when I met this man. I had a bed on the floor. I have 3 children, single mom, and a child with significant special needs. And I was on financial assistance. I only just brought that up recently to people because I was so terribly embarrassed of it. But I'm not embarrassed of it anymore because I believe that is what exactly, the hard things in my life that I had to go through is why I'm here. And I don't stand here to be seen. That is not why I am here, because this was not something I ever dreamt of doing, to speak into the hearts of others. I stand here to be heard so that you could hear my heart. I'm a regular girl. I came from nothing. And I now have a dream come true at home. I have financial freedom. So if we can do it, just a couple of little New Yorkers with a few friends, I believe in my heart, everyone here can do it. So I say, let's finish 2024 so strong, guys. Let's take it to the next level. Let's step it up. You better get yourselves to rise up, or virtually. I don't care. I don't want to hear excuses. It's time to take your business to the next level. Let's shake things up.
So yesterday we saw the vision of the company. We saw what it's all about. But Steve and Gina put this together to give us the nuggets and how to build. That's what's important here. We want to build. Okay, we want to build a legacy for our family. But what's your plan when you go back, when you leave those doors? How do you take charge of your business? What's your plan? What's your target? We like calling targets. What is your target when you leave? For the people who are managers and directors here, how many more managers you're going to be making? How many more directors are going to be making? Do you want to walk the stage like everybody else? But let me tell you something. In life, you don't get what you deserve. You get what you work for. Okay? Every SPD who walked the stage, every elite who walked the stage, they worked for it. It wasn't just given to them. They sacrificed time. They sacrificed sleep. They sacrificed time for their family. They got uncomfortable, like Olga said. It was very uncomfortable for her to leave her son at home. But as leaders, we have to lead by example, because people watch our feet, not our mouths. Okay? Yeah. Your team is going to do what they see, not what they're told. They hear with their eyes, not with their ears. And if you lead by example, the ripple effect is going to happen. But what's your target? We now have a target. When Steve and Gina got off that stage, we just wanted to go home and get to work. Yeah. We did. We just wanted to get to work because we have our target and we have our strategy. But what's yours? It means nothing if you leave this room right now today without a target and without a strategy. If you came here for nothing. Okay, I'm going to gut punch you now. Okay, I'm going to gut punch you. People are going to make excuses. But you can make excuses, or you can help some people and make some money, but you can't do both. You can't. People, you're going to go back home. People are going to say this, and people are going to say that. It's a pyramid scheme or whatever. Listen, a naive man knows the price of everything but the value of nothing. And what we have is something that's very valuable. Our passion, our intensity, we can never turn it down. Especially where we came from. We can never turn it down. And I don't expect anyone here to turn it down. Okay? Like I said, we talked the other day, we got to keep hitting the piñata. If you're going to keep hitting the piñata, say me too. If you're going to go from manager to director, say me too. If you're going to go to director to SPD, say me too. With that conviction that you have, it's infectious. Every time I hear all these leaders speak, I get fired up. Like I want to punch somebody. Okay, I do. Okay, you have to have something to chase. I'm sorry, man. Okay, you have to have something to chase. We chase Mike and Sai all the time. Okay? I mean, dressing like him, for Christ's sakes. I don't know what. You know? Talk about duplication. No, that was a joke. But guys, what's your plan? It takes courage to build this, doesn't it? It takes courage. You're going to get uncomfortable. But it's going to be worth getting uncomfortable for. And if you don't get uncomfortable, and whoever you're doing this for your kids, for your family, for your husband, for your wife, if you can't get uncomfortable, then I want you to go home and stare them in the face and say they're not worth being uncomfortable for. Oh. I'm just being real with you. I'm just being real. I'm not going to sugarcoat it. This is Javi. My name is Javi. I'm your friend. Okay? I'm your friend. We talk to our team just like this. Either you do it or you don't. Okay? We have something valuable called X39, which changed our lives physically and financially. What can it do for you? Now, in closing of this, guys, it just gives us joy to see someone reach for their potential, even if you're not on our team. Even if you're not on our team. Listen, you need something to chase. You need something to look up to. We thank God every day before our feet hits the ground for what he's given us and what he's blessed us for. But your gift, if you use your gift, it will make room for you. It will. But the only way you use your gift is if you get uncomfortable. Guys, we believe in you. You leave this room today with a target, but a strategy to attack that target. Without that, you're going to be rolling in a hamster wheel every day. And then you know what? 6 months has passed. You're going to say, now what did I do? You did absolutely nothing. You deserve it. Your family deserves it. Guys, we love you. Thank you for having us on. Go and crush it.
Love you guys.
Senior Presidential Directors Javi and Olga Solis. Please give a round of applause and stay on your feet. Welcome our next speaker, Senior Presidential Director Terry Beatley.
How you doing? I don't believe Olga's from New York. She kind of sounds Southern like I do, to a certain degree. Hey, I learned something over the past 2 years, and the year and a half I've been really working the business part of this. It's what Jack went over yesterday. So ready? Put your hands together, clasp your hands, and then do it the other way. Ready? Do it. Are you doing it? Wow, that taught me so much, because when I reversed it, it was truly uncomfortable. I got to tell you something. Every single person in here could have MD and PhD behind your name and ABC and XYZ PDQ. I am no longer intimidated, because you know what I've learned over the past year and a half? I know more about GHK copper peptide than the average doctor in America. Woo! One of my brand partners in here, I don't know how, well, it was a year ago in wintertime, and she said, Terry, get on a 3-way Zoom call with me with an MD. I'm like, okay. By that time, my confidence had already, felt very comfortable with it. And she said she runs a wound healing clinic. And I thought, okay, this would be interesting. And I didn't want to make any assumptions, right? Because you don't know what people know or they don't know. But I also wanted to make sure I came across as respectful in case she said she didn't know anything about it. So my first question to her was, Dr. So-and-so, have you ever heard of the GHK copper peptide? And she said, no, Terry, I've never even heard of it. All right, now I don't scream as loud as Steve. I'm not as good of a coach as Steve and Gina, but I tell you what, that, folks, should give you confidence. No, clap it louder. Okay? Because I know now, by trying to grow a team or growing a team, it's your confidence that holds you back. You're scared, and you got to get out of your way. Now, I want to give you some practical advice. They've already said all the key things on my cards, but now let's put some flesh on it. One of the people I enrolled, he's a doctor, and his wife and I were talking. She and I laugh about this. In the very beginning, she kept asking me questions. I said, have you been to This Is It team? And she, oh, no, Terry, I haven't been to This Is It team yet, because I know whether or not somebody has spent time on This Is It team. So when Steve holds that slide up, you have to have more than just the knowledge that that system is out there. Every single one of you need to click, 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 look at everything, watch every single video, because I'm surprised how many people will tell me they want to take it to the top. And then they'll ask me a question. I'll say, have you been to this team and done what I told you to do? So I call it tough love. So this wife of the doctor, she probably asked me 6 questions. I wouldn't give her the answer. I wouldn't give her the answer. And she'd say, gosh, Terry, you're being kind of hard. And I'd laugh, and I'm like, no, I'm not. Because I want you to be successful. And if you're not willing to go click, click, click and act like a teenager and find out what the heck is on This Is It team, you're not going to be successful, right? Now, I know that's some of you in this audience. I know it is. It could well be a third of the people in here. You came here, you spent all this money, and you loved it. And you're sitting there right now like, wow, I've never really done that. I knew, everybody knew This Is It team is out there, right? You all knew it. But if you've never clicked on that little hamburger thing, those 3 little lines on the computer, and discovered that downloads is under there, like, come on, right? So get your homework done. All right, next thing. YouTube channel. I don't know who puts that together, but you've got the best YouTube channel, so well organized, okay? And I think this person's probably watching from abroad, but I'm helping her, and she's telling me, Terry, I'm growing, and then she asked a few questions, and I said, are you going on to This Is It Team YouTube channel so you can pick up those little short clips? Remember shorts? She's like, shorts? Like shorts? I'm like, no. The short video. She didn't know what I was talking about. Well, that means I now know she knew about This Is It Team YouTube channel, but she's not leveraging it. It's the best YouTube channel. So why would you be interested in taking a business to the top, kind of like a doctor, right? We have the potential in LifeWave obviously exceeds a doctor's income, right? But that doctor, in order to become a doctor, has to spend all those hours in residency and sleepless nights and all that. And you won't even go study a YouTube channel? Come on, right? I didn't hear you. Come on. Now, the thing is you want to teach your team. Maybe you knew about it, but you want to be able to communicate this to your team. Am I over? Oh, good. I got 4 more minutes. So that's why I wanted to put flesh on these points, because it's how you apply it. So, all right. So if you're taking any notes, here are some verbs. As Steve said, Terry, talk about owning your business. Those things right there, that's owning your business. It's got to be more than I can literally see the thisisitinfo.com website in my sleep. I know where everything is. Thank you, Renita Brandon. Renita taught me this, right? And but I can see it. So if I'm driving down the road and I have the person on the phone, hey, can you scroll down? Do you see that? Do you see that? Here's another example of why you need to know what's on there. My husband enrolled a childhood friend who's a go-getter. He's a good business guy. And when we were presenting to them one evening on a Zoom call, I did not know it, but the guy's girlfriend, who was there as well, she's working on her PhD. And so I didn't know it, but I just happened to say, as I was going through the website with them, it's like, for those of you who might want more in-depth information, we've got 15 pages of PubMed reports on GHK Copper. And that girlfriend said, oh, do you really? I love reading PubMed reports, and that's really going to fortify me, Terry, if everything you're saying is true. But if you don't know, we have 15 pages, 10 per, so 150. So my point is, just know it. All right, number one, value this enormous opportunity David has given us. That man has taken all the risk, and we've taken zero. Zero. I don't care what that new advanced thing or a premium thing cost. That's zero risk. Okay. Be ready. You never know who the good Lord's going to drop in your lap. Next person to speak to, you got to be ready. That's what happened to me. It's a really fun story to tell, but I don't have time to tell it. But I was ready, and it was fun. Next one, learn and use the tools for success, which we've already gone over. And then understand it's a people business. If you don't like people, you ain't going to make it. Okay, but if you like people, and if you're willing to help people grow and help your team not give up on people, I have seen so much personal growth, not only in myself, but in team players. I mean, people who maybe some of my brand partners just got so frustrated. I'm like, don't you give up on that person. Don't you give up on that person, because but knowing it's a confidence thing. If everybody had the confidence of Steve, everybody in here, what are you lacking? It's the confidence. It's like the cat's out of the bag, folks. The cat is out of the bag. All right. And then, and apply that tough love, which that's what I call it regarding the system. It's like, here she was, a doctor's wife, and I'm telling her, I'm not going to answer that. You got to go find it, because that's how you're going to teach your team. All right. You want them, because if you're going to be successful in business, nobody's going to spoon feed you. You got to own it. Right. And this is for me, I've always been self-employed. And that to me has been the biggest shock, is that people will say they want to take it to the top. They say they want this or that, but then they're not willing to put any or very little effort, or they want to complain. Because I got you figured out. If you want to complain about customer service, it's like, you know how long I was on customer service? Let me tell you how long. I cleaned my bathroom. I loaded the dishwasher. Okay. And I probably named 7 other things. And it was just like, wow, you know what? I wouldn't have had those things done if I hadn't been stuck on customer service. Right, Kenny? So, all right, my time is up. I hope that helps you, and take it to the top and grow. Be willing to stretch and grow and own your. Thank you.
Give a round of applause for Terry Beatley, Senior Presidential Director. Great words of wisdom. Use the thisisit.com website. Know the site, know the tools, and you better love people if you want to grow a people business. On your feet, give a big round of applause and welcome to the stage Senior Presidential Director, Jay Atkins.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Can I get a good morning? Thank you. Hey, listen, before I start, this is what I want to do. I want everyone on their feet right now for me, please. Everyone on the feet. Listen, what Steve and Gina do with this is a lot of work. They're building a business, and then they're doing this for us. They do a lot of work. This is not easy. There's a lot of planning, all these things that they want you to come to. There's an immense amount of planning and logistics to make this happen. So what I want you guys to do right now, please, for me and them, in this whole hotel, I want this hotel to be like, is Maroon 5 in the hotel tonight? I want you to give them an unleashed appreciation, applause for what they do for us every day. Thank you, Steve and Gina. Thank you for having me up here. So, the last night after Steve and Gina spoke, I had a massive concern. I was like, the room is going to be empty tomorrow because everyone's going to get on a flight right now and go back and start building this business. I was really, really worried that no one was going to show up this morning. So listen, my biggest goal in this conversation with you guys today is that I want you guys to understand one thing. You have a lottery ticket in your hand right now. And you're going to determine the value of that lottery ticket. You're going to determine the value of that lottery ticket every day you wake up. It's completely in your control. And the other thing I want you to realize is that this product and you and you and you are going to change the world. Steve Jobs said that if you're crazy enough to think you could change the world, you will. And David Schmidt wants to change the world. He wants to change the world. And I think we have exactly what it's going to take to do that. So when I get off this stage today, I want you to know you have a lottery ticket and you could change the world. It's completely up to you. How big is your role going to be in that? Just because you're just a manager or a director, it's completely up to you. I stand here because I made a decision. It's that simple. You just have to make a decision. Now, what I want to teach you guys today is very, very simple. One, the most successful companies in the world have one thing in common. It's training. Keller Williams is the biggest real estate agency in the entire world, and they've never spent $1 on marketing. Not $1, because they train their agents when they come in. The Four Seasons Hotel. Anybody ever stay at the Four Seasons? Best hotel brand in the world. You know why? Training. The Ritz-Carlton, the second best hotel chain in the world. You know why they're the best? Training. We have a system, you guys, that you could plug into. The one thing that's broke in direct sales, network marketing, multi-level marketing, the one thing that is broke is training. Most people talk to the most amount of people the first 90 days in their business. When do you suck the most? The first 90 days of the business. And then after 90 days, you're like, you know what? This is not working. Because you don't know how to talk about the business. And then guess what? You're 90 days in, you're bringing people in, then you're bringing people in, then you're bringing people in, then you're bringing people in. You all suck. Because there's no system. What's here? We have a system. We have a system we can plug into immediately. So your level 15 generation needs to come into the same system. But you got to communicate with everyone. You got to bring everyone in the system so everyone has that same success. If you're not plugging into the system, you're never going to have success. Steve and Gina have worked tirelessly. You know why? They've been doing this for 45 years. 36. I was off a few years. 36 years. You want to do it your way, or you want to do it their way? I'm just saying, 2 years, they're at the top of the company. 2 years sounds like a long time. To be making what they're making in 2 years, there's no business in the world that you can start and make that kind of money. So train, get your people to train, let them know how important it is. Second thing that's really, really important in this business is you have to know exactly what you want. Exactly what you want. Not kind of what I want, but you got to have a crystal clear vision. I did this on the training call, you guys. We have a magic wand in our hand right now. It's called LifeWave. And I want you guys to close your eyes with me for a second. I want you guys to think of a couple things. And I'm going to come out in the audience. The first thing I want you to think about is, how much money do you want to make every single month that would make you feel like you're living the life of your dreams? You could drive the car you want. You can live in the house you want. You could put your kids in whatever private school or homeschool that you want. You could travel the world. What would that be? What is that number? What is that exact number?
40,000.
A month?
Oh, that's a week. Sorry. Better give it 200.
So 40,000 is $160,000. Okay?
50,000.
50,000 a month. Now, the next thing I want to ask you is this. The gentleman that opened up said $1.6 million is the recommended amount to have in your bank account. Does anybody know how much that would pay you a month if you just had it in a 5% return investment? Does anybody know? $80,000 a year is $6,500 a month. I've been in this business 7 weeks, and I'm making more than that. So does that what you want to live off of for the rest of your life? So the next number I'm going to ask you is, how much money do you want to have in your bank account? I don't see a time up here. Oh, there it is. I got to hurry. How much money do you want to have in your bank account? Next thing I want you to do is, I want you to think about, what does your dream life look like? Exactly. Now, this is the thing. If you have a dream with no plan, you have a nightmare that you're going to have every single night. So what I want you guys to do is, I want you guys to DM me at jaydkins3, JAYADKINS3 on my Instagram, what your numbers are, because that's called accountability. When you're going to do something, you tell everyone. You tell your kids, you tell your wife, you tell your best friend, you tell your neighbors, you tell everyone what you're going to do. This is what I'm going to do with this business. Last night, when I met David for the first time on stage, he gave me an award. You know what I said to him? You guys heard me talking to him. I said, I'm going to help you change the world. Watch. I promise. Because when you tell people you're going to do something, you're committed. And now you have an accountability partner, because David's not going to forget what I told him. And if I don't live into that, I lose all respect. So the next thing that I want to talk to you guys about is, I'm going to tell you how to share this business in the next 2 minutes. This is how I do it. I ask people how they feel. Now, one of two things is going to happen. They're going to tell me they're tired. They're going to tell me they don't have energy. They're going to tell me they don't feel that good. Or they're going to tell me they feel great. And the next thing that's going to happen is they're going to ask me how I feel. And then I'm going to tell them, I've never felt better. But if they tell me they're tired, I'm going to say, you're tired? Like, what, you're not getting enough rest? What's going on? Oh, man, I'm just working crazy. And then I'm just like, have you ever heard of this thing? What is that? Wait, are you serious? Where have you been? This thing has changed my life. I have more energy, more mental clarity. I have no pain in my body. I feel better than I've ever felt in my entire life. I cannot believe you've never heard of this thing. And because I don't have time, I'm not going to share the testimonials that I share, because it takes me about a minute to share a little boy that was eating through a feeding tube, and 3 days after he put the patch on, he ate food for the first time in his life. And they're like, how do I get it? Oh my God, it's so simple. You can get it one of three ways. You could buy it retail for $150 a month, but nobody does that. Or you could buy it wholesale with an auto ship for $99 a month. Or you could share it like I'm sharing it and make a business out of it. Which one sounds best to you? Because things are about choices, you guys, in life. I meet people where they are, not where I want them to be. Because I just want you in my orbit. If you just want to be a customer, cool. Because I'm going to follow up with you and be like, how's the patch doing? Oh my God, I feel amazing. You want to get it for free? You want to make money off of it? So I don't want to force them in. So 22 seconds. Wow, it's a short amount of time. So I'm going to leave you with this. The most important thing you guys can do in this business is discipline. There's two really big pains in your life, discipline and regret. Discipline is hard. Regret's heavy. If Steve and Gina can do it, you can do it. If I can do it, you can do it. Don't have the regret in your life. My two takeaways from this event was from the couple from Dubai. It's our social responsibility to share this patch. And my second takeaway is David Schmidt is the freaking Steve Jobs of wellness. Do not miss this opportunity. Do not miss this opportunity, you guys, because other people are going to take it. I'm going to take it. Are you going to come with me or not? So listen, one thing before I leave, I just want to do one thing, because this is what I want to do. This room right here, what I see is that we make a crater in this universe. A crater, not a dent, a crater. And what I want to do is do it with you. So I'm going to go on my social media right now, and I want you guys to chant louder than you've ever chanted in your entire life, with all of the authenticity and conviction that you've ever had in your entire life, that we're going to let's make a crater. I want you guys to stand up in your seats, and I want you guys on the count of 3, louder than you've ever said anything in your life, let's make a crater. On the count of 3, louder than you've ever been in your entire life, let's make a crater. Let's make a crater. Let's make a crater. Let's make a crater. I love all you guys. Thank you so much.
Let's give a round of applause for Jay Atkins. Stay on your feet. Welcome to the stage, Elite Senior Presidential Director, Andy and Mandy Hosier.
Right. That's cute. It's actually Mandy with a Y, but that's okay. I love that. All right. Well, we are excited to be here with you guys. I honestly do believe that Steve and Gina might be wearing a different patch, right? Because I can't move like Steve. I can't shout like Steve or Gina. But I hope today that I'm kidding, we connect with you guys in some way. We're going to train you up today on a little bit of the fundamentals of senior director. So real quickly, stand if you are not yet a senior director or above, obviously.
Right.
Look, okay, this segment is for each and every one of you. Now remain standing, and those of you who don't yet have senior directors underneath you, stand up. Because you are building. This is either for you personally or for the team that you are building. So this is for you guys. All right, you can go ahead and take a seat. This is an opportunity for you to build your team. And anyone that's not, is there anyone in the room, you can do this by show of hands, anyone in the room not feel like you're not yet where you want to be in this business? Not where you want to be. Okay. Well, I believe that it's because you don't yet have possibly these 2 things: a sense of urgency and resolve. You maybe don't have resolve in the product, this business, or the plan in which to get there. So I hope that this weekend, we hope that this weekend, and especially today, that you get solid, you get resolve in those aspects. We should all believe and have total resolve that this product is the real deal. There is no question. There should be no question in your mind ever that this patch doesn't work. It works every time, in time. This business, you're hearing today, and you've heard all weekend, if you've been here all weekend, that this business works if you work it. So we're going to give you a few things to help you work it even better and even faster, and that there is a plan. But what the danger of you sitting in this room today, and I've been there, is that you're thinking, gosh, nobody's giving me step by step, or nobody's giving me exactly what I need. Well, I want you to open your heart, because you need to catch something. You might not be being taught everything you think you need to be taught, but it's in the air, and you have to catch it. So you have to open your mind and your heart. If you were here this weekend, hopefully that's already happened for you. But it's here, and we're excited to share a little more with you.
That's right. So, good morning. So, this is a rhetorical question. How many apples do I have in my hand? Don't answer. We're going to come back to that question here in just a minute. Now, my friend John Credelli had a great, we were talking yesterday. He had a great message. He said, you can count the seeds in the apple, but you cannot count the apples in a seed. Anybody have an apple tree in their yard or grow up with an apple tree in their yard? So here's what happens. An apple falls off the tree. It hits the ground. The seed hits the ground, and it grows a new tree that produces a lot of apples. And that tree has a lot of apples that fall on the ground, produce the seeds hit the ground, and they produce even more trees. You see, this one apple could be an unlimited, infinite amount of trees and amount of apples. Well, the building blocks of this business are the exact same way. Tony, would you mind? Oh, sorry. There's a reason why I play golf, by the way, and not baseball. Okay, so the foundation of this business, the seed of this business is built on manager. And manager, as you can see on your screen, so if you're not yet manager or if you just hit manager, now I'm going to give you a confession. What I love about manager is it's easy to hit. What I dislove about manager is it's easy to miss. Anybody had that experience where you go, I once was a director and now I'm not? Right? And so generally what happens is we want to build this rock solid foundation, which is our very first seed. And the seed is really built on our manager. Now, if you notice, I love that Steve mentioned it's the same blueprint. They just changed the name. So instead of silver, it's called core. All right. So, and for us to rank up to manager, we have to be advanced. Because it used to be called gold, now it's referred to as advanced. We have to accumulate enough points, either from our own order or from customer orders. But listen, we don't have time. I don't want to wait for that tree to grow, to drop a seed, to create a new tree, to grow another apple. I don't have time for that. You don't either. Especially knowing that we have 72 days until 2025. These events that you just saw, the upcoming events that are happening, the live broadcast from Las Vegas, it's going to be unbelievable. We want you to capitalize on that. So we've got to master, how do I get to manager, right? And it's very simply 2 people on my left, 2 people on my right, and silver used to be called what? Or silver's now called, core. So we call it the core 4. You need your core 4. Let's go get your core 4, 2 on your left, 2 on your right. That's the building blocks of this business, okay? And we don't want to wait for the tree to hit for the apple to hit the ground and grow another tree. We want to do that right now. So another thing that we like to share with people is we say manager by Monday. Just as a very simple philosophy. Like if you get started today, I mean, how long does it take to hit manager? An hour? How long does it take to make 4 phone calls? Just as simple. Like Jay, it was amazing. Like I could reach out to 4 people right now, my mom, my sister, and 2 friends, and I got my core 4. Now all of a sudden I'm manager. We can hit that building block as fast as we decide to hit that building block. Okay. So that's the seed and the foundation. Now, if you notice, if we go to the next slide, please, or actually, I'm sorry, let's stay here real fast because the points, a core order is 180 points. So that's why we focus on core 4. Now, LifeWave has given us a benefit. You see somebody that gets started and they're just trickling along, being loyal on our customer, they could hit that 180 mark at some point. But don't get confused that we're not waiting for the tree to grow to eat an apple. We want to go right now. That's why we focus on the core 4. We accumulate enough points to help people hit manager and do it very, very quickly, ideally by Monday. Okay. Now, if we take next week, if I hit manager by Monday, well, next week, what do? I hit director. That's our very next slide, which is effectively all I'm doing is just helping 2 people duplicate that same thing. So imagine if I planted an apple in my front yard and I planted an apple in my backyard, right? That's our 2 teams, left and right. In this room right now, we got the right team over here and the left team over there. That's it. Now, your sponsor is going to be adding to one of those teams, like right here in the middle. And so your sponsor's contributing either to your left or to your right. It's a bonus. But listen, you don't fill up this section because of your sponsor. We do it. Steve's going to talk about the 2020 strategy later, and that's really the power behind, okay, what if I plant an entire orchard worth of apple seeds? Because I want a big harvest, I need to plant a lot of seeds. And that's really the foundation of hitting directors. Now we're duplicating manager. We're helping somebody get their core 4 on our left team and helping somebody get their core 4 on our right team. You guys following this so far?
And don't worry about where you are on somebody's team. We met a couple this weekend that just came up to us because they've maybe seen us on a Zoom. I'm not even sure if they're part of Steve and Gina's team, but they were like, we don't have help. We hit manager and there's nobody above us that's working. And that might be you, but it's probably not because everybody in here is working. So you can find somebody that's working and that leadership does rise. But if you're on the inside of an inside leg and you might not be getting that assistance, you build it anyway. You build it strong because it's your team. It's your business. It's the ownership that you're going to take wherever you fall in somebody's organization, whether that person is helping you directly or not, you're going to help people. You have to make that decision to build a business that might be this large one day. And that's exciting because it's going to impact a lot of lives.
That's right. Okay, so director is really the beginning of duplication. All we did is we took that simple building block of manager and we just duplicated it. We did it once again on our left, once again on our right. Now, the most beautiful thing about this business is, if we go to the next slide, is senior director is the absolute foundation for everything else. Everything. And guess what? This is when we're taking that duplication idea and we're duplicating now, helping somebody hit director on our left team and director on our right team. Can I help someone begin to build duplication on my left team and someone begin to build duplication on my right team? Now, anybody stay in the tower while you were here? Yeah, I don't know what the top floor was. Ken told me there was a restaurant there that, Sear, he said was amazing. He's buying lunch, by the way, later. By the way, Ken Burke and Diana Burke, thank God for these two. I love Ken and Diana. We were at an event and I overheard him talking to my buddy Kevin about how much better he was recovering. And I was walking by and I go, what? What are you talking about? He didn't know I had a shoulder injury for 14 months. He didn't know that day I was going to buy products out of his car, like, you know, making sure nobody... making sure we didn't get in trouble. He didn't know that we were every single month going, uh-oh, it's house payment time. He had no idea. But he shared his story, and so your story is the ultimate seed, by the way, to create a harvest. Yes. Thank God for Ken and Diane. Okay, senior director now is the foundation that you can build as big as you want to build. So if I'm staying in the tower, how many of you guys know that tower has got a massive concrete foundation with steel girders and rebar? I mean, it is solid. That's the only way that they could build 15 or 18 stories high. Well, our foundation in this business is senior director. And here's the deal, is that you going senior director in the next 72 days, I want that rock solid foundation before we flip the switch on 2025. And I think you guys do too, right? Yeah.
That's right.
Yeah, I went off script. Okay. Sorry, got excited. All right, so this foundation is the key. For you, for me, we have to go home and commit to this standard that I will not walk into 2025 without this foundation in place. You see, there's dreams, and then there's goals, and then there's standards. And we operate our life based on the standard that we accept, not the dream and not the goal. So if we have that standard in mind that I'm going to go home and do what it takes, I'm going to go home and talk to 3 people a day. I'm going to patch 3 people a day. I'm going to follow up with 3 people a day. I'm going to leverage these beautiful Zoom events that I can plug into from my living room, which is amazing. All I have to do is we're the engine that invites people. You and me. We don't have to design the products. We don't have to worry. We don't have to hire and pay Colton to run the manufacturing facility. We don't have to do any of that. Our job is inviting. That's it. And so we get a chance to go home and leverage the next 72 days. I want to encourage you to adopt a standard that I will not walk into 2025 without being senior director or higher, because you could take advantage of next year in a huge way.
That's right. And here's an example of a standard that you may want to employ in your business is everybody believe that the wearing the patch every day is important? Well, what if you had to talk to somebody about the patch today to wear the patch tomorrow? Because it's worth sharing, right? If you're here today, you're wearing it and you're sharing it, and it is that important. So that is a standard that you can put in place in your business, and it could change the course of your business and where you are. So our time is up, but we want to give a couple of things away. So who that is not yet a senior director needs this in their office? Come up here, get up here. Benefits of being in the front row. A tag. We got 2 tags.
Oh yeah, 2 tags.
Named who wants senior director on their name tag. Here we go.
There we go.
One more. Go, senior director.
There we go. All right.
Let's give a warm round of
let's do it.
applause for Elite Senior Presidential Director Andy and Mandy Hosier. Rise to your feet. Welcome our next amazing speakers, Elite Senior Presidential Director Ken and Lynn Robinson.
Woohoo! Good morning, as we're ending it up this morning. Again, we are Ken and Lynn Robinson of Atlanta, Georgia, and this has been the most incredible event that I have been to, and I hope everyone is enjoying this time. But because we're on such a limited time, I just wanted to share with anyone that we're going to be explaining to you on owning your business. And the reason that's important is because not only I have been Ken's biggest supporter in all of his business endeavors. And so I've always been in the in the background for the most part. But today, and now being part of this LifeWave business, I'm stepping out. So now I'm doing more. I'm coming up on stage and I'm speaking to everyone and I'm getting out of my comfort zone because this is it. And this is doing so much for me individually. So with all that being said, I'm going to allow Ken to go ahead and take care of this stage for me today so that I can continue learning and be on and take my notes.
Awesome. Thank you, baby. Hey, look, guys, I want to tell you, she would never have done this, months ago. So this is incredible. Give her another round of applause. And it's all about growth. It's tough, when you want to accomplish something and you're not really there mentally and you got to grow. Growth is hard. I mean, and I love. What I think Hobby said, you can make money or you can make excuses, but you can't make both at the same time. So taking ownership in your business is so important. And the story, I can relate to this. I'm an engineer by education. I was in the construction business prior to LifeWave and now. And, I remember years ago when I first saw this industry as an engineer, I don't want to sell nothing. Sell it, man. You guys are out there selling this stuff, making money, but that's not me. That's not me. And you know what I figured out? My mentor taught me this. He said, well, Ken, what do you want? I want this, I want that, I want that. Have you got it yet? No. So if being who you are can get you what you want, you would already had it. So either change who you are or change what you want. And I had to change who I was. Now, I didn't change my personality and become a different person. I developed more skill sets. See, and that's where I think a lot of folks, they miss the boat, man, because, they're looking for something to just happen without them changing. You got to be the change. And I'm going to tell you what I've learned. Small changes in skill set can create huge changes in income. And so you don't have to become uh-oh, am I going the right way? Uh-oh, what did I do? See, you don't have to be smart to do this. All right, here we go. So hit the green button, right? Ultraman. I'm hitting it, nothing's happening. So anyway, all right, let's get down to it. All right, because I'm running out of time. Guys, in being, taking ownership of your business, you got to understand certain concepts. See, a lot of times I'm gonna tell you for me, I invited my way to supplemental income in this industry. What I'm about to tell you right now, you don't have to know this if you just want to make a little bit of money. I mean, and I'm gonna tell you something, I've never seen in this business, I've been around this industry for three decades, I've never seen a company or a product that has produced more people making supplemental income across the board than I've ever seen. I'm not talking about people getting rich. How about getting out of debt, right? How about some extra money for vacation? I've never seen people making $5,000, $500,000 that other companies, they couldn't sponsor anybody. But people are coming on board. Customers coming on board. People are seeing checks coming in every single week. How many people have made money with LifeWay? Raise your hand. See, that is unusual. Don't think that's normal in network marketing for all these people to raise their hands. I'm telling you guys, we got to have something incredible, but you got to understand, in network marketing, you don't have to know what I'm going to tell you right now to make that supplemental money. But if you want to make generational money, you're going to have to learn some certain concepts. And one of the things that my mentor taught me is when you're watching your business, there's 3 phases of momentum. There's create, sustain, advance. If you're taking notes, guys, sorry, we don't have screenshots for you here. No, we don't. So don't worry about it. So create, sustain, advance. What does that mean? Well, when you first get started, you're cracking that shell. You're going out talking to people. You're like, man, is this going to work? But you're making phone calls. That's called creating that momentum. Now, on a smaller scale, we're going to just say that creating momentum is you getting to manager. When you get to manager, a lot of people will sometimes see a stagnation unless you just flew right past manager to director. So your business will sometimes flatline for the average person that's part-time. And it happened with me, even with my experience, when I got my flatline started at senior director. What do I mean by that? Well, I got to senior director so fast because I was creating that momentum. I was making phone calls after phone calls, and I was like, hey, let's do this. And then after those folks start building their businesses and the reorders and the new orders start coming in, I saw a consistent amount of income. Anybody seen that before? You know, your business, it's called sustaining momentum. Now, if you want to break through and go to another level, you got to go to advancing your momentum. That's that 3rd stage. That's when your people now start to go manager and they start to hit ranks. That increases your volume and therefore your income. Does that make sense? Okay. So those 3. So what do you want to do? When you get, this is what you got to do. You got to, Anthony Robbins said this, and I heard this from him the other day. He said, focus where you want to go, not what you're afraid of. Isn't that powerful? Focus where you want to go, not what you're afraid of. So how do you advance your momentum in your business? Well, one of the ways is this right here, events. Events advance momentum. I remember when I first got started and I saw that sustained flatline, and I said, man, we got to get these people to another level. We got to get their belief to another level. So I called up my friend now, Mike Hernandez. I said, man, can you come do an event for us? He came down, did a Saturday training. That event propelled me to senior president to director. I'm telling you, events at that, not because, and not just me. See, in order for me to become a senior, I had to have other people hit other ranks, right? So everybody across the board that invited multiple legs to that event started seeing their business advance. Events advance momentum. Does that make sense, you guys? So you want to actually start thinking right now, the next event in your area. be it a Super Saturday, a home meeting. How many lines of business do you want in that room? I'm gonna tell you what I learned in network marketing. If you have one line of major production, you make money. You have two lines, you make a lot of money. You have three lines, you're gonna make generational money. You need 3 legs of production to be an elite. A lot of people don't even know that. All you need is 3 legs, but you can't sponsor 3 people and expect to get 3 legs of production. You probably got to sponsor at least 40. Does that make sense, you guys? All right. So let's talk about becoming independent. See, there are 3 stages of dependency. Okay, I want y'all listen to this now. Write this down. The first stage is dependence. That's where everybody starts. When we get started in a business like this, we're dependent on our sponsor to tell us about, how do you log in? What's my password? You're dependent on, your people to point you to this is a team. All these this information you need. So that's dependency. That's okay. The next phase is when you take control of your business. It's called independence. So the first phase is dependence. Phase number 2 is independence. That's when you look in the mirror and you say, you know what, if it's got to be, it's up to me. And I went through that. I was like, man, when I first got involved in this industry, I would not be able to do a presentation like this, okay, a training like this. But what I got great at is promoting. Steve talked about that, promoting other people and inviting people to see the information. So I became a very good inviter until, I'll never forget, I was at an event and I was one of the first people in that office. We had offices back then that hit a certain rank. And they called me up to the front of the room and they wanted me to give some advice. I had no idea what I was doing. I plugged into a system and I just promoted other people. I promoted people to talk to me on 3-way calls. I promoted we didn't have Zooms, but the equivalency of a Zoom, I would promote every week. I had somebody on in front of the business every week, but somebody else was doing the meeting. And my mentor told me something. He said, Ken, I see your business is going well, but as long as somebody else is holding that pen for you, they're controlling your income. Because I told him what my goals were. He said, if that's what you truly want, you got to do something different. Yeah, the system is helping you. See, there's 2 types of people in network marketing. There are people that use the system, there are people that are the system. And if you want to lead your people, they need to see you being the system for them. Does that make sense, you guys? Now, again, this is not for everybody. I'm talking about generational wealth. If you want to become a person that's at the top of this company is elite, you have to learn how to do an effective presentation. And that's what my mentor told me. He said, man, you got to get out of your comfort zone. And then I went home and I looked in the mirror and I said, man, he's right. All this edification I'm getting because I'm at this rank, they got me standing up and poking my chest out and walking across stage and getting trophies. I didn't know what I was doing. I didn't know. And he said, well, Ken, you got to be bad before you can be good. You got to be good before you can be great. Do something. And so he said, are you doing one-on-ones? I said, what's a one-on-one? He said, well, you telling me you're inviting people to these meetings and they're not showing up. Yeah, man, that's why my business is flatlining. Man, I'm trying to get these other layers going. I can't get nobody to come to the meeting. I went through my list. He said, Ken, stop doing the things that don't make you money. And I was like, what do you mean? He said, if you keep inviting folk and they ain't showing up, stop doing it. Go to take the presentation to them. I said, I don't know how to do that. He said, how many presentations have you watched? A bunch, man. He said, you know how to do it. You just scared. If you've seen enough of these Zooms, y'all can think about what we have. We have a slideshow. I had to take a dry erase marker and draw circles, okay? You guys have a slideshow PowerPoint presentation. All you got to do is click and read. That's all you got to do. Now, you want to get good at telling stories. Remember something, people will forget your name, but remember the story. So how do you get good at telling stories? Copy these stories you hear. Everything I say right now on my private presentations, I stole from some of these people on the front row by watching their videos, right? And I may mention your name maybe once or twice. After that, it's mine. I said it. Okay. So realize, guys, we have the tools out there. See, and I wanted a slide to pop up. If you can write quick, write down these 7 steps of a highly effective presentation, because as you're watching the Zooms, you want to write little quotes or information that maybe Mike said, maybe Matt or Kim said, maybe whoever. You want to, wow, that was great. Make it yours, and then put your own personality with it. Does that make sense, you guys? All right, now, I'm going to tell you what we got to do. Everybody in this room's got to do. We got to expand the way we think, all right? Because before I saw Stephen Gina's check, I didn't know where this thing could go. Then I said, wow. You know what it's like? Y'all remember when you had the little 19-inch TVs, right? Now almost every home has a big flat screen. Y'all remember when you went from that small screen to the big screen? I'll never forget when I went bought my first big screen TV. You can't go back to a 19-inch no more, right? So this is what these events are supposed to do: expand your thinking, so you'll never go back to thinking small again. And don't ever miss an event that you qualify for. Any training that you qualify for, something in your area. Don't ever admit, like the Rise Up a deal we got going on in Vegas. Man, everybody should have a virtual ticket right now if you're not going. Does that make sense? All right. Now, lastly, guys, remember this, and I'm going to leave you with this. Do y'all know that most multimillionaires, it takes them over and over again, failed business after failed business after failed business, and bam, it hits, right? No matter how many times you fail, no matter how many times you were wrong or you are wrong, you only need to be right one time. And guess what? This is it. God bless you guys.
Elite Senior Presidential Directors, Ken and Lynn Robinson. You guys can find Ken's slides will be on the This Is It Facebook page. They will be up for you to match up with your notes soon. Now give a big round of applause and a warm welcome to Executive Director Tony Boyer.
Morning, everybody. So good to see everybody this morning. What a weekend, right? Unbelievable weekend. If you are not fired up about your business, I question if you have a pulse right now. This is a phenomenal situation. And I want to talk to you this morning about taking your LifeWave business on a championship run for the rest of 2024 and into 2025. We heard Meredith talk a little bit yesterday about the characteristics of sports teams and how they relate to what we have going on right here. And I want to tell you this. As an athlete and a coach, I have been around average and I have been around championship caliber situations, and there is a significant difference. You in this room, sitting here right now and watching at home, are in the ultimate championship setting. Now, because you're on the This Is It team, and we are the #1 company in the world in momentum, and this is the #1 team in that #1 company, the sport I'm going to talk to you about is NASCAR, because we are built for speed. Now, in NASCAR, I'm going to give you 5 components that make a NASCAR team successful and set up for championships, and how that relates to you. Number 1, you got to have a team owner. Someone with a vision for the present and the future, puts absolute heart and soul into the team, gives the team the best chance to win always, is relentless in the pursuit of excellence and has blood, sweat, and tears in the preparation for this very moment. Your team owner is David Schmidt. The next one is the spotter. The spotter sits up in the top of the race and oversees everything. Oversees the race, makes sure that we avoid troubles. Make sure and tell the drivers when to slow down, when to speed up, when to switch lanes so they avoid accidents. And always does everything to put the team in an absolute position for winning that championship. That's our president, Meredith Burkich. Crew chief. Crew chief is next. Crew chief has the pulse of the team. They understand what's around them. Crew chief sets the standard for the team performance. Knows how to get the most out of every single person on their team. And determines the speed and the direction by which the team will be an example and win a championship. Our crew chiefs are Steve and Gina Merritt. Next is the pit crew. Pit crew is always going to be needed because the pit crew is there to make adjustments on the car, to change the tires, put fuel in the car, set it up for optimal performance on the track. That is your leaders, your sponsor, and your team. They are there for you for that reason. And lastly is the driver. The driver has to have laser-like focus. They've got to show up at events. They've got to be present in the moment and be ready. They got to use their talents to race to the front. They got to never look left or right at those shiny objects that'll come because you can crash immediately. You decide as a driver whether you're going to put down the pedal or you're going to touch the brake. And oh, by the way, the driver is you. Individually in this room, I'm talking to you. You are the driver. You want to touch that brake? Everybody will pass you by. You are on the This Is It team. You are out in front every single week. You're not only set up for a championship, you are a championship waiting to happen. And you know, here's the beautiful thing of that. You're so far out in front because you are driving the car X39. You don't have to, listen, I'm taking nothing away. I'm as blown away as anybody in this room that we have our water coming. We have the amazing products that are coming down the pike, but we have 3,000% growth with X39. Don't take your eyes off of your car on the road. X39 is what's going to get you where you want to be. When those products come, you'll be happy they did, but let's stay where we need to be right now in first place. Now I want you to do something for me. I want you to stand up if you've ever faced adversity in your life. If you're sitting down, you're either not listening to me or you're lying. Let me tell you something. John 10:10 says, the thief comes but to steal, kill, and destroy. So what I want you to do for about the next 5 seconds, 10 seconds, I want you to close your eyes and I want you to think about what has been stolen from you, killed, and destroyed. Everybody in here. Now open your eyes. You got a why. That's exactly what it is, because the enemy does that to you. He knows where we're at. He knows what's going on right now in this room. He knows that you're about to explode and do something amazing. And he doesn't want that to happen for you. But I got great news, because there's a second part of John 10:10. It's Jesus coming behind and saying, I have come that you may have life and have it to abundance. That is abundance in your health. That is abundance in your finances. That is an abundance in your dreams. The Bible says 365 times, do not fear. How many days of the year are there? Every day of your life, get up and say, I will not fear, because if you decide to be fearful, you're letting the enemy win. You make the choice. Do you want to live in abundance? Choose Jesus. Choose what you're supposed to do. If you want to live in fear, stay over here. I'm going to be over here, and I know this whole room will be over here, because you absolutely should be going after your dreams. My friends, you are fearfully and wonderfully made. You are not here by chance. You are not here to be average. You are a part of the fastest growing team in the fastest growing company. Act like it. Go get your dreams. I love every single one of you. Take care of yourselves. God bless. Let's do this.
Give a round of applause, Presidential Director Tony Boyer. In your seat,
Okay, guys.
when you got here today, in your seat, you have a card that's got a QR for the Vegas Rise Up and for the next level. These cards will be at the exit when you leave, so you can take them home to your team. You want to get these in your people's hands. Now give a round of applause for Steve Merritt.
All right, guys. Wow, how you enjoying them this morning so far? We are rocking it. We're keeping you focused. We're zoning in, because we want you to go home and finish the year strong. Now, we got a special guest speaker from corporate. He's our East Coast sales manager. He's incredible. He'll pick up the phone anytime you need to call him, anything we need. So you've got a team of corporate leaders that want to help every one of us win and succeed. But I love the fact that Geraldo lives in Orlando. He's all about the East Coast, but he's helping us. Here's what I tell Geraldo. Geraldo, you're in charge of North America sales, but because you got me, you've got an international business that you got to help us with. And he's like, no problem. I want to help everyone on your team win and succeed. So help me welcome East Coast manager. What's further than that? He's way above his pay level. Geraldo Durale, my friend. Come on.
Hey, everybody.
Tear it up.
Good morning, LifeWave. Good morning. This is it, team. How's everyone doing this morning? All right. Is it just me, or was this weekend just epic? Who was with us last night at the celebration to close out our 20th anniversary conference? Gwen Stefani, Maroon 5. Are you kidding me? I've been in this industry 12 years, and never did I see such a company focus so much on its brand partners, being able to bring in not only an incredible experience on the side of the event, but being able to help you see the future of where this industry is going. We have so many companies right now in our industry looking at us and saying, what the heck is going on over at LifeWave? And it's all thanks to what all of you are doing every single day. So give yourselves a round of applause. This is it, team. All right. So I was sitting with Garrett Johnson, our North America general manager, yesterday. Well, he's over US and Canada. And we were front row when Steve and Gina were up on stage. All right, is it just me, or did they just kick some serious butt on stage yesterday? Round of applause for Steve and Gina. Their dynamic is truly incredible. And that's the type of leadership that you have here at the This Is It team. I see a number of the leaders that are right here up front. And it's really this leadership here that had the vision about 2 years ago when Steve and Gina came on board, and they started bringing in some of their closest friends, people that saw the technology, saw X39 and said, oh my gosh, this is something that's going to revolutionize the world, and we're going to run like our heads are on fire. And in just 2 years, how many lives do you think you've changed? Mike Hernandez has 99,000 people on his team personally. 99,000. We have something in our hands right now, and it's up to each one of us to get back to our communities and share that message David has such a vision to improve people's lives all across the world, but it's going to be up to each one of you to make that happen. I had the opportunity to spend, prior to conference, we had an SPD retreat where we brought in some of our top leaders. A large part of that was members of the This Is It team that we were able to spend about 3 days prior to conference starting together. And what I love about this business is the relationships that we're building, not only from corporate, but within your teams. You're building some relationships that you're going to take with you for years and years to come. And I feel my role, one of my roles here at corporate, is to essentially be kind of that bridge between the field and corporate. I'm in meetings throughout the week, different things that are coming up, preparing for the conference that we just had. We would meet with our team on a weekly basis saying, what can we do to make this event even better? And I mean, just putting an event like this where we're at today is something that takes serious effort and really understanding. And Steve knows, right? We were just at Believe in July. It takes some serious effort to be able to put in an event that's going to transform you, to be able to go back home and really change the course of your business. And so for us, as we prepared for this conference, it was some serious work and efforts to make that happen. But now what I'm so excited about is our new director of events for global events. Josh Dunn joined us just 3 months ago. So remember seeing Josh up on stage yesterday? I've known Josh for about 17 years. And we worked together at 2 different companies. When I found out that we needed someone, so our former events director was going to be leaving, when I found out, she was no longer going to be with us, immediately in my mind, I said, oh my gosh, I got to call Josh Dunn. He was no longer even in the industry, right? He was working at a very large company. And I said, Josh, I am part of LifeWave, and we need you to come here to our company and revolutionize our events. So for those of you that were with us last year, let's look at last year, let's look at this year. Totally different, right? That's the direction we're going as a company, is we're always thinking, as Meredith says, we're not thinking about next year, 2 years from now. We're already thinking 20 years ahead. We've gone through our first 20 years as a company. Now we're thinking the next course of the next 20 years, and you're all going to be a part of that. So as a company, we're grateful for what you're doing every single day. We know it's not always easy, right? We know there are challenges that come up, but we know that if you put in that effort, if you put in that dedication, you will see lives change, not only for you and your family, but you're going to see, potentially hundreds, thousands of lives change because you went and you shared the message of X39, of LifeWave, with people that are praying. As we heard amazing stories over the course of the weekend, people that were praying to have something like this. And here you are standing in the midst of something that's going to change the course of our history as a community, but all across the world. So I'm grateful for being able to work with some of these amazing leaders. What you're hearing here today, you're hearing from some of the top leaders in all of LifeWave. So what I recommend you is, your memory can only last so long, right? So if you've been taking notes, keep taking notes, because you're getting some incredible knowledge. I look at someone like Steve. We talk, multiple times a week, right, Steve? And every single time I speak with Steve, he says, Geraldo, I just want to see my team win. So whether it's something that we need to fix or something that's going really well, Steve just says, I want to see my team win. So you have incredible leadership as they're working every single day to be able to see you achieve success here at LifeWave. And what event do we have coming up here in just in less than 3 months? We've got Vegas, right? We got Rise Up coming up, right? Rise Up. It's going to be an event that we're going to get 2025 started the right way, right? But what's important is, we're going to get the Rise Up in January, but don't wait until Rise Up to get started, right? Use that momentum that you're on right now. We still have 2.5 months until the end of the year. Use that momentum so that when 2025 starts, we get to Rise Up. You already have that momentum to get you going into the year. So
if you're, who's registered for Rise Up already? I'm just curious. All right. If your hand didn't go up, do it right now. Okay. Because you're going to set yourself already on that path, that mindset of what is coming for your business. But it all depends on you taking that action. So as a corporate team, our focus is 100%. What can we continue doing every single day to improve your experience as a LifeWave brand partner? We know there are challenges. We know there are things that we still need to be working on. But one thing that I've learned in the course of my career is when everything is working right, it means that the opportunity is gone, right? So we're essentially a 20-year-old startup still. I came over 18 months ago, as you probably heard the story during the course, or when I was up on stage with Jim Caldwell. In 18 months, I've seen us go from incredible growth and on the corporate team really trying to keep up with what all of you are doing every single day. But in 18 months, it's just been amazing to see just the team that we're building on the corporate side to be able to stay up and keep up with all of you. So you're doing an amazing job. This is it, has changed and impacted the trajectory of our company. But we know that we're just scratching the surface. You are changing lives every single day. But know that as a corporate team, we believe in you. I have a job that I absolutely love. And it's you know, I wouldn't have this job if it weren't for what we see you doing in changing lives. And I'm grateful for leaders like Mike, for Steve, you know, for Javi and Olga. You know, do you know that Javi actually, you know, we speak one day at least. There are times that it's twice a day, but that's the type of connection. I believe that you can have an amazing product, you can have an amazing corporate team, you can have an amazing field, but if one of those components is missing, the company isn't going to last. What do we have? We have an amazing product. We have an amazing field. We have leadership that is like none other. And now as a corporate team, we're really focused on giving the best experience possible for our brand partners and make this the best opportunity. David Schmidt, when I sat with him one-on-one, when I was going through the interview process, I was living in Portugal, everyone. I don't know if you knew this. I was living on the other side of the world. There's Portugal right there. I lived on the other side of the world. And when I sat with David and I saw his vision, I knew at that moment, I said, oh my gosh, I hope these people get the job offer because I want to be a part of the history of this company. Before X39, I didn't even speak English. I lived in Europe, and look at what happened 18 months later. I'm just okay. I spoke English before. X39 is amazing, but you're going to have to practice. If you want to learn a new language, you're going to have to practice. But I love you, Mike. Love you, Olga. Love you, all of you leaders that we work with together every single day. We're going to keep fighting for you. At the corporate team, our number one focus is all of you. All the meetings we're in, everything we do is, our mindset is all of you. And David is committed to this channel of being able to go and take our message to the entire world. So we're grateful for you. Register for Rise Up if you haven't done that yet. I will be there. If you can get there in person, imagine being at our event, you know, virtually. Must have been incredible, but do you think it's a little bit different when you're here in person, right? Rise Up, if you're able to make it in person. I know it's very limited, but it's going to be over at Eric Worre's studio. If you can make it, amazing. If you can't make it, get your teams together and watch it live. And we're grateful for what you're doing every single day. Get home and get to work. And I promise you, if you put in that effort every single day, it's going to revolutionize your business going forward into 2025. So with that said, what was that? Sí se puede for our Spanish speakers here. Sí se puede is yes, it can be done, right? In other words. But I love all of you. Thank you so much. We will see you at Rise Up and take notes this weekend. Thank you so much.
LifeWave East Coast Sales Manager, Geraldo Dorelli. I now need to the stage some of our international partners.
Okay, we got international folks, so they're going to announce them. Let's go.
All right.
Call them up.
From Portugal, Paulo and Liliana Alves. If you hear your
On up to the
name,
stage,
run
Portugal.
up quickly. Senior Presidential Director. From Australia, Tessa Tremaine.
Yes, Tessa, come on
From
up
South
here.
Africa, Lucinda Campbell and Chris Haddings.
Come on up.
From Puerto
International.
Rico, Hiramo Diaz and Mira Soto. From Portugal, Michael and Neely Rosaline. From South Africa, Mirella and Dees Westcott. From Spain, George Kadri. From South Africa, Candace and Eric Dundell. From Korea, Kim Yong-gil. From Australia, Misha Harding. From Australia, Mario Cabrera. From Puerto Rico, Nina Garcia and
Melanie, come on
Yolo
up with them.
Ramirez. From Poland, Anna and Andrei Nowicz. From Poland, Ruslo Zawinski.
Come on up.
If you're on that panel, hustled up as fast as you can. Steve wants to visit with you.
Let's go.
Give a round of applause, International.
Give it a hand to all these international folks that came. Okay. I wanted to do this on purpose because I wanted you to see all the people that are already starting internationally in the business. And I want to give every one of these, I want you just to understand what's happening. First of all, in this industry, there's a lot of things even more unique than I've ever seen in our industry. And then Gina wants to give everyone a high fives. He's fired up for all the international folks that are making it happen. What's very interesting is that these leaders have basically taken ownership of their business and built it in their country. Normally, if you're in network marketing, you got to visit them. I think I've been to Portugal. Omar wants to take a photo. Okay, we're going to take a photo. Okay, big photo. Ready? Let's go. Tell us when ready, Omar. International team. Let's go. 1, 2, 3. Yeah. Okay, guys. What I want you to understand is that now you're one person away. You don't know who you're going to call that's going to tear it up. It's amazing. I made one phone call to Mario, and he sponsored Tessa and Misha, and they totally have torn up Australia. It's doing more volume than Korea right now. Okay? It's the number one. Tell me a little bit. Tell me. It's the number one. What's going on in Australia? I know you're past Korea. Is there anything else?
We're breaking all KPIs in APAC. So we're hitting over 250% each quarter, higher than the month before. So we're obviously making some great changes. So they're watching us.
Give them a hand. All right. Now, I want you to get this because you don't know it. And I want you to start thinking bigger because when I say I want you to make money while you sleep, the longer you sleep, the more you make. If you're like me, ambitiously lazy, okay, you want to understand what's going on. Now, listen, I made a call to Mario. He sponsored Tessa, who sponsored Misha, and they've literally torn up Australia, passing all records. Now, what's very interesting is that Asians work like ants compared to Americans or Australians. But the fact that we are passing these people up like they're standing still is incredible and has a lot to do with our training and the way we keep it simple. Don't underestimate the fact that what I was saying, all right, come on, you're supposed to be up here, my friend. Come on, new elite, right here. She's an elite, Nina, all right? Say a few words.
¿Pelón? ¿Quién dice que le digo qué? It's Mayra Iram.
Okay, Mayra, fire it up. Say something. Say hello.
Hola todo el mundo. Hablo español. I'm sorry, not speak English. So you understand me, okay? Solamente le puedo decir algo. Le quiero decir 4 pasos. Usted sea producto del producto. Usted invite. Usted conéctese al sistema. Y te digo la 4ª, vuelve y lo repite. Producto del producto, usted invite, usted conéctese al sistema y luego repita los 4 pasos. Ay, estoy bien contenta, claro.
All right. See? Now, the only word I know is mucho dinero. So that must have got her sponsored. And Hiram, give Hiram a round of applause. And by the way, that tells you because she had her monk on, her hat on. I didn't know who everybody is, but they're SPDs. They're running toward elite because they're sponsors. All right, are brand new elites. Okay, so it's amazing. All right, so I love what everybody is doing. Now I want you to understand this. Okay, mostly when you have to, this patch, this X39 is so amazing that you don't have to go. You don't have to. I mean, you want to go to Australia to help them, but they took ownership and went and built it, and they were able to do it because it's so simple. That's very unique in our industry. Am I right, Paulo? Normally, I've been to Portugal like 28 times in other networks, all right? But here, I only been there once, and they're the #1 income earner in all of Europe. #1. Do you see a pattern here? Exploding. Okay, the #1 momentum country in all of Europe is South Africa. Okay, now I have to admit, my biggest competitors in my sport of skiing were South Africans and Australians. They love water sports, okay? And so I'm not surprised because they like to win. But think about it. How many times I've been to Australia? None, okay? Now, I'm not bragging on that. I feel guilty, but the fact that they took ownership and they didn't wait, that says a lot to them. Give them a hand. All right? Okay? But I did get up a few times at 5 in the morning, all right, okay, to help everybody. Now, how many times I've been to South Africa? None. Not yet, but you see, we're coming. It's just a matter of I really am blown away by the fact that with our system and the X39, keeping it simple. Now, if you start going down the route of the science and everything, that's going to take too long. You want to keep it zoned in and focused. Let's hear from a couple of these folks. But okay, give the South Africans a hand. I don't know, how many hours did it take to get here?
How many hours? Our flight was about 22 hours, but normally the direct flight will be 16 hours, so it's not that.
So 22, not that far, she says. How far did you fly? All right. Puerto Rico, all right, is literally crushing it. Am I right? Okay. Where's Michael? Is Michael here? Oh, here he is. Puerto Rico's crushing it. Okay. I've been there one time. The country is on fire. The company spent, I don't know how many millions of dollars to try to build Mexico, but with no office, the Puerto Ricans are blowing them away. Literally blowing them away. What's a very good word picture for you to understand is that you never know where your business is going to explode. Okay? You just keep planting seeds, and the people that want it are going to step up and make it happen. So let me just go down the line here. These guys building in Puerto Rico, they are on fire, making it happen. Give them a hand. All right? Anything you want to just say? Can you say one thing?
Sí, esta oportunidad no se le puede privar a nadie. Estamos bien contentos y agradecidos por la empresa. Estamos agradecidos también con ustedes, Steve y Mary, por todo lo que hacen. Mike y todo el equipo de Puerto Rico. Mike también acá. Esto es una bendición y esto no se le puede privar a nadie.
He said he believes in you and you can do it. Hey, South Africa, right here. Say a tip that you can give them to tell them they can do.
If you can dream it, you can believe it.
You can dream it, you can do it. Come on. I love the fire that these guys came all the way 22 hours to be here with you. All right. And to see this energy, they're going to take this back. Okay, guys, the products are being shipped in South Africa out of someone's garage. This is a true story. They know. I got a call one morning at like 5 in the morning, and I picked up the phone, and they said, Steve, the guy in the garage is not shipping the products. True story. Am I right? Okay. Because George sponsored all these folks from South Africa. All right. And I'm like, okay, what do we need to do? Well, the guy doesn't have a printer, or the printer broke, a few things that complicated. And on top of that, this brand partner is not on our team. And he's still shipping the product. So they're working on it. It's going to be, come on, because of what they're doing, give them a hand. We are going to totally take it at a whole nother level. But come on. Now, within like about 1 or 2 hours of waking up David and everything, we got the guy organized and he started shipping the product. Okay. But we handled it. We're like customer service. Am I right? We're helping everyone. We calmed everyone down. No worries. We're going to get your patches. The guy is going to, go get a coffee or something and start shipping out of the garage again. But don't you like that story? That's amazing. We didn't give up. We didn't buckle. All of us together like, Chris, we can do it, all right? All of us. George is like, yes, we're going to help. We're going to, encourage this guy to get back up there and start shipping the product, right? So, I mean, I don't know. Maybe he just got bummed out that our team just blew him away and he's got to ship everybody else's product. But point is that they're going to be taking it to a whole nother level around the world. But I love this startup feel that we can be part of a startup to make this happen, right? Believe me, Puerto Rico is waking up. LifeWave, they're on the radar. They're making it happen. Any statistics we need to know about Puerto Rico? Give Mike a hand. Come on, he's leading the pack there.
Well, according to what they present yesterday, we have like 702% up, and so we are number one. We're the smallest island in the world. We have the highest percent in growing the company, so we cannot complain.
Tell me. Come here, tell me. I want to hear what you're saying. They're producing more volume than Canada in Puerto Rico. Now, I like to say that because I got some great Canadian friends, and I'm not trying to poke at you, but maybe I am. All right? We're going to go do it because we're going to step it up, right? Come on, if they can do it, give them a tip. You're all the way there in Puerto Rico. Tell them something.
Well, the only thing, just share the product, talk to the people, and the patch will do the work. And like they say, you just talk about X39, and, that's going to take you business. When we started the first 9 months, I never used any patch, just X39. People say, how you do it? Well, we got a lot of testimony. We start making money. We start showing the people the money. And that's how we grow. So it's not, we don't have to talk to other patches. Just X39. That will make it.
Okay. All right. South Africa, give them a hand. Tell them your name real quick.
Okay, Merle Westcott. Okay, my advice, and
Des Westcott.
Okay, my advice, Harvey taught me well, Harvey and Olga. Be a manager making machine. Just make managers. It's all you got to do and help them replicate.
And I love the fact that all of these folks, every one of them, has taken ownership of their own business. What Terry Beatley, did she crush it or what up here? That was incredible information, Terry, right? So they're all have taken ownership, and we got to do the same thing. Whatever city you live in, you got to act like you're in Puerto Rico. Hopefully you speak English, right?
Hi. So I'm going to take it from, hey guys, I'm George from Mallorca. Surname is Kaduri, but George from Mallorca. So I'm going to follow on from what Steve has just said. So I live on a mountain on an island in the sea. It's a small island, big sea, and quite high up. So I've always said from a mountain on an island in the sea, doesn't matter where you are, just drive it from within yourself. Doesn't matter if you're on somebody's weak leg, no leg, whatever. Drive it from yourself, from inside yourself. And that's all you need to do.
Thank you. Thank you. And by the way, I'm on an inside of an inside of an inside. So I love that when you have to build it from an inside, you can teach your team to do it, and you usually make much more money. That's pretty interesting. All right, go ahead, Chris.
My name is Chris. My name is Chris Hatting from South Africa.
Lucinda Campbell from South Africa.
And we were the first SPDs ever in South Africa. Took us.
How long were they open there before you?
South Africa was open for 2 years before we joined 2 years ago. And, have you ever heard people say when you're talking to them and they've just signed up and the first thing they ask is there an office in so-and-so? Is there an SPD over there? Are there meetings? What's happening in those countries? When I found out that there was nothing happening, that's what excited me. I didn't care that nothing was happening because I was going to make it happen. So the advice that I would like to give you is get out of your own way and have no expectation on the outcome. Does anybody know what it feels like sitting in the chairs right now to have your back against the wall? Anybody been there? And it's so funny how time goes by. Any of the leaders that are making good money now talk to you and say, you're lucky. Have you heard that before? As Gary Player says, the harder you work, the luckier you get.
Okay, everybody, quick messages real quick here. Tell me your name.
Okay, Lucinda Campbell from South Africa. What I will say is, corporate said it can't be done. We've done it. It's done. It's only the start. In South Africa, we have a saying, 'n boer maak 'n plan. Loosely translated, it means the people of the land make a plan.
Wow. And these guys are from Portugal. Is Portugal fired up?
Yeah.
Okay, guys, these guys have only been just over a year, and they're already, it's kind of like what happened to Kendall in 4 months. With less than just over a year, they're the #1 income earners in all of Europe. Say something. Say your name real quick. They know you.
You are my family. We work with Steve and Gina. We work with Steve and Gina in the last 15 years. They are unbelievable. They empower. You feel this power. When you go out of this room, we need to run more. I'm here to take notes. I'm in deep respect in this room because what these guys are doing, it's amazing. So don't wait for anyone to motivate you, because we have the amazing leaders in this room, like Mike Hernandez, that this guy changed my life a few years ago. With your story is amazing, Mike. And for sure. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I really want you to feel this, because this is true. The things that your eyes didn't see it and your ears didn't really hear it is the things that God have to you. We are living this moment right now, right here. Take this promise for you and be a real testimony for the world. From this room, for real. Thank you.
Guys, I love listening to these folks. The reason why is you need this tenacity in your heart when you take this home, because they've done it with nobody around. They're basically talk about on your own in Australia. That's Tessa and Misha, other than encouraging each other, and Mario encouraging them. Go ahead.
Tessa Tremaine from Australia, country town in Australia, single mum, been by myself for the last 14 years. I have raised 4 adult children and I have 1 grandson. And it doesn't matter where you've come from, you can do this. Went to Mexico last year with some of the team and was so inspired by Steve and Gina and This Is It team. Went home and became an SPD very soon after, in February, March. And I couldn't have done it without beautiful Misha and Ken, but also our beautiful team. It's all about you, Australia, and we're going to change the world. Thank you.
SPD, by the way, new SPD.
So, Misha Harding with my handsome rock Ken. And for me, I would say that I know in my heart that there isn't a single person in this room that wouldn't walk over hot coals for their family. And one of the things I was praying for was post-COVID that we would have some sort of technology or something that would heal the world, because we need it so badly. So when Tessa mentioned to me, Mario just shared with her that technology is now here and that it exists, my heart lit up. And that's what I would say. If you look out at the world and take the world as being your extended family, what wouldn't you do? What hot coals of personal challenge wouldn't you walk through so that you could share this technology and so we can make a pivotal difference? The money just comes as along the way, but it is what we are touching the entire world with every day in what we do. The ripple effect is phenomenal, and your vibe will attract your tribe. And it's such an honor. We've got an incredible tribe down under, and we're really blessed.
Wow. All right. Come on. One more.
No, I would just say when Steve called me, I was praying, but I was mad that he was giving me an age reversing technology that I knew I needed. And he told me he was making a lot of income and the testimonies. So I was mad at him. I was mad at God. I was mad at my wife because I had to do this. So if you're here and you're thinking, I don't want to do this, that was me. But then I was like, I have to do this because there are people out there that need this technology, need this income, and I needed it too, right? So I built this mad, upset. I'm still upset that
They just did it. Congratulations. Hey, real quick, if you're an international person, stand up. If you're anywhere from international, just stand up. Portugal, somebody, anyone, international people, stand up. Give them a hand. They came all the way from whatever country they're from. Give these guys a round of applause. We got to redo a photo. Congratulations, Aussies. Congratulations, Portuguese, wherever else you're from. Puerto Rico, Spain. One more photo. Everybody, fired up. Okay. Thank you, everybody. Thank you. Okay, we got another special guest speaker coming up from corporate. He's literally laying out the red carpet for every single one of us to make this happen in a big way. And I was blown away by all the things that he's been doing to help our team win. So help me welcome the president or vice president of North America, Garrett Johnson. I might have raised his title up, but who cares? Let's go. You deserve to be vice president and president. Let's go. Tear it up. Help us know where we're going. All right. Garrett Johnson, give him a hand. This is a team.
All right. Well, this is fun. How many of you, I mean, we had an incredible night last night. How many of you got any sleep? Nobody? And yet you're here on a Sunday morning. How amazing is that? Now, normally on a Sunday morning, I spend time in church. Who else is, anyone? Okay, good, with the whole group. So is it okay if I preach for a minute? Is that all right? So one of my favorite songs when I was growing up in Sunday school, we call it primary in our church, and that's the song called I'm Trying to Be Like Jesus, okay? And it's something that I always loved singing, and I still actually today too. I have a 9-year-old who's still in Sunday school, and so we have a chance, and every so often they get up in front of the congregation, they sing, all the kids sing, and of course, they're not that great, but they're beautiful, right? Anyway, so trying to be like Jesus, I'm following in his ways. These are some of the words. I'm trying to show love as he did in all that I do and say. Is that important? And yet we have this opportunity, right? Jesus said, I am the light of the world. We have the light. Do you agree? So if we have the light and we're not sharing it, what are we doing? We're hiding it under a bushel. Is it worth it? Did you know, Jesus said, anything you've done unto me, anything you've done unto the least of these, my brother, you've done unto me. Did you know that's for good and for bad? So when we do something really kind and loving for someone in need, we're doing it unto Jesus. When we're telling someone off and telling them they're a horrible person, who are we doing it to? Ooh, that hurts. That doesn't feel very good. What if we don't share the Lifeway opportunity? What if we close our mouths and we don't talk when we have the opportunity to share it? Now, I have experienced, we'll just talk about this week. We had an SPD trip with some of our top leaders and had a chance to spend some time with them and see them in action. And can I just say, they never stop talking. And I'm saying that in a good way, not in a bad way. Every time they talk to somebody, every time they share anything, it just naturally comes up in conversation. It is not awkward. It just flows, and it's a beautiful thing to watch. And that's why they're where they're at, right? We need to be willing to open our mouths. We need to be willing to be that example of light. We need to be those followers of Jesus that he said, please share this with my children because we know it's going to help them. We know it's going to bless them. It is going to change people's lives. It's changing people's lives all over the world. And so it's our opportunity, it's our moral obligation to make sure we're doing the same. And it is making a difference. And when we look at the new technology, It's only going to get better, and it's only going to become that much more important. Are there forces out there that are going to be trying to stop us? How do we prevent it? We be the light. We be the light. We are the light of the world. We want to be like Jesus, as it said in the primary song. If we are willing to do that and we're willing to be out there, God will protect us. God will take care of us and will lift us and rise us up in ways that we couldn't in any other way. And I know that is absolutely possible. Did you know that David Schmidt prays for you every single day? What does that mean? How does that feel? That the owner of the company is actually praying for you every day. We pray for you every day. We want you to know that we love you. We're here to support you. We're here to take care of you. We want to make sure you have the best opportunity possible. Are we perfect? No, that's why we need Jesus, right? We all need to fix things and get better. But the reality is we're never going to always be perfect. And we know that, but the thing we hope you always know, that if something is broken or it's not working right, we're never going to leave it broken. We're always going to fix it and make it better. And so you have our commitment to make sure that we provide you that best opportunity. And that if it's not working the way it should, we're going to do everything we can to make sure it gets fixed and working in the way that it should. You have our commitment on that. So I just want you to know how much we care about you, and we love being your partners. We call you brand partners. You are our partners. We don't see this as a us versus them, or, this is partnership. And when it comes to our US and Canada sales team, which is right now consists of me and Geraldo, we are hiring 2 more. We're in the process of right now, in addition to a sales coordinator, which will also help us keep in line. But the reality is the future is bright. But it's only as bright as you make it, and only as bright as you are. We love you, and we look forward to catching up with you at the next huge event. There's so many coming up, but we love you, and we want you to know how much we care about you, and we're going to do everything we can to make sure you have the best opportunity possible. Thank you.
LifeWave US and Canada General Manager, Garrett Johnson. Now welcome to the stage, Elite Senior Presidential Director, Carl and Kathy Firestone.
Good morning.
Hey, LifeWave, this is it, team. How's everybody doing?
Isn't it incredible that we have 2 people from corporate here today? Do y'all know how exhausted they must be? But they are here showing up for you. It's incredible. Thank you, Geraldo and Garrett. We love you guys. So it's such a blessing to be here, to be asked to be honored to speak into your lives this morning. We don't take it lightly. Aren't you glad it's cold in here? So you're all awake, right? Yeah, ain't nobody sleeping in this room, that's for sure.
Great job, Kath. Hey guys, I'm going to mix it up a little bit. It drives Kathy crazy when I do this, so that's why I like doing it. I'm going off script right now. So I was listening to all the speakers, and the Lord just put it on my heart. Without him, we can do nothing.
Amen.
You guys agree? Nothing. I remember, I just love his boldness and his character, especially when he was in front of Pilate and he was getting judged, right? Pilate asked him, he goes, don't you understand? I have your life in my hands. I can have you crucified. And Jesus looked at him straight in the face and he said, you have no power over me other than that comes from my Father in heaven. Okay? So think of that.
Yeah.
Nobody else has any power over you other than what you give them and what comes from our Father in heaven. Okay? So you have to be bold in sharing him first and foremost. You guys, this is how we build our business. Okay? We gave everything to the Lord first and foremost. And when we did that, the results that came were indescribable. The compounding that came after we committed it to him first, we couldn't do this. What is happening in our business, we could not do this without him and his favor and his blessing. So I would just encourage you if you're struggling, you guys, we have struggled. Growing up with 4 sisters, my mom and dad were very hard workers, but it was a struggle for them. It was very, very incredibly difficult. So much month left at the end of the money, okay? And we heard these spirited debates every night between the beer cans crunching and the cuss words and everything else. It was very difficult as a young family. And I remember my father being so desperate. He was desperate for something to come along to help bless his family, okay? So anybody else in here been desperate ever? It's a bad place to be, isn't it? And that's how usually people are successful one of 2 ways. They're either desperate or they're inspired. So if you're doing well financially and that side's okay, maybe you just need to be inspired. And you got that today so far. My goodness, we could go home right now and light this thing on fire, can't we? I mean, but if you're desperate today, I'm speaking to you. You guys, give it to Jesus. Give it to Jesus. Pray for wisdom. He asked, if you lack anything, ask for wisdom and he'll give it to you. That's what you're getting right now. You're getting wisdom right now, and how to speed up time in your business is coming from all these leaders speaking wisdom into you today. So you don't have to go out there and have experience on your own. You want to speed up time and listen to what's going on here with this leadership. So it's powerful. So put in the effort that people are describing to you. This is called networking for a reason. God gives every bird a worm, but he doesn't throw it into the nest. You got to go out there. You got to go out there and share with people with passion and conviction and belief and excitement and a servant's heart and make it about them, okay? You have to work your business or there will be no fruit in your business.
And you got to do it afraid. You have to. We are afraid sometimes too. Our phones growl at us too. Does your phone growl at you? With big sharp teeth? Yeah, ours too. Do it afraid.
It's so true. So you've heard from stage, treat it like a business, right? Do we have any other business owners in the room outside of LifeWave? Any other business owners? Okay, you guys look around. Most people in the room are not business owners. So when you say that, they might not understand. What do you mean? Do it like a business. You may, if you're an employee right now, or you have that employee mindset, you may have to build it as an employee, which means you go to work every day, you punch that clock, go in and punch the clock for your LifeWave business. Build it as an employee until you transition out of that employee mindset into an ownership mindset, and the income will follow as you do that, okay? So just be dedicated and be committed to whatever time that you can put into it daily, whether it's an hour, 3 hours, you decide, but make sure that time is set aside for your LifeWave business and you are committed inside that hour or 3 hours, whatever it is, okay? Dedicate that time to your business and do it every day, over time, and magic happens, okay? So be consistent, very important.
One quick thing on that. What I heard, and you may have heard, I hope you all heard this too, from Nicole. Wasn't she amazing, the fighter pilot?
Oh my
Holy
goodness.
cow.
Wow.
Right? She said, and I'm paraphrasing here, but she said something like, when you're working your business, bring all of yourself to your business. We are all busy. Every single person in this room is busy. Every single person that you talk to is going to be busy. But when you are working on your business, when you are punching in, put every distraction aside. Don't work on your business and try to send an email for something else at the same time. Don't work on your business when you've got the news blaring in the background, because your focus is not going to be 100% on your business. Whatever time you have to dedicate to this every single day, bring 100% of yourself to that time.
Love it. So guys, if it's meant to be, it's up to me attitude is so important. If your business is going to work, you need to work your business. You can't look left. You can't look right. You can't look up at your upline. You can't look up at, or down at your downline and say, wow, It's not working because they're not doing anything. Take ownership, okay? It's so important. You have to take ownership and say, if my business isn't where I want it to be, then you have to decide, okay, what do I need to do? What do I need to do? Not other people, up or down. What do I need to do? So it's so important. Don't blame the upline, the sideline, the downline. Just go to the mirror and get real with yourself and say, if it's meant to be, it's up to me.
And there's the sheet to help you do it. Y'all know where this is? We call this the Keep Us Honest sheet. Because we're not like everybody who graces this stage today, we are just like all of you. Every single one of us. And there are days when we look at this sheet and go, oh.
Or we go, uh-oh.
Yeah.
Yeah, because this is our keep us honest sheet. And if your business isn't growing, it's because that sheet's empty. Take this sheet from the downloads on This Is It team and hold yourself accountable to your business. Get your upline involved if you need that, and make sure that you're filling out this sheet every single day, and thinking about it doesn't count. Okay? Thinking about it doesn't count. You have to fill the sheet out every single day, and it'll track. When you track the details and the efforts in your business, you can forget about the pin levels. They just come.
Yeah.
Okay? Those will come. As long as the activity is high, the pin levels will come.
Keep it simple. A lot of us are talking way too much. Way too much. And I'm pointing fingers at us too, because again, we do it too. Stay focused. You've heard it a million times today. Now you're going to hear it 1,000,001. I'm super excited about the water machine. I'm super excited about everything that corporate brought to us this weekend, but we don't have any of it in our hands yet. What we have in our hand is X39. 86% of this company's revenue is X39. Why would you chase 14%?
Did you guys hear that? Why are we going to chase 14% when we have 86% that's proven? Don't do it. Huge mistake. Huge mistake. The other stuff is coming. It's exciting, but we don't have it yet. Say word none.
Yeah.
Don't say it. Don't even bring it up. Don't post anything about it. It's not out yet. You're going to excite them. You're going to get them all jacked up, and then you're going to fail because you can't deliver it. It's not deliverable yet. Okay? So stay focused. Stay focused on what you have your hands on.
Yep. Use the system. Save yourself stress, time, energy, and money. Please use the system. If it's not on This Is It team, don't do it. Don't do it. We get calls all the time. What about this? What about that? Is that on This Is It team? That's what I ask. No, then don't do it.
They already know the answer, right? They already know the answer. So don't be a patch professor either. This is something we fell into the trap too. A lot of great products. If you're a patch professor or you're teaching the protocol promoter, right? You're going to slow your team down. It may be working for you, but what you're doing is making much more difficult for your team. And you guys, this is about efficiency, speed, duplication. Stay laser focused. Laser focused. I'm telling you, this is what we did, and there's a strategy. You guys, this is proven already. What you see, all the leaders coming up here breaking records in the industry and in the company. We're #1 team. You don't have to get creative. It's already there for us. So just humble yourself to the system and submit yourself to the system, and you'll get some of these results that like these leaders are getting up here. It's remarkable when you do it. Now it takes a little skill set, but don't answer the questions. I love how Matt does this too. When people are asking me a bunch of questions, the first thing that's firing off in what's left of this brain is, where am I going to point them? Where am I going to point them? I'm not answering the question. I'm going to say, okay, it's product question. Steve said, This Is It info. I point them there. They get the most up-to-date, the most relevant information on X39 from David Schmidt himself. Why would they listen to a contractor from Orlando when they can get it from the premier inventor himself? They don't have to. Don't do it. Okay, your friends know you. Get them to know David Schmidt. Watch what happens to your business.
Yep. Check yourself. We all have to check ourselves every day. If your business is not where you want it to be, look in the mirror. Look in the mirror. What do you need to change? You probably don't have to change much. A tweak here, a tweak there, right? Use your upline. If you don't know who your upline is, find out. It's like Toy Story. If you don't have a buddy, get one, right? Your upline is there to help you. So if your sponsor isn't working the business, find out who's above them. Find out who your senior presidential director is. They will help you.
It's
Promise.
funny, you guys. Kathy and I do this. Maybe you've seen us in the audience. Sometimes we do this all the time. We're cracking each other up. You know, for our appearance. You know, we're coming up to each other and say, "Hey, anything in my teeth? Check my teeth. Check my nose. Check my ears. Check my breath." You know.
No, but we're being serious.
Yeah, it's
right?
important.
That may be the tweak you need, is to just chew a piece of gum before you talk to somebody. I mean, it may be that simple, right?
Yes, and another random tip, right, is be the kind of sponsor that you would want to bring into the business, right? And be the kind of brand partner that you would like to sponsor, right? So wherever you're at in that equation, you know, just be the kind of person that is going to fit in good to the family, that is going to take ownership, that is coachable and teachable. And sometimes it's tough, right? I don't like to be told what to do either. You know, how long's it been? 30 years? No. But you guys, you understand what I'm saying. We all need a good coach. And we have it here with Steve and Gina Merritt. My goodness, what a blessing you guys are.
Yeah.
What a blessing.
Come on. They deserve another round. Come on.
Don and Sandy, our sponsors.
Yeah.
My goodness. The best in the business, you guys. Make sure that you're coachable and teachable. It is so important, and submit yourself to the system, and it'll speed up time for you.
Okay, we got 20 seconds left. Last
Let's
thing.
go.
Last thing. So y'all are here, obviously. How many of you wish you had more of your team here? Look around, y'all. Don't come to events alone, period.
This is what Steve, you might remember this. 20 years ago,
In a Waffle House.
In a Waffle House, we go big. It was actually, we stayed up so late after the meeting, it was the only place that was open. So we went in, he started drawing circles on a napkin, and I saw the compounding effect of this. I got so flat fired up. I was like, my gosh, this is the answer. This is the answer. I got so excited. And I said, okay, I'm all in. What are my top 3 tips? The first thing, without hesitation, out of his mouth was, Carl, you need to become a good promoter and inviter to the live events and the live Zooms. Same advice today? Same advice today.
Yep.
You
So
guys,
if you're not
big tip.
registered for Rise Up right now, you all got that QR code. Scan your phone, get registered right now. And registration, I believe, is now open. When we made this slide, we didn't have dates yet. August 22nd to the 24th. Thisisitconvention.com. You sign up first, so you can go to every single person on your team and say, I'm in. You're coming with me. We love you guys. God bless you.
God bless you guys.
Elite
Hey.
Senior Presidential Director, Carl and Kathy
And finally-
Firestone.
And finally, let's close it out. Let's give God the glory, okay? Let's give God the glory one more time. Jeremiah 29:11. For I know the plans I have for you, declares the Lord. Plans to prosper you and not to harm you. Plans to give you hope and a future. God bless you.
Love you.
Please welcome to the stage Elite Senior Presidential Director, Carrie Roberson.
Awesome. Well, good afternoon. How many of you are fired up? Well, you know what I absolutely love is that when we get to an event and from the very beginning through the very end, there is an absolute unified message. And I hope you felt that for those of you who have been with us all weekend. You know, it didn't matter which speaker took the stage, whether it was the fighter pilot, whether it was Jack Canfield, whether it was one of our leaders, they all said the same thing. And it was talking about you become, right? And being able to visualize and absolutely take control of the things you want. And so I feel like we need to do a little group activity first, though. And I'm going to need your participation. Don't make me call you by name. Help me out here, okay? So if you have shared X39 with somebody and they've told you no, stand up for me. Now I want you all to stay standing because the people still sitting. Okay, so these people have all been told no. Now, if somebody has told you that this is foolish, this is never going to work, you're not really going to make money, I want you to join them. Go ahead and stand up. I'm sure there's a few of you. Or what about this? What if you've told yourself, I'm not sure this will work? You can stand up too. Now, I want you to look around the room because I believe everybody's standing unless you haven't told anybody about X39. Right? So, because I want you to look around the room, everybody's still standing. See, that's the important part. Nobody died. So nobody's no is going to kill you, right? That's important to know because sometimes people are like, what if they tell me no? And I'm like, but what if they tell you yes? See, so I just want you to look around and go, I can do this. I can do this and I can do it at the highest level. So, all right, you can have your seat. Now, here's the good news is I didn't really actually come here to talk to you sitting in the seats looking at me today. I came to actually talk to the champion inside of each of you. I came to talk to the person that has potential. See, because too often we get in our own way and we don't let that person emerge. Because maybe we've listened to the people in our world that said, yeah, that's never going to work. Yeah, you don't really think you're going to make money at that. My uncle lost his shirt one time. We've heard it all, right? And so when I think about the person inside of you, I want you to remember. In fact, I love that many speakers have already done this. I want you to close your eyes for 1 second. And I really want you to think back to when you were a child, when that creative imagination flowed through you. And I don't care if you would go out and ride your bike or your go-kart or what you would go do if you go down to the creek and you'd fish. There were things inside of you that you dreamed of. And then somewhere along the way, we started checking the boxes of life called paying the bills, paying back the student loans, putting a roof over your family's head. And you've maybe forgot some of those things. And so right now, I want you just to grab a vision of what it was for you. Because you see, I know I had a really big imagination. I wanted to stand on a stage and speak in front of thousands of people. Well, who knew that was going to happen, right? Because you know what? The first time I got the chance to speak in front of 4 people, I wasn't very good. They turned into 8 glaring eyeballs that were as big as their head, and that scared me to death. And these were people I knew and loved. So I thought, how would I ever stand and speak to people? That's crazy. But I also had this other little dream tapped inside of me, and it was, I was Wonder Woman. All right, girls, where are you at? How many of you were Wonder Woman? But who had the underoos? Because that made us official. Who wore them to the Alamo? Only me. See, I'm grateful because my mother's sitting right here. I just saw her, and she let me wear my underoos to the Alamo. I was Wonder Woman. See, she didn't tell me that I couldn't be Wonder Woman. And you know, I didn't know how significant that little thing would be until I would grow up and I would get into this industry and I would begin to help families find freedom in their health, in their finances, paying off debt. And then I had a group of ladies that presented me with the Wonder Woman cape, and they didn't know I wore my underoos. But you see, God knew back then, you're going to do great things, and you're going to be Wonder Woman in someone's life when you grow up. And so as we just think about those things, there's a lot of different things that you were and that you can be. But I want you to know that too often, we've let the voices start talking, and we've listened to them. See, I almost missed my opportunity because how many of you have tried another direct sales company? Okay, good. we're in good company, right? We've all tried something. Well, I couldn't wait to turn 18, and the day that I did, I joined my first direct sales company. And I was there for 6 years. I didn't earn a lot, but I learned a lot. It was a time of personal development. I was in the shadows. I never talked. I mean, it was just one of those that I just knew that I loved what I did. I was a hard worker. And so direct sales appealed to me from a young age. I mean, I became a nail technician while most people were still in high school. I opened my own salon. You know, I think about hard work. We were never afraid of hard work. And so, but that company just it wasn't serving me when it came to finances. And because of that, when the next opportunity that I would spend more than 20 years of my life building did come, that little voice said, but you've tried that before and you failed, remember? And at that point, I did not have my health. I was 220 pounds, a size 18. I was living on a host of medications, bedridden practically. And here's the thing is, then the little small voice said, hey, you're not really a picture of health. Who's going to listen to you? See, it was all those little things, but there was another voice. And it was, you know, that's the crazy thing is that voice that's nagging gets kind of loud, doesn't it? But that still small voice said, pick up the phone. I've already sent you the answer you're praying for. Because when I faced my reality, I was on my knees saying, God, help me. And you know what? As bad as my health was, it had nothing to do with my health. It had everything to do with our finances. So whenever they tell you you can't not lead with this opportunity, we're standing here today and we've lived an incredible life because of the opportunity. See, when I picked up the phone that morning, I didn't say, I need you to help me with my health. You know what I said? I need $400 to $600 a month as much as I need air to breathe. Can I come over right now? That was it, because she led with opportunity. And so I just want you to remember that. People are praying for what we have. And so that champion inside of you, you got to let them out. You've got to let that person, who cares what the world thinks? Here's what I know is that you will never know what you're capable of until you open your mouth. And if that woman had not have opened her mouth to me back in 1999, I wouldn't be standing here today. And you know, the sad part about that is I just had a moment back there and I didn't know if I was going to share it or not, but I hope it's okay that I do because I think about this kind of thing. See, if I hadn't have said yes then, and thousands of families' lives wouldn't have been changed, then whenever we got here, you know, I think about the people who have joined us in this business, and I think about the children who have been born into this business in our lifetime. And standing back there for a young lady to come to me and say, thank you. Thank you for being strong with my mother. Thank you for speaking life into her. Thank you. Thank you for believing in her when she couldn't believe in herself. I just, when I left the room, tears, people stopped me and they're like, you okay? And I'm like, I hope you all have a moment like I just had. Because it's the reality is that I told her, I said, I'm so grateful for your parents, but you know what I'm more grateful for? That you, as a young adult, have made a decision to step in to this place for such a time as this. I'm more fired up for your future because I was the 24-year-old little girl wondering how to make $400 to $600 a month. So I just hope you get that because you're gonna impact a world of lives. And so as I think about words and how much they matter and what Jack Canfield shared with us this weekend about having visions, guys, you've got to understand that what people look at in their life is memories, places they've been, what they've done. This industry has blessed Rick and I to travel the world, step on every continent. We have done amazing things. But you know what? I haven't been to a couple of places that some of these people are from. And I'm like, oh, I'm going to Portugal and I'm going to Poland and I'm going, I can't wait because I think, man, you have got to see there's more out there. And so I want to tell you, go home and get a vision board, put it together, think about some things you want, the next level you want to accomplish, and then get it in front of you. I'm going to ask Bradley to put up a picture because this picture popped up. We knew we were going on the Greek incentive. We've earned 50 all expense and pay incentive trips. I wasn't staying home. I'm never staying home. That's how I got to Elite because I'm going to Switzerland. Listen, you got to have goals and visions. And this one right here popped up back in January. And so I just took a picture of Rick and I put it inside it. And I was like, I'm going there. That is a place I'm going. Look at that. Is that not just breathtaking? I thought it was incredible. And so knowing we were going to earn the Greek Isles trip, that's all I knew. And I knew that was in Italy, right? We were going to fly in there. Now, you got to see the next picture because reality's better. When we got to Italy, that was our reality. And I promise you, that's way better than that little picture I saw. And I think, man, but you know what? I saw it here first. And it got into my heart. And then God showed up with it. That's all I can tell you. And so you have to begin to speak things. You have to begin to share things. Because as you do, you are going to you're going to get all of your dreams to come true. Now, I got to tell you, because as they were talking about striking oil, how many of y'all heard what I said just then? Because some people are like, she said oil, and then others are like, is it oil? How do you say that? I don't know. Siri can't comprehend my Texan sometimes, and that's okay. So I hope you know that Rick could probably give you all the facts of J. Paul Getty a lot better than I could, but he's a rich, wealthy man because he struck oil, right? And so here's what I think about, though, is that's what I saw with this. That is what I saw with this. You have struck oil, friends. You've got to believe that. You've got to have confidence in that. You've got to walk out of here. And just like they said, it's who? Who are you going to share this with? Everybody. There's not one person that you can't share this with. I don't care how old they are, how young they are. Everybody has stem cells, right? And so you can take this out into the marketplace and you can share it with great confidence. And when I saw this in action, see, this was an answered prayer. So some people sit back and go, well, let me do some research. I usually use that same thing as, well, I'm pretty sure you've been praying for something and I'm here with the answer. I have that kind of confidence. I am the answer to your prayer with this because people are looking for help. And so as we think about that, you've got to have that boldness and that confidence. But with this, I'm telling you, you have it. And with the system that's been put in place, the minute that I saw the system of This Is It team, already knowing the power of this patch in just a couple of days, saw the system in place, I looked my husband in the eye and I said, we're going to earn millions. And he said, you can look at manager and that picture of manager and see that. And I said, oh yeah. Because doesn't everybody love 4 people? Let me ask you, when he asked you how long it takes to get to manager, your answer should be the next hour. Who are the 4 people you love the most? Let's go. Because here's the reality. When I saw manager, I told Rick, I go, we are, man. And he goes, how do you see that? And I said, because we weren't selling anything, but we loved 4 people. And because we love 4 people, we hit manager. And if that's all you do here is create manager upon manager, and I go, that's it. That's all I did is I ran in this system. I didn't deviate. And I asked every human that I met, who do you love? Who do you love? Who do you love? See, now you create manager and then you create the next level. You are the builders. We create managers. I don't care if they're front line, second line, third line, just keep going because that is what this system's made of. And you are going to win in such a big way whenever you do that. So I'm going to close with this one last thing. And I think I can probably speak for every leader in this room when I read this to you. This was something that I haven't shared publicly. Maybe everybody in the world needs to hear this. But I would think that your leaders want you to hear this. And so it says, I'm not here to help you. I'm here to help you help yourself. I'm not here to referee or to choose sides. I'm here to mentor. I'm not here to convince you or to sell you on anything. I'm here to share my story with you. I'm not here to push you or drag you through a system, but I'm here to link arms with you and match you step for step. I am not here to motivate you or inspire you daily to keep going. I'm here to help you build your self-confidence and to become self-sustaining. I'm not here to impress you or to solicit your likes. I'm here to let you know I will never quit on you. I'm not here to be on call 24/7, but I'm here to schedule and keep appointments just like a business. I'm not here to lead you on your entire journey, but I'm here to guide you. I'll show you the path and I'll eventually just get out of your way. I'm not here to remind you constantly that you need to develop a DMO or to set goals, but I'm here to help you develop your own and I'll teach you how to implement them. I'm not here to pester you or to harass you about taking the next steps, but I am here to keep in contact with you and I'll let you know I'm ready and I'm here when you are. I'm not here to recruit non-believers. I am here to train future leaders. I'm not here to feed you a lie about getting rich quick. I'm here to let you know that you get paid based upon your work performance. I am not your boss, but I am your employee, and you need to put me to work. I'm not here to fail. I'm here to succeed, and I'm here to help you do the same at whatever level that is for you. I am here. Are you here? See, I want you to understand something. Your leaders are not bothered by your phone calls. And people say, well, you're so busy. No, we're busy helping the people that want to win. The last thing I want you to say is on October the 19th, 2025 at 5 p.m., if you haven't shared where you're going to be with your leader, I encourage you to look them in the eye before you walk out of this room and you tell them where you will be. Because I looked Diane McDaniel in the eye and I said, we're not playing small. We will have 25 senior presidential directors and we will be earning $500,000 a month, October the 19th, 2025 at 5 p.m. You mark my words. Let's go.
Elite Senior Presidential Director, Carrie Roberson. If you haven't registered for Rise Up, get the QR code, get registered for the virtual. And if you have any desire to be in person in Las Vegas with the leaders of the This Is It team, you need to get your tickets purchased now. There are only a few seats of the in-person remaining. Get involved. Now, welcome to the stage, Senior Presidential Director, Jason Miller.
All right. Thank you, friends. It's good to see you all. So blessed to be here. So grateful to be here. I'll tell you what, can LifeWave put on an event or what? I mean, it's absolutely unbelievable. I mean, did you see Adam Levine and Gwen Stefani last night? I mean, off the chain. And when Adam Levine said that in the beginning he was sleeping with his buddies in hotels, I turned to my roommates, Tony Boyer and John Credelli, and I was just like, guys, we're just like Adam Levine. You know, we're just like him. I mean, we're getting going in this business. We're ready to move in this business. And I just couldn't be more blessed. And I apologize. Normally, we come as a set. It's a much more attractive package, but this is all you get today. And so I'm going to take you back. We've been in this business for 14 years. We've been enjoying it for about 11. Okay. So we've had a lot of success here, but we've also had the bumps that everyone has had. I mean, there's a lot of people in here that have had similar stories, and it's always the defeat, you know, and the ability to overcome that's going to define your life. And if you can do that, believe me, it's unlimited here. I've never seen anything like it. So I'm going to Tarantino this thing, because the good news is we're already succeeding here, and we're going to 10 times over the next couple of years here. And I'm speaking it right now. I'm speaking it right now because my wife, you know, I told her, once we get to $1 million a year, you're all in with me, right? And she goes, yeah, I'll do that. Yeah. We're doing this. We're doing this now. So I'm going to Tarantino this thing. I'm going to take you back just a little bit. We were both, I'm here to share my story, by the way. That's the main thing I've been asked to speak on. And, you know, traveling as a corporate employee, traveling in Fortune 500 sales, I was always on the road. I was always watching my girls over Skype. Do you guys remember Skype? Like 15, 20 years ago. I mean, Skype was the thing. It was before Zooms. It was before everything. And I need the slide, actually. There we go. So this is what it kind of looked like. I mean, this is what my world was back then. Now they're getting ready to go into college, and I'm getting ready to put everything that I make into college. here over the next few years because we can't somehow control that process. So, but I've got my girls here. And so little Marin on the right, you know, I was always Skyping in and talking to her, and Reese and Lainey. And, you know, you think you have the world by the, you think you got the bull by the horns in those moments, because I was sitting on a call, on a conference call with my sales team. And, you know, you can tell when something's getting ready to go bad. You know, you can tell if there's like you're getting ready to have a major layoff. I was working with a pretty good company. I thought I'd always been on an upward trajectory until I wasn't, you know, and that's always how it is. So at that moment, I can tell the call's going south, and I'm sitting there playing Candyland with my little Reese in the red shirt because she loved to play Candyland. And I had to jump up off the floor and take the call off speaker so that my little girl would not hear her daddy get fired. And that is a moment that absolutely changed me. It absolutely stayed with me in this journey. It's absolutely fueled us to build and fueled us for something different. And there's always a moment for somebody. There's a moment for somebody when you just had that absolute disgust. Guys, this was closer to 20 years ago than it was to 10 years ago, okay? This has been a while. And this is the thing that hits me the most even still. And they're teenagers now. And you know how teenagers can be. But this is the moment right here. Unbelievable. And then there's my little Lainey. Because of the blessings that this industry has given me, I got to hear little Lainey's first words in my brother's pool, only about 15 miles away from here. Hi, Dada. That's what she said. Those are the first words she said. And I never would have had those moments if it wasn't for businesses, not like this, but, you know, not this cool, this business. I don't want to compare businesses because this is on it. This is at the zenith. This is at the apex. There's nothing like this. I mean, even all the small stuff that you want, you know, I mean, we got the big stuff, the most important stuff, the product, the comp plan, the leadership, you know, all the champions that are in here, all the stuff, but they even put on an event and have incredible people coming in. I mean, it's just incredible. We found total time freedom in that season. You know, we were the parents that everybody knew at school, the teachers, you know, we were the ones always helping. I mean, we helped like every day. I mean, there was a lady that never smiled at school when she saw people, but she smiled at us. I mean, that's how much she saw us. Like, she knew we were there. So I'll tell you, and we were there for everything that was important. I can tell you that when I went into kidney failure and had to spend 6 months on dialysis, this industry saved me too. And I can't imagine going through any of that if it wasn't for opportunities like this. There's so many reasons to do this type of a business. So until 2019, things were good. But at that point, when you know, you've heard so many stories of people that have lost their businesses and those types of things, I just kind of couldn't find my way. And I know a lot of guys. You know, I was raised in a generation of men that want to provide and protect for their family. And when you can't, it just kills you. It just kills you when you can't find it. But we found it. We found it with LifeWave. And thank God. Thank the Lord for David Schmidt. Thank the Lord for Steve and Gina Merritt. Everybody that's had anything to do with us coming in, Varves, Finns, Hosiers, all you guys, blessings. I mean, all you former guys that I've known for more than the last 10, 20 years. I mean, I love you, and I'm loving everybody that I'm meeting. I'm so grateful. I'm so grateful. I'm so cottonmouth right now too, but that's okay. This business has grown twice as fast as anything we've ever done. If you'll just plug in, if you'll work the systems, if you'll just listen and hunt your leader. Your leaders want you to hunt them. They want you to call them. They want you plugging in. So if you do these things, you will find success. It's only a matter of time. It's only a matter of time, my friends. Too many people have gone dormant. You know, we're not stem cells. You know? You've gone dormant on your dreams. You're not stem cells. We have stem cells, We're made up of stem cells, but we're not supposed to always behave like stem cells. I mean, we can't be all the way out. You have to be in. You have to plug in and let this business take you somewhere. The fact is, people that can't be denied won't be denied. There's people that are always going to succeed, you know, no matter what they do. They've got the attitude, they've got the grit, and in my opinion, they've been through the stuff on some level. And I'm not sure whose this is, but what's that? Hey, man. We're like this. All right. Thank you for that. All right. All right, so listen, I only got another minute or so, but I just want to say that, you know, they asked me to give a tip. And my tip would be, gosh, guys, I mean, I just changed it. First, let's just say this. Do this. Do this like it's the last thing you're ever going to entertain. I'm not going to take a look at this. I'm not going to entertain the guy that's probably in my inbox even as we speak saying, hey, I don't know if you're happy with what you're doing, but if you're not, you know, like you get like 50 of those a stinking week. I mean, this is different. This is absolutely extraordinary. If you plug into this and you allow yourself to embrace this, it'll absolutely change your life. I promise you guys. It'll change your life. It's completely changed mine. It's completely changed our family. I just want to say, I had a couple things I wanted to say. There's some things that you're going to need to do more than once. You know, you might need to build it more than once. You know, I mean, for me, that's one of the hardest things when you put time into something. How many of you have ever built something up? I don't care what it is. You've built it and then you've lost it. You've built it and then you lost it. I don't care what it is. I mean, there's a lot of people that have done that. I mean, it's a lot harder than a layoff. So I try to empathize with people, and I'm not the best at empathizing with people, you know, because I'm always like, you just gotta push through, and that does work. You just gotta push through. If you push through, you can do anything. Lastly, if you want swag in this business, that's my tip. If you want swag in this business, you just have to be consistent. Consistency brings it. And I'm talking like, you know, we always talk about battery charge. You know, you got to stay plugged in. But even more important than that, you got to stay above 80 to 90%. Because when people are hitting you up with all their objections or just being rude or not even answering back, if you're 90%, that's not going to take you off the path. You're going to be just fine with that. So guys, God bless you all. I'm so grateful. I hope I can just express.
Senior Presidential Director, Jason Miller. Please welcome your next speaker, Elite Senior Presidential Director, Harvey and Verdita Monk.
Round and round, Verdita. Here we go. All right. Hey, guys. Oh, you nervous? Let me get that. This is what gentlemen do. Oh, my back. Hey. Hey, guys, I'm looking at this monitor, and it's got only so many minutes. Is that for me or both of us? It takes me that long to introduce myself. Are y'all having fun back there? Is it cold in here? This is the way my house used to feel before I got in this business. It was cold. Very cold. And it felt like this a lot when I came home with no money. It was cold in that bedroom. So I'm feeling real comfortable up here. And guys, all those guys that heard no, raise their hand. See, I heard, so don't worry about people saying no, they don't want to get in this business, because I get no a lot. No, honey, no. What about next week? No. So get used to no and go out there and do it. So this monitor is telling me to get to the presentation. Okay, so it's to introduce Verdita. Hey, Verdita. This is Verdita Monk out of Atlanta, Georgia. Give her a round of applause.
Everybody.
Listen, you guys, we're so excited. It's so great to just see so many faces. And that's what I like about coming to these conventions. We get to see all of you once again. So thanks for the hugs and just the warm words of encouragement that we've received from all of you. And so we're just here to share with you how to launch your business. When you leave out of here, one of the most important things you can do is not just go home and say, okay, I need to rest. No. Because do you realize that the most energy and the most excitement that you have is when you first get started in a business and when you come back from an event? And that is a fact. That is a fact. You see, when we first got started in a business, we really didn't even know we were going to do a business, to be honest with you, because the patch was offered to us, by our sponsor, Ken Robinson. And we just like to say my husband experienced what you call a one patch wonder. You know what that is. And you know his story. I'll just repeat it for somebody who hasn't heard it. He was one of those people that snored like a bear.
It wasn't that
about
bad.
10 years. For about 10 years, literally.
Wasn't that bad?
Not
It's a
only
TV.
that,
I left the
he
TV on.
Not only that, he had acid reflux. So with the coughing and the snoring and the choking for 10 years,
Or
all night
cooking.
long, don't listen to him. It's the truth. It's the truth. Can you just imagine being in a bed with someone like that for 10 years? And so
Yes, I can. I
So
felt
that
good
night-
being me.
So the very first night, listen, this is the truth. He stopped snoring. He stopped snoring. And so what happened with us, it wasn't so much, oh, let's go build this business. I'm just being honest, because I was extremely busy with my business. He was extremely busy with his business. We weren't looking for another business, right? So we just said, oh my God, we just started telling everybody around us. And then our sponsor, he's pretty diligent and sending us a text, get on this call, get on this. And so we started hearing this stuff, and it would just happen. We just started I'm just trying to give you an example of what happens when you're excited. And so we didn't wait because we were in Milwaukee visiting his parents. We didn't even know anything about this. And so we didn't wait till we got back home 6 days later.
That's
Guess
good,
what?
Brigitte. But those that story taken away from your
Well,
minutes.
I'm
You need to get to
pointing-
the slideshow because I got to talk.
No, but so what I'm trying to say is this. If you get started right away and don't try to feel like, okay, let me get my response, let me see how the patch works for me or whatever. Just be excited about what you heard. Be excited about what happened to somebody else. I was excited by what happened to him, but it also affected me because now I could get some sleep.
And
okay?
got more money.
Yep. So now.
Yep.
So
Got
the
that money.
first thing you want to do, you guys, is this. You want to launch your business. You don't want to just do it, just talk to one person at a
Brigitte,
time.
excuse me, y'all. We're live, right? You got the button to push the buttons for the
Oh,
slideshow.
thank
Yeah.
you.
Mhm.
All right.
You ain't got to be smart to make money.
All right. I'm reading my notes. All right. So you want to launch your business. And I just, like I said, start sharing as soon as you enroll or when you get back home. If you haven't taken off like you should with your business, use this event as an opportunity to launch your business again. Okay, you can start all over again. We're going to start all over again. Okay, seeing all these people up here, all these elite SPDs, we got work to do. All right, so now you can either, we encourage people to schedule a Zoom only because, like, say if I talk to my sister and I talk to my cousin and I talk to a friend, and they don't have to be, they could be people that are very, very close to you. Just say, hey, can you jump on this call? Because to be honest with you, we didn't know what to say. The only thing we knew to say was his testimony, right? We didn't know enough to say something. So we said, listen, can you jump on this call in about 2 hours? Just like that. It literally happened just like that. And so I tell people, launch your business as quickly as possible. You could very possibly get to manager on the very first call. Literally. It doesn't have to be a lot of people because it may take you a long time to get to 25 or 30 people. Now, you take those few people that you just brought on board and you just keep adding on, and then they'll start telling some people. Now, 2 or 3 days later, now you got 25 people on your call. You see how that happens? And that's how your business starts exploding. But here's the thing.
You got any more slides?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
You want to duplicate this. For those of you who've never met my husband before, I apologize, okay?
I'm administration.
So you want to
We did all this
you want to
practice.
duplicate this.
4 minutes left and we're on one slide.
Are we still- You want to duplicate this with your
Can we do
personal-
this again later? Let's go back and start over. There you go. See, there you go. See, you can do this.
You know, so many people have already, the Firestones did a great job of talking about how to get to manager. And it literally is, it's all about getting the manager. I won't go over that again, but all of this information, you guys, we always direct you right to that site, thisisitteam.com. Make sure you understand the structure. Just make sure that, you know, now that you've been in the business for a while, some of you may not have paid attention to some of the new rules. So you got to have you got to be that advanced pack, and you got to have 300 points. And then you got to make sure that the people that you brought on board have 180 points. So, I mean, it's just some little bitty details, but you got to duplicate. Now,
Look at you,
One more.
girl. Come on, girl.
you got to stay focused. You know what? One of the things that, you know, and I'm just, look, if y'all want to learn something, y'all better listen.
Y'all
to
better
me,
listen to
okay?
her.
So,
Don't listen
so,
to me.
So listen, you got to stay focused, okay? You got to stay focused. The way you stay focused is just follow a very simple 10-step system. Just count to 10. We have grandchildren. You know, my little 4-year-old grandson, you tell him something and he does exactly what you tell him to do because they just listen, right? And that's what we have to start doing as adults. We have to start, you know, act almost like children and just copy. You know, Harvey always talks about that. Now,
You don't
on
take my
on that
stuff.
site, we talk about implementing a pro strategy. You got to be, you know, patching people every day. You got to follow up and you got to lead them to an opportunity. That's the pro strategy. Very simple. And then you want to expose your business every day. And oh gosh, so many people have talked about taking ownership of your business. I don't have to repeat that, but you got to step up. If you're a business owner, you know what I mean. Because if you don't take ownership of your own business, nobody else will.
When I'm gonna talk. Okay, can I talk now?
Go
Hey,
ahead.
give her a round of applause for pushing that clicker. Now, guys, a lot of stuff we're gonna say. Remember this: the person with the clicker get paid quicker. That's all you gotta remember. Get up on stage. The one thing you gotta also do is you gotta listen. Now, we had the deacons and the pastors came up and they talked about closing your eyes and praying, and there's going to be an offering after this. You do not want to miss the convention. Give me some slide stuff too. Okay. You want to rise up. Now, I'm not talking about getting up out of your seat. I'm talking about getting to the convention. Okay. This is one thing I want you guys to remember. When you come to these events, there's going to be a lot of speakers up here. We duplicate. We say the same thing. It's okay to be a copycat, long as you copy the right cat. Right, Mike? So I listened to a gentleman yesterday, and he was talking about Noah's Ark. Okay, so we're going to use an example. Imagine you sitting on the dock of the bay, and you see Noah's Ark leaving. You and your significant other look across, and you say, was that today? Some of y'all get that on the way home. So you don't have to be smart to make a lot of money in this business, but you got to listen. Okay, I got these cards, and the reason you see a lot of handwriting on here is because those are my notes. Where there's only one line, those are notes she gave me. You don't want to miss a convention. Guys, we have been doing this for a long time. There's a gentleman named George Halsey. He was in a business called Amway. And a lot of us remember that because they gave good teaching. And he rose to the point of triple diamond. But the next event, and like we have Elite, was Crown Ambassador. He was a triple diamond. He made lots, millions of dollars, organization all over the world. But he was always upset because he never got to be a Crown Ambassador. And he said the reason he never got to be a Crown Ambassador was because he missed one event. Now, think about you guys that missed multiple events, but you want to be successful. You got to go to the events because the events is your GPS, like in your car, that will get you to the next level. There's going to be something you're going to hear, something you're going to see that you can take home and you can use and it get you to the next level. So, Brigida, you want to say something while I'm looking for what I'm going to say next?
You're doing a great
They didn't give
job,
me
Harvey.
slides.
You're doing a great job. You guys, you know, all you keep hearing up here is follow the leader. We've got a system in place. It's not that hard. And you know, Harvey and I have so much fun in this business. One thing is really important is to go deep. Okay, don't just think that just because you enroll somebody, okay, oh, I signed another person up. Okay, and then maybe you help them get to manager. Guess what? What are you going to do with the people that they brought in? You know, those people are just learning. So somebody's got to show them. You gotta go deep. You know, you hear about this in the Bible, how when you go fishing, you gotta go deep. That's where the fish are, right? So you got to do the same thing with your business. You got to go deep, because I mean, there are people that are on my 11th and 12th level that if I really feel very confident that if we had not reached down and traveled, and, you know, sometimes you got to reinvest in your business. We got on the road and went to help them. And this person, 73 years old, became a senior director in like no time. So that was only because we saw, you got to find the diamonds that are in your business. I'm using the word diamonds, but you know, look for those people that raise their hand and are always calling you and always following, you know, doing everything that you tell them to do. But the people that brought them in may not be the person. You just got to keep going until you find the right person.
That's great. And for those people that just got in and those people are not comfortable where they are, for the next 90 days, be a good inviter and an edifier. You cannot get edified if you don't edify. Be an edifier. Talk great about Steve and Gina Merritt. Talk great about the company. Talk great about Davis. I mean, you're not bragging. See, guys, this is not an experiment. These guys are experienced. So what you got to do, you got to be proud of what you have. Now, check this out. I wrote this down when I was listening to some of y'all, and I can't read it. Okay. So what I'm going to say is this. I really can't. You ain't got to be smart to make a lot of money. You can say, I am a college graduate, or I is a millionaire. You work this business. You work this business to build your family legacy. You work this business to be financially free. Because if you don't, there's somebody out there that's going to pay you to build theirs. And I'm not talking about a job, but it's J-O-B. Now, the last thing I'm going to say, because I can't read it, is be nice to folk. That's easy. You ain't got to read that. Just be nice. And then don't leave here without meeting some new people. See, you can practice here before you go home. You can talk to people here and get comfortable talking to people. Now, if you don't want to talk to people here,
We've met so many friends here.
there are going to be some bill collectors calling you every morning, and you're going to talk to them. So where you want to practice? With people that are smiling at you or people you lying to? Because they used to call me, and I knew every language. He ain't here. He don't live here. You know, I missed them. They used to wake me up at 9 o'clock every morning. Now I got to get a clock. Look at her looking at me. That means I need to be quiet.
Well, listen.
Okay. No, let's wait for the music. Don't let's get the clock.
Well, listen. We thank you all so much for your time, and we'll see you all at the next event.
All right. I'm going to wait for the music.
Senior Presidential Director Harvey and Verdita Monk.
Swag. Okay, that's the music.
Give a warm round of applause to Elite Senior Presidential Director Danny and Diane McDaniel.
Oh, there we are.
Is that it? Okay. Good. Does anybody need to do some calisthenics so you can get warmed up? I'm serious.
Wowzer.
I'm freezing. I'm from West Texas. This cold thing, I got to have sunshine, you know, heat.
Yeah. At least you got
I
some
train
lights
better
in
when
here.
I'm hot, not when I'm sitting here feeling like a frozen salmon. So you may have to start. I got to thaw out.
You do some jumping. Okay, so y'all have had incredible training all weekend long. We know that you guys are so full, so we're going to ask you just to dig down a little deeper. We're going to bring you maybe some things that maybe feel a little bit easier. It's just basics. We're going to give you some basics. Remember, this business is about the basics. The more simple you keep it, we always say keep it simple, stupid. Like so simple that anybody that is, short on things can even do it, right? We just don't want anybody to ever feel like it's over their head, right? So they're going to duplicate what you do. So keep it simple, and then it becomes very duplicatable. So we're going to talk about that. And we're going to start with the pro strategy, which obviously you guys have heard a lot about. You know about it. We just want to make sure and reiterate it because it's so key to making sure that you stay consistent and persistent. There's a big difference in that reality, because we can walk out of here with a lot of great intentions, right? Great intentions do not get results. Intentionality is what gets results. So this is about making sure that you don't walk out here with great intentions, but to be intentional, and the pro strategy is going to keep you on track.
So when you hear about systems, you're on Zooms, you're on trainings, you hear about a system for success. Hey, we have a system. This people go, okay, well, what's the system? That's like the $1 million question. Well, what's the system? Well, the system. So what we want to focus on is to help you understand the strategy of the system for success. And so it's really, the strategy is in your daily method of operation. Your strategy is in what you do every day and how simple you keep it, because it is just like a franchise. You got to keep it like an In-N-Out burger. When you walk in In-N-Out, it's very simple. You know what you're going to order when you look up there. You look up there and you think, why am I looking up there? I already know what's up there. There's one thing up there, and that's what I'm going to order. And then they're going to serve it up real quick. And here's what's going to happen. It's predictable taste. It's predictable service. Everything's predictable. You get your predictable and desirable results as a result of In-N-Out. And so the system's got to function that way too. So let's start with the pro strategy, because that's the basis of the system, is, to patch people, and it's to revisit people, and then is to point them toward the opportunity. Okay, that's like the King James Version of the Bible. Patch people, revisit people, and point them to the opportunity. So sometimes there's a New International Version, and it's talk to 3 people a day, follow up with 3 people a day, invite 3 people a day to a Zoom. It's the same Bible, okay? It's just someone else change the wording so you can maybe better understand it. So it's the pro strategy. We patch people, and patch people doesn't always mean you're sticking a patch on everyone that moves. Patch people sometimes means you're retelling the patches. You're getting people on the patches. So it's about, you have to keep that in its proper context too. It's different. That can be different for anybody. So some people are going to stick a patch on everything that breathes and moves, and that's fine too. But that doesn't mean you are. It just depends on who it is. But it's the concept of patching people. It's the concept of revisiting and following up with the people, and it's the concept of pointing people and getting eyeballs on Zooms. This business is about getting eyeballs on Zooms. Diane?
I just wanted to say that, when we talk about patch people, it's the intention to patch, right? So it maybe start the conversation, because when we start talking about the numbers and you start getting the consistency of how many people you're going to talk to on a regular basis, because now you have intentionality to do it consistently, then, who am I starting a conversation with to make it that much simpler so that I'm getting a patch on them?
So let's go to that next slide. Well, everything in this business is about you talking to people. Foundationally, you get paid to talk to people. And so this is what pays you, to talk to people. This comes from the insurance business. People that have been in the insurance business on a high level since reading books, like I still can't think of the guy's name, Frank something, from How I Raised Myself from Failure to Success in Selling, Frank Bedker or something like that. I mean, just from the early days of insurance, it's about you making the phone calls. It's about you making the contacts. You get paid to talk to people. You don't get paid for yeses and nos. You get paid for talking to people. The yeses and nos average out. And we're going to get to that in a second. So you got to ask yourself, how many people am I going to talk to per day, per week? How many one-on-ones am I going to have? How many two-on-ones? How many three-way calls? How many Zooms? How many private Zooms? Everyone in this room should download the slides, the presentation slides. There's not, if you desire to be successful, there shouldn't be one single distributor that does not have these slides downloaded on your computer. It's inexcusable. It really is. I'm not trying to be harsh. I'm just trying to tell you, do you have a business or do you not have a business? I mean, do you want one or not? If you want one, you download Terry said it. Get to the hamburger section and download the stuff that needs to be downloaded so you can have a real business on your hands, because it's going to be important.
Right. So this is all about the who. Who are we going to be talking to? And then you setting your personal goals so that you're staying consistent and persistent with the amount of people that you plan to talk to on a regular basis. You know, how many people am I talking to? Just like Danny talked about, you're going to start putting these personal goals, because everything's about what you are committing to do. And that's not compared to what somebody else has done. It's about your season, your life, and where you're at, to where you can set a goal that you can commit to for yourself, for your better future, and the people that you're going to bring into this business. And of course, as a leader, to set the pace for your organization.
And so let me say one more thing before we move to the next slide. You know, foundationally, you get paid to talk to people. And this, I'm just throwing in $1 million nugget to go on top of it, because it's reiterating what someone said earlier. The second, as a leader, you get paid to train. So if you want to be a leader in business, if you want to make a large income here, you have to work toward and develop and go through the personal growth and the leadership growth to the point where you assume there's responsibility of taking ownership of your business and be the leader that you wish you would have never had. Be the leader that you wish you would have had. Like Carl was kind of saying, you got to be a leader, because you get paid to train. Don and I know we get paid to train. I don't get paid for doing presentations. I get paid to train. The more I train, the bigger our check gets. Okay, so let's get back to you, though, the foundation and all that, the daily method of operation. This is the key to everything right here in this next slide that's coming up before you. It's your daily method of operation. It's the consistency and the intentionality that you have to take your business and run with it. And so you have to take the pro strategy, and you have to, this is what fits into your pro strategy. This is it's the numbers, you know, because we could have a concrete system, you know, that we're going to talk to 3 people a day, follow up with 3 people a day, invite 3 people a day to a Zoom, or invite 3 people a week to a Zoom, or we're going to talk to 2 people. You know, we could have that. We could just say that's the system. It's 3-3-3 or 3-3-1 or 7-7-7. But that's not the system. The system is, how many people are you, based on your goals, your dreams, your purpose, desires, ambitions, how many people, what number fits you in the pro strategy? And so you take that number and you divide it. See, we also want to be realistic. You should have God first in your life, family second. It's God first, family second, your current profession third, and then LifeWave. So this is not, we don't want to advocate that you should be doing this 24/7. I think that's not, I don't think that's emotionally healthy. I don't think that's good teaching and good training. You should take time to rest and enjoy your family and enjoy your just everything in life. But anyhow, based on a 5-day work week, that's not 365 days a year. It's 261 days a year. And so when you pick your number, we're going to take 2 numbers here, though. We'll take the number 3 and the number 1. Let's start with 3. You look at 3-3-3. If you talk to 3 people a day, follow up with 3 people a day. So you patch 3 people a day. You revisit with 3 people a day, and you point 3 people to an opportunity Zoom every week. Okay. I'm being realistic. Most people aren't going to point 3 people to a Zoom every day. Now, if you do, you're a freak of nature, and that's great. You don't need my training.
You'll move faster.
But most people, if we're being realistic, it's 3-3-3. Well, look at the numbers, guys. The numbers are this. If you just did that, that's 783 people you've talked to in a year's time. Who in here thinks they wouldn't be making incredible income if they talked to 783 people over the next 365 days? Only a moron would say I wouldn't be doing very well. No, the law of averages takes kicks in. But you're looking, you sometimes you just get too overwhelmed with what you think you have to do here. And it's really just little chunks at a time. 3 people a day, talk to 3 people a day, and follow up with 3 people a day, invite 3 people to a Zoom. Well, so now let's just go to 1. Let's go to the person who's got the full-time career and they're busy and, you know, they got all the different things in life. There's just so much on their plate. What if you just did 1? Look at the math. The math for just 1 is 261 people. Now, who in here would quit LifeWave if they've talked to 261 people in a year? You think they've quit LifeWave? No. You know who quits LifeWave? See, they didn't fail. They didn't fail. They quit. You know who quits? The one who talked to 2 people and then quit. The one who talked to 10 people in the first 90 days and quit. Yeah. You talk to 261 people in a year, you haven't quit. You have a check. You have income. So this is income producing activity, your daily method of operation. So let's go to the next slide and Diane can start putting it together.
I do want to make sure that y'all understand the power of follow-up, because so many people, and I hear this all the time, and I'm sure many of you do too, or you feel this way, I don't want to bother people. You've got to understand that that's part of this business. Circling back to people is very normal. We all get busy. I appreciate it when people circle back to me, and you probably feel the same way. You're not bothering people. You're just circling back to make sure that you continue the conversation. And so just make sure that you don't cut that part short, the circle back, the follow-up. Because you're always going to move them into the next set thing. And then this is all about making sure that you just keep everything moving down the pipeline, because that's what we want to do, and then get the ball down the court, where you're always on a weekly basis putting a focus on the commitment, the discipline, and the consistency, because we have to know the calendar. And not only do you have to know the calendar or what the next event is, but you got to make sure your team does. As a leader, take ownership, take responsibility. Don't just leave it to Steve and Gina's emails or the texts that are going out, because people don't pay attention to everything. So if you're not being a leader and just following up, hey, make sure that you plug in, or I'll get a brand new customer and I'm still going to, even though I've got the victory, brand partner, I'm not really good at customers, but so I get a brand new brand partner, they've got their patches going. I haven't got them on a Zoom. I want eyeballs on Zooms. The more eyeballs you get on Zooms, the more success you have, because it's layers of conviction. So this daily method of operation, this on a weekly basis where you're putting your days together, this is about you getting layers of conviction for yourself, for your team, and for your prospects. And so know the calendar. How many people will you talk to? Who needs to follow up? Who will you invite to the next Zoom? And fill in the blueprint. So again, and then we're moving into the DMO. So we already know the DMO. It's been talked about many times, which moves into inviting people to presentations. Again, this is all the way around exactly what you'll already know, but it's continuing to stay in the method of operation, and then plug them into the Saturday trainings. People move with knowledge. Confused people do nothing. So make sure that you're helping people understand the business basics and get them on the Saturday training, because they will definitely pick something up. They will definitely get another layer of conviction, and they'll continue to move the ball down the pipeline themselves.
Next slide, please. Well, and as you go through that weekly schedule for your system, that's a strategy for success. But it all starts with your pro strategy, your daily method of operation. But as you continue over the next 30 days, you can start throwing in-home meetings, which used to be foundational, kind of in our older days of network marketing. And then it got away from being foundational, but it's coming kind of back into a trend. So you can throw your in-home meeting schedule into there and really crush it. Yeah. So keep in mind that people want community. They want to come to your house. They want to do these things. They want to gather together. So this is an important part of your strategy. And so lastly, the last slide, I'll let Diane close it with the last slide, because you want to take that. Let's go ahead and get to the last slide. And you want to take that and look at the big picture. So last slide, please. We only got a few seconds here.
We're out of time.
Well, cover it real quick. Tell them
I thought you were going to do it. I'm sorry. So this is just repeat the process, but then we're moving into the big picture, because not only do we have our weekly things, but we also have the big picture, like getting people to event from event to event. Like we're leaving here, but the next event is Unleashed. So that's what we're talking about. We're talking about the next event.
Rise up.
I'm sorry, Rise Up. I'm so sorry. Rise Up, making sure that we continue to get people to the next event. So we're going to be talking about Rise Up because that's how we grow our business from event to event and incentive to incentive. We know where that Punta Mita is coming up. You got to be talking about it. You got to be sharing it. You got to be painting vision for it because I'm telling you, it's one of the most beautiful places in the world. We personally love it. And we know that that LifeWave's going to do it big. So we hope that helps. You guys be blessed.
God bless you guys.
Elite Senior Presidential Director, Danny and Diane McDaniel. Quick announcement, if Juan Moya is here, or if somebody knows Juan Moya, please come back to the sound booth, please. Juan Moya. Our next speaker, let's have a round of applause for Elite Presidential Director, Kendall Weldon.
All right, I think the number one question I've been getting asked since winning those awards is how in the heck are you doing it, right? Everyone's stopping me in the hall and they're like, tell me your secret. What are you doing? What is your team doing? Well, I'm going to give you guys all our secrets, okay? And most of you have heard them already today. We're not really doing anything different than every single person that's been up on this stage and that has told you that they're using the system, they're plugging into everything. That's what we're doing too, okay? There might be a couple little things that we're doing that other people may not be doing that I want to teach you today, but just know we work our business in so many different ways, right? I'm going to train you about social media today, but that's not the only way that I work my business, okay? We're doing events, we're doing Zoom calls, meeting people for coffee, taking people for dinner, however it is that we need to meet with people and get them this information, we're doing it. So, how are we doing this? Well, first of all, I want to tell you that I failed miserably in 5 network marketing companies, okay? And let's just say I quit because someone said earlier, they didn't fail, they quit, right? And I did, and a lot of those companies were startup companies. So really bad idea to join a startup company, okay? But when I was looking at LifeWave, I was successful in another network marketing company. And I just want you to understand that I gave up something really, really big to do this, okay? I terminated my account with the last company that I was with to do this. And a lot of people would say, you are crazy. You could have stayed there. You know, I've told some people how much money I was making and how much money I left. And they're like, you could have stayed. You could have just collected a check, but wow, you took, you know, maybe not a risk, but just that's impressive that you left that behind, right? So we started using these patches just as customers for about 6 weeks. We got a testimony on these patches with my father-in-law almost immediately. And that's really what had me looking into this business opportunity. So once we looked into this, or I looked into this, my husband had no clue what was going on, but I was behind the scenes watching Steve and Gina and listening to David on YouTube. I was like, I cannot pass this up. Once I saw thisisitteam.com and I saw the system that they have in place, I was like, this is incredible. All I have to do is enroll the people and plug them into the system, right? I'm not having to recreate anything. It's already done for me. And as a leader in another network marketing company for the last 8 years, that was what I was looking for, right? I was looking for a system. So we are very consistent with our events, with our Zoom calls. Yes, we follow the Zoom calls, but we also have our own Zoom calls too. It's every single day we're doing something for our personal business. We're doing trainings with our team and really just sticking with what system they have going and then adding to it. The most important thing you can be doing every single day is having conversations with new people, right? Every single person that's been up here today, you've heard them all say the same exact thing. You're probably like, oh my gosh, they're all saying the same thing. But here's the deal, you guys, this is so simple. It's like, what else can we say, right? Every single one of us is doing the same thing. So having conversations is the most important thing you can do. Now, I want to teach you, I want to give you some tangibles today. some takeaways, some things that you can really go and do, okay? Starting the conversation is easy, right? We're all pretty good at starting the conversation, but what about closing the conversation? Does anyone have trouble with closing the sale? Anybody? Okay. So this is how I close someone who has told me they are going to join my business or they're going to purchase patches from me, okay, as a brand partner. If they have left me on red, which basically means that they have not messaged me back, right? And I'm like, okay, I've followed up 3 times and they haven't said anything. I'll voice message them. I always voice message people, you guys. If you are not voice memoing someone, please do that. They need to hear your excitement in your voice. Just texting someone or just, DMing them on Facebook or whatever is not powerful enough. So pick up the phone and call them or voice message them. So when I follow up, I voice message, and this is what I say. And you might want to write this down. I ask them, I say, let's just say it's Sarah. I say, hey, Sarah, I just have to ask you, okay? I just got to know. On a scale of 1 to 10, 1 being you're never going to join my business or purchase from me, whatever, however it is you want to say that. 10 being you're ready to do it right now. Where do you see yourself on that scale? So let's say Sarah messages back. She's like, hey, Kendall, how are you? Well, I've been thinking about it and I'm probably about a 5, which is the most annoying answer someone can give. And they do. Then you're going to say, okay, that's great. You're a 5. Okay, what can I do? You can say, now let me ask you another question. What can I do to get you to a 6, 7, or 8? Okay. They're going to say, well, I need to talk to my husband first. I need to pray. I need to talk to my wife. Well, this is Sarah. I don't know if she has a wife, but she might. I forgot who our prospect was here. So it's like you just have to, they're going to run through the excuses, right? Or the reasons why they haven't done it yet. I need to pray about it. I need to think about it. I need to get paid. That's a lot of people say, well, I got to get paid on Friday. And I'll let you know. Okay. So then you're going to set up the follow-up. Okay. You have to set up your follow-up. And then you don't feel like you're bugging anybody. If you're setting up that follow-up, they approved that you can follow up with them at that time, right? So, hey, I'm going to follow up with you on Friday around noon. Is that okay with you? And they say, yeah, that's great. Follow up with me Friday at noon. Okay. Or do you think you're going to, pray about it before Friday or talk to your husband by Friday, right? Then you set up that follow-up. So whenever you follow up with them, you ask them the same question. On a scale of 1 to 10, where do you see yourself at now? 1, you'd never do this. 10, you're ready to sign up right now. Then they say 9, which is really annoying too. So then you say, okay, that's great. You're a 9 now. You got paid or you talked to your husband. Well, what can we do to get you to a 10 so that you can sign up right now and we can get you going and plugged in? Well, here comes the next excuse. Then you run through the same thing again, okay? When can I follow up with you? You set up that follow-up. Well, I got paid, but now I need to wait because this came up and I've got to wait till I get paid again. Whatever the excuse is, because people have those excuses or objections, right? So then you're going to follow back up. You're going to say you were a 9. How can we get you to a 10? They're going to say, I'm a 10. I'm ready to join. Okay. So you just go through that system. And that's really just a professional and easy way to follow up with someone without being like, hey, what are you doing? When are you going to join? Because it can be kind of awkward. Like you said you were going to do this and you didn't. You haven't done it. What's going on? So it's just kind of a way to break the ice and get them signed up. Okay. So that's how I close. Okay. So social media. This is a tool that you can use for your business. The first thing I want you to write down if you're taking notes is pick a platform. You don't need to be doing 5 different things, not Snapchat, TikTok, Instagram, Facebook. Pick one. Pick one that you want to specialize in, that you like. And honestly, for most of you, it's probably going to be Facebook, okay? Just fine. People my age are pretty much on TikTok and Instagram, but honestly, the older generation, if you are older than me, I'm 31 years old, they're using Facebook. So use Facebook. I still use Facebook. Instagram is really where I build my business, but where you're getting the most traction right now is where you want to be. That's what you want to use, okay? The second thing you're going to do is make your Facebook or whatever you're using public. Okay. This is your storefront. All right. Your profile picture should not be of your dog, should not be of your favorite flower, should not be, you know, I know we're patriotic, we love America, but it should not be the American flag. It should be of you and your spouse, you and your family, okay? This is your storefront. People are looking at your page and saying, what does this person have to offer me, okay? So you have to show up every single day, and when you show up every day, and it doesn't take much time, you guys, if you post once a day, it takes 30 seconds to make a post, okay? Post a picture, post a, you know, something inspirational, right? Whenever you're showing up every single day, you want to add value. So if you are someone who loves to bake, you love gardening, you love to sew, whatever it is, okay? Get on there on video, on live video, and teach somebody something. That has so much value. It has nothing to do with LifeWave, all right? You're probably like, well, how does this have to do with my business? You really are showing people who you are, and you're building your brand, okay? So your brand really has 3 pillars of what makes up who you are, okay? So let's say, like, I have a French bulldog, okay? So that could be one of my pillars. I post my Frenchie, right? Frankie the Frenchie. Post her little pictures and everything. Well, people are like, oh my gosh, I have a French bulldog too, da, 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 and they follow me because of that. I'm a twin boy mom. I'm always posting my twins. They're hilarious. Okay. People follow me because my twin boys. And, you know, so I have a lot of twin moms that follow me that are pregnant with twins. They message me, ask for my advice, right? And we kind of live on a farm. I mean, we have chickens. Okay. So we live on 25 acres. So people ask me about that. So whatever it is that makes up you, I've got 4 minutes. You have 3 pillars. So write those down. Don't change who you are. Just figure out what your brand is through what you're already doing, okay? Then you can teach people things about your brand or who you are, okay? So do videos because the algorithm loves it. So whether it's baking, like I said, yoga, I don't care. I don't know. Everyone has their own brand. So whenever you are doing that, you are attracting people to you who are like you. Because let me tell you, I tried to be someone that I wasn't for a long time on social media. Okay, I'm a tomboy. I grew up racing race cars. We live on 25 acres. I never wear shoes. I almost kicked these off before I got up here. So I may not look like a tomboy, but I really am at heart. And so I tried to be this almost like supermodel, you know, just someone that I wasn't. So I started attracting these girls, and I'm like, I get along with them, but I'm like, they're just like a little too much for me, right? And so it's because I was not acting like who I am on social media, okay? And so I was attracting people who weren't like me. So you want to attract your tribe. You know, your vibe attracts your tribe. So whoever you're being on social media is who you're gonna attract, okay? So about 80% of what I post is not LifeWave. 20% of what I post is LifeWave. So 80% your life, what you love, your brand, adding value, teaching people something every single day, and then 20% LifeWave. Now we have to be careful. We have to stay compliant. Okay, we can't be out there throwing diseases and things out there and saying this heals everything and all the things. People don't care how it works. I'll just be honest. A lot of people don't, unless you're a chiropractor or a doctor. I've had a video go viral where I'm just putting the patch on my back and putting the benefits on my video of what this patch does for you. Mental clarity, better sleep, more energy, right? Simple things. And people are like, what? What's that? What's that? No one's doing this on social media. I hope you guys realize that. Our team is really the first team to bring this into the social media space. And it's simple. Put that patch on and video yourself. Add some music to your video. And by video, I mean a reel. If you don't know how to make a reel on Instagram, go to YouTube, figure it out. Seriously, just go to YouTube. How do I make an Instagram reel? And watch videos. There's free training. YouTube University. That's how I became a millionaire in this industry. YouTube. Like I said on stage, when I was getting those awards, I have a 1.8 GPA, you guys. This is simple. Okay. If I can figure it out, if I can get on YouTube and learn how to do this, how to talk to people, how to read people's personalities, right? Read the 4 Color Personalities of MLM by Big Al Schreider. That book is incredible. Go Pro by Eric Worre. Those 2 books made me millions of dollars. I promise you. So anyway, let's keep going. All right. Enough on social media. You just want to keep it simple, guys. Just start somewhere. You got to just start, okay? So this compensation plan, I just want you guys to understand how simple it is. I've been in companies before where it's like you get paid 100 different ways, and that does not mean you make more money, okay? It's you do, one thing and or do like 100 things, and it's just, I don't know what I was going to say with that, but it's just not better. Just trust me, okay? We get paid 4 ways, and it's incredibly easy to understand. So we have a 2020 vision. We have a 2020 vision, you guys. 20 people on the left, 20 people on the right. That is a really big goal, and I know that you guys can do that, okay? The more people you talk to, the more people you're going to enroll. Super simple. So be a manager making machine, you guys. I have one more card. I'm going to go really fast. Be a manager making machine. Okay, I want to say this real quick. What are you scared of? What are you scared of when you're talking to people, whenever you are, maybe posting on social media or having a conversation with someone? Because remember this, it is not about you. It's about the people that you're helping and that you're talking to, because you know what? It's selfish for you to be nervous and scared and worried about what people think. Oh, there's all my kids. Hi, boys. Hi, Stevie. Okay, so it's selfish. So it's not about you. Just remember that. People aren't thinking about you like you think they are, right? When you're posting on social media, like, oh, I'm so worried about what people are going to think about me. They don't care. They're not thinking about you, right? That's you being selfish and saying, oh, look at me, look at me. So reality check, you guys. This is the last thing I'm going to leave you with. When you're thinking about, what people are thinking about you, just remember this. We're all probably going to be in a nursing home one day in diapers, and nobody's going to remember what the heck you were saying, right? If they, seriously, we're all just going to get old one day and be in nursing homes and walking around, and we're all going to die, really. I mean, I know that sounds awful, but I'm serious. Who cares what people think? So get out there and do this.
Elite Senior Presidential Director, Kendall Weldon. Let's give a warm welcome to Senior Presidential Director, Todd and Shannon Varvel.
Do these work? Oh, they work. They work. Okay. For
Test-
some
test
reason,
one,
he
two.
always has to be on this side. I don't know what it is.
Messed me up last time. How's everybody doing? Oh. All right. Unleash the urgency.
Urgency, like
Urgency.
right now.
Yes.
Right now.
Yes. 70 days left in the year. Holy cow. 70 days. Now, I will quote Andy Hosier here. 70 days is
Actually,
not the
he
rest.
said 72.
72. I'll change it. 72 days is not the rest of your life, but it can certainly change the rest of your life. Okay. What are you going to do with it? You've heard a lot about senior director. Okay. If you're not there, you can get there. You could have just signed up last week and you can get there. Absolutely. Before January 1st. Senior director. You do senior director, that's obviously manager. You want to be manager making machines, get to director, all these things, help to directors. But once you get to senior director, you have the blueprint to get to SPD, okay? So you get to senior director, you do this, and SPD is just a matter of time, okay? Success loves speed, okay? I always use the analogy of tearing off a Band-Aid, right? There's 2 ways to do it, and there's 2 ways to do this business. Slow and painfully, or you just rip the thing off, okay? And I mean, it's your choice. It's truly your choice, all right? I always think about hitting the gas pedal, right? You hit the gas pedal, and I would venture to say one of the biggest mistakes people make in building their businesses is that they hit the gas pedal and then they take their foot off the gas.
and they continually start and stop. I've talked to people here, I mean, this weekend who, man, I don't know what I've been doing, I'm not really building yet. I'm ready to do it now. And it's, we hope that everyone leaves. I mean, this has been the ultimate shot of B12 that I've ever seen. Okay, so you better use this weekend to your advantage and use it as a springboard, but don't let off the gas. That's my encouragement. What if you hit the gas pedal once you left here and you did not let up, didn't even look? Now here's the thing: some people are they're already going, oh, we're almost to the holidays. In their minds, they're thinking, I'll get serious after the holidays. Guys, Christmas is one day. Thanksgiving is one day. Yeah, my birthday's in there too. You want to throw that in? That's fine. Okay, November 24th. But it's only a few days, guys. Okay, businesses don't stop, they might stop a day or two for holidays. That's it. So the next 72 days, it can be yours. It's completely up to you. Oh, thanks. I heard Steve clapping, so hey, that's a good thing. All right. The most focused and the least distracted will win. Okay, so what are you willing to block out? What are you willing to block out? Maybe it's Monday Night Football, right? Maybe it's The Bachelor. Think about that. Some people literally are just enthralled with The Bachelor. Got the Golden Bachelor now, right? And I heard the other day, did you hear the Golden Bachelor and his girl, they broke up? I said, well, of course they did. Think about it. He made out with like 35 other women, right? Holy cow. Would you actually expect that to work out? So you think about people are enthralled with that for like 3 or 4 months. And then, they look up and what have they gotten accomplished? Not a whole lot. So what are you willing to block out?
Okay, well, when we think about TV, football, we love football. We love college football. We love the Ohio State Buckeyes. We're here to say that right now. But here's the thing. Who is tired of watching other people win? Okay? Are you tired of playing small? Okay? I used to be a 5th grade teacher, and I'll give you a little equation. Write this down. Playing small equals frustration. So when we talk about success and building this with speed, what you're doing is you're setting yourself up. Who cares who says yes? Who cares who says no? You're moving forward. You're talking to a lot of people. And, that right there is success. So, when we think about your purpose, and I heard Javi say it, your purpose is counting on you. Okay. Now, the beautiful thing about this industry and this business, we don't have a boss. Okay. But that can also be the worst thing about this business, because you have to be your own boss. You have to have the discipline to turn the TV off, to put time into your day to do the pro system. It's all up to you. We can't do it for you. We want it for you, but we can't do it for you. So think about this. Think about your purpose. Think about your why. We've talked about that already today, but think about this. If your purpose, okay, our purpose, 5 kids, 4 married now, 2 grandbabies, okay, I'm looking at them in the eye right now. So I want you to look your purpose in the eye. What are you looking at? It could be debt freedom. It could be time freedom. It could be family. Look your purpose in the eye right now. If your purpose was your boss, would it fire you? Okay? Because that's what we've got on the line here. Where are you going to be January 1st? So 72 days from now. There is power in writing that down. I know for Todd and I, just very quickly, we set goals, and he shouted out a goal in a room of people, and I kicked him under the table. And I was like, check with me first. Like, don't say where we're going to be before you talk to me. And he goes, babe, if we don't get there, at least we got somewhere. Where do you want to be in the next 72 days?
That's wisdom right there.
What rank do you want to be? Write it down.
All right. So my dad always used to say, life is not a dress rehearsal, and you get one go around. But you think about it, why do we hold back? You know, you've heard so many things this weekend. Why do we hold back? That fear, that false evidence appearing real. When you hold back, you're actually delaying your preferred future. You know, you are moving in the direction towards your preferred future. When you hold back, when you don't give this your all, when you start and stop and kill that momentum, you're actually delaying your actual preferred future. Make one quality decision that this is done. You know, I want you, if you're married or someone that maybe in your upline, you know, let them know. Say, hey, by the way, this is done. This is getting done, okay? Yesterday, a few of us had to leave to go to a funeral, actually. And I wanted to share just real quick. And Sherry, do you mind just stand up real quick and waving? Our friend Sherry Jarvis there. Dear friend of hers, Tony and I just came down to Tyler, Texas a few weeks back and worked with their group. And this guy was larger than life, 56 years old. And we got the news that he passed away suddenly a few weeks ago. And it made me think about the poem, The Dash, right? And I'm not going to read that, but if you haven't read that, I encourage you to. He was born in 1967 to 2024, okay? Only a couple years older than me, but his dash left a mark. You know, we hated leaving here yesterday, but man, there's no way we would have missed that. And the place was filled. I mean, he left a mark on so many people. And you think about it, we're living in our dash right now, right? So what are we going to do with that? What will you do with your dash? And you think about, you know, he was, show you a quick picture of him here real quick, if you can see that. That's him. Ban Brooks, called him Ban. Just an amazing, amazing guy. Loved this business. And I mean, I think he signed like 3 or 4 premiums while we were down there a few weeks ago. Just had that, you know, people wanted to be around him, right? And just to think about, and people spoke about him yesterday and all that he poured into their lives. And the one gal, he was a business mentor, owned multiple businesses. And the one gal that he had mentored, she said what he would always tell me, it was just something simple, but he would say it again and again. He would say, hey, in business, just go out and get it and come back with it. And I thought, man, I'm going to share that tomorrow, because you think about it, 70 days, right? 70 days. It's time for all of us to go out and get it, come back with it January 1st. What's that going to look like for everyone here? So unleash your urgency starting right now, because it's your time. 70 days. Let's go. Take care. Thanks.
Senior Presidential Directors Todd and Shannon Varvel. All right, warm yourself up and get ready to get fired up. Welcome to the stage, Elite Senior Presidential Directors, Mike and Saeed Hernandez.
Let's go. How's everybody doing? My goodness, my gosh. Listen, we're going to get right into it. This weekend has just been amazing. Everyone's been saying it. Everyone's got exactly what they needed to go out there and tear it up. Now it's time to go out there and tear it up. Before we start, guys, we're going to talk a little bit about the success that we're having. And listen, if anybody knows us, we're not show-offs. I don't like people that are, you know, full of themselves. I just don't connect, so I never want to come off that way. But since I'm going to talk about what we're doing, I just want to remind everybody, for those of you who don't know us, where we come from. And I'm only going to take literally 30 seconds, guys. High school dropouts, selling garbage before we learned about network marketing, okay? That pretty much tells you where we come from. That being said, guys, we've had a lot of success in this industry. And my gosh, where's Ken? Ken? No. Ken Robinson. He went back there. Okay. So I had just gotten up when Ken had gotten up to speak. It's cold. I've been drinking a lot of water, so I've gone a couple of times to the boys' room, and I'm literally in the TMI. So I'm in the restroom, and Steve, I thought about you because literally I'm in the restroom. Too much, right? So let me start all over. All right. So no, literally, I'm in the bathroom, guys, and I'm doing my thing, and I'm in the stall, and I hear Ken's voice, even though I was just here, literally, and whoever you are, you don't need to get up and say that it was me. I don't want to know, all right? But I just know someone was sitting next to, I know I was standing, I could tell someone was sitting, because I started looking down, I'm like, is that Ken?
Oh my
God! So I didn't even know this, right? And I hear him say, Mike Hernandez. I'm like, that's going on right now. So whoever it was, I love that you were that intense, that you had to go on live to just go out to the bathroom. You're going to go, SPD. Whoever you, don't get up. And you were sitting down last time. And you know what's funny? The toilet flush, I said, let me get out. I don't even want to know who it is. I don't want to know. But you're going SPD. True story, all right? So let's get into it, guys. Already 4 minutes? All right, so guys, I get a call from Steve and Gina Merritt, right? And you guys know this. We had been out of the industry for 8 years. I wanted nothing to do with network marketing again. Give me my page one. I'm sorry, you're going to see my ADD, ADHD. We were 8 years out of the industry. Organize them for me. 8 years out of the industry, I wanted nothing to do with network marketing again, right? But when Steve called me, guys, he didn't give me much information. Mike, I don't know, this thing, you stick it on people getting results, and it's great because I can duplicate that, right? Had someone call me with all this science or whatever, I would have bought the product just because I was blown away by the information, but I would never be able to duplicate that. But guys, we had zero confidence in ourselves. You guys hear us up here, all the success that we're having. You know why we were out of the industry for 8 years? Because we had failed the last couple of ones. We didn't believe in ourselves, guys. I didn't believe that we had it in us. I didn't think that we had the ability, the courage. Anyway, so thank you, Lord, right? We were comfortable financially, which is another thing. When we started in network marketing, guys, we couldn't afford to pay attention, right? Now we were comfortable. I didn't want to do it, but this was too big. Too big to pass on. So they say that success leaves clues. I want to run you through the first 30, 60, 90 days of our business, okay? Which, by the way, when Steve called me, there were no flip charts. There were no Zooms. We had nothing. When we came in, Steve and Gina were on a huddle, going crazy, trying to put the system together, trying to put a flip chart together. Because when we got started, they were doing some other crazy stuff that he knew we were not going to be, duplicating. I don't want to say what it is, but we had nothing other than pure excitement about what we had our hands on. All right. So I just want to run through this real quick because I started calling people I had never called. Javi, how many times had I called you in the last 19 years that we knew each other to do a network marketing prior to this? 0. All right. Keston, my other big guy, had never called him. I can go down the list of all the people that I called that I had never, ever called. And people had called me for years about this. But I knew this was going to be too big to pass on. So all we did was pick up the phone, call. I had never done a Zoom before Steve taught me to do a Zoom once we got started here. True story. Okay. So in our first week, we signed up 16 people. All right. In our first month, we totaled 32. In month number 2, we signed up 26 people. In month number 3, we signed up 30 people. That's 2 people shy of 90 people in my first 90 days in the business. Get this. Listen, no applause. I just want you to know what's going on. We have signed up a total of 108 so far. 110. 88 were done in the first 90 days. This business, the reason why you keep hearing 90-day run, 90-day is because this business is built on 90-day runs. But you're not running on these 90-day runs, guys. You're just sitting like, another. Guys, that's not how this business works. You have to be intense. You have to be obsessed. Now, a great 90-day run starts with a 30-day sprint. That's why if you see in my first week, I signed up 16. Yet in that month, it was 32. I'm sorry, right. In that first month, it was 32. So just to show you where that has gotten us. In the last 2 years, in 3 months, 110 people, right? Which is 95%. It's turned into, like you said, we were calculating this all last night. I was calculating at 4 o'clock in the morning, right? Guys, it's turned into over 99,000 people. Actually, we're a couple of hundred people short of 90 in our personal organization. Thank you, Lord. Thank you, Lord Almighty, because we can't believe it ourselves, right? But again, it's about, here, number 3. It's about launch mode. So when we started, even though we didn't have presentations, even though we didn't know what we were doing, even though we didn't have any Zooms, I launched my business, right? And guess what? We've been on launch mode since we started. How? Because the people that I got started, I'm launching them. So, Javi, come on, let's get some calls going. Let's get your list. So we're going to talk about the list and everything. But guys, we're always launching someone's business, okay? Now, how do we, look, we owe Javi some money. We're just talking, as people have been talking, he started sending in the documentation to what is it? No. What do you say that? To when you make it your own? You're gonna have to patent it, not patent. No, it's another. Trademark it. He said, Mike, I have to trademark Money Making Machine. Everyone's using my word. He just wants $20 every time that it's used. All right? Money Making Machine was never ever a thing. I'm the Money Making Machine. Manager Making Machine had never been said up until Javi said it, right? But guys, what is exactly becoming a Manager Making Machine? Because you guys hear it. Manager Making Machine is simply showing the new people how to make a list the minute they sign up. Don't let people go out there and start doing things on their own. That's how we lose them. Anytime I sign up somebody, I'm holding me, and the minute they start doing their own thing, we lose them. Because they don't know what they're saying, they don't know what to react, and they get discouraged, right? So Manager Making Machine, again, all of you new people, you're gonna hold them down, you're gonna help them build that list. Okay, you're gonna teach them how to invite properly. All right, there's a difference between inviting and inviting properly, right? These are the skills that we have now learned, right? So we're better at this. So we're trying to teach the new people. And get on 3-way calls and Zooms for your people. Guys, you have to be obsessed. You have to have the attitude that if it means that you have to do it for your entire team. Saeed has always wanted to kick my butt for this. Because she's like, babe, I'm like, I'm willing to do it for everyone if that's what it takes. But she's smart. She knows you can't do it for everybody, right? But I'm going to do it until the leaders emerge, until the leaders rise. I don't care because it's my business. Just like, I forgot who was saying, Harvey. Not Harvey, Verdita. Harvey doesn't know what he's saying. Verdita. Like Verdita says, right? Whoever's got the clicker gets rich quicker. Guys, you have to take control of your business. If I'm only going to be able to expose my people when Steve is available for me, I'm done for. I was going to say, right? I'm done for.
And that's why you have to become a professional promoter. Like, that's what makes this business work. If you can learn how to do something, it's become a professional inviter, because all these leaders do the work for you. If you can get somebody to just take 10 minutes out of their time or 15 minutes out of their time so they can listen to something that can potentially change their life forever, physically and financially, I mean, you're going to find some people. Sometimes we get stuck and we're like, oh my gosh, is this person going to want to? Is this person going to say yes? Don't worry about that. You got to realize before we did all that, before we did the Zoom calls and before all that, when Steve and Gina called us, you know what we did? We made our list. But you know what we did also? We decided that we were going to share this patch with everybody that we could share. Not looking for people that needed the patch or whatever. We wanted to get a conviction to know that this patch really worked and really was doing, so we can know we have the cookie in our hands, and we got the cookie, guys. We have it in our hands, guys. So now we have that conviction. So nobody Nobody can come and tell us this is not working, because we've seen this. We've seen the financial success. We've seen the physical transformations. And guys, that's priceless. That gives you that conviction. That gives you that excitement that we have. And through excitement, guys, that's contagious. People are going to want to know. People are going to see through your eyes. People are going to feel you. People are going to feel your vibe. And you know what? That's what brings people in. Community brings people in. You know how good I'm feeling. Be humble. Another thing that I want to say is be humble. Go around, hug people, love on people. When people feel like that, you know what happens? They want to be around you.
Good
And
point.
that's all it takes. They're gonna want to be around you, and they're gonna want to this business with you. And together, guys, this group that's right here, we're gonna change the world.
Yep, guys, listen. This was number 3. So, guys, here's the thing. I'm going to tell you something. I don't know if you. A lot of people thought that yesterday. I think it was yesterday during one of the breaks. People took off after some of the guys started singing because everyone thought, hey, it's already about that time. The meeting is over. They had entertainment. Then David Schmidt came back on stage with another guy, Mickey Willis. I don't know if you guys know who he is. I know of him. I've seen his movies. I didn't know how big this guy was. I've just seen the movies. And guys, there's going to be a documentary, for those of you who don't know, with David Schmidt. We already saw the trailer. For those of you who missed it and don't know about this, get ready to run. Like millions and millions of people are going to hear about LifeWave with or without us. Because you know what's going to happen in the next months? Millions and millions of people are going to see this trailer. They're going to learn about this company. So you got to go out there. And when you talk to people, you make sure you let them know. Matt, I just want you to know, regardless of what you want to do after I show you this, just keep in mind one thing. You're going to hear about this. Someone's going to talk to you about this, and you're probably going to have more of an impact when you hear it from somebody else than right now. But just keep in mind, I'm the one who told you first. And can I just get your word that when you decide you're going to do this, you're going to remember me? Guys, you got to have that heart-to-heart with people, because people are going to know about this really, really soon. You think that's a joke? You're going to find out real quick. Now, real quick. Been a long time. I'm sorry. So multi-level marketing, what I've learned is basically a self-development course with a compensation plan. All right. So the problem is people don't want to go through that growing process, like Verdita was saying, right? You're going to have to change. You're going to have to learn some skills. And even Ken was saying, like, some small shifts in you can make a big difference, right? But so let me just help you skip through the process. I'm going to help you skip through the process really, really quickly, because like Steve says, I am an advocate. Yeah, something like that. And I try and sound smart, and I mess it up all the time.
I'm trying.
Right?
I'm trying to figure it
But
out.
here's the deal. Remember, I said I'm a high school dropout. Don't make fun of me. But I is a millionaire. I love that one. I forgot who it was. I is a millionaire, though. I is a multi-millionaire. But anyway, right? So, guys, this is a self-development course on wheels, but people don't take that part seriously. And that's the most important part, because before you can lead anybody else, before you can help anybody change, you're gonna have to do it on you. You can't give something you don't have. All right? That's just a major fact. Now, we're learning, guys. And once we really get to this level, if you were able to go through all the courses what we have, let me tell you that the only difference would be your confidence, your conviction. And when you get this confident, it allows you to talk to people the way people need to hear it. And not everyone's going to like you, but the ones who need to hear you, the way you talk to them, are the ones who are going to join you and make a difference. And the beautiful thing is you don't need that many people, right? So guys, listen to the attitude of the people that get up here. That's what I learned that we have to duplicate. And we've built that. We weren't born this way. We had to build it. So, guys, until you start talking, start thinking out loud, start telling people the reality, right? It's not going to start having heart-to-hearts with people, guys, like Saeed. Anyway, Go ahead.
And don't
You know what it
compare
is.
yourself to anybody. I say don't compare yourself to anybody, because that's like the thief of dreams. That's the thief of personality. You start comparing to Kendall, that she made it in a short amount of time, and you've been in it a year, and you feel like, oh, it's not happening for me. Guys, you just gotta, your business can be built Each day you wake up, you have a new day to build your business and to do something different and to tweak it and to make it work and to make it happen. And if you're the smartest person in the room, guys, go to another room.
Yep.
Hang out with winners. Be around people that are winning. Be around people like Steve and Gina Merritt. We have to be running after them. We're like, you
And
guys
good
are not
luck.
tired? Oh my gosh, we got to go over there today, but we're running after them. It doesn't matter
trying.
because we know where they're going and we know that they want their team to win, guys. So yeah, don't compare yourself to anybody. And I want you guys to know that this is a numbers game. It's impossible for you. If you stay at it and you share this with enough people, you're gonna see results, guys.
Yep,
Because
yep.
it's impossible for you not to see results.
So 2 minutes.
Yeah, oh my gosh. And then with those results, that's your business, guys. So come on, keep it going. I get crazy with this guy because
Listen, guys, the business is this. You never stop recruiting. I don't care. Steve and Gina Merritt, every single day, everywhere we are, they don't stop recruiting. They don't stop talking to people. And that's a leader that we follow. I don't stop talking to people. Look, Javi, Olga, we were on a couple of cab rides, right? Uber rides. Did I talk to everyone? All right, guys, I'm talking to people every single day. We never stop recruiting. Now, I'm looking for sharp, business savvy, money motivated individuals. I'm looking for them. But guys, sometimes you're sitting with someone, there's nothing else to do. What are you going to do? He doesn't look. Never prejudge, always pre-qualify. Never prejudge, always pre-qualify. Like Steve says, I asked the guy, hey, what else you do? I asked him a couple of things, right? Get to know him a little bit. Let me ask you something. Do you keep your mind open to other ways of making money? Yeah. What do you do? Boom, right? And sometimes Sayo look at me and be like, because you look at you kind of can't help but prejudge. We're humans, right?
you feel their vibe. Sometimes I feel their vibe. I got good discernment. I don't know.
But guys, I just take a shot because, hey, it can be practice. Don't worry. Just the more you do it, the better you become. Look, the other day I was getting my car washed. I'm at a meeting. I'm getting my car. Actually, I valet my car. I tell the guy, hey, do you guys wash cars? My car needed a wash. He's like, yeah, I do it. Fool, do it. I go into a meeting. I come out. The guy's still washing my car. I'm like, oh my gosh. Wait like 15, 20 minutes. I'm just sitting there doing all my things. Then I have a few more minutes. I'm like, hey, is this, do you work here? He was like, no, this is my business. I'm like, really? You're an entrepreneur? He's like, yeah. I said, let me ask you something. Are you open to other ways of making money, or are you pretty happy with this, what you're doing? Yeah, I'm always open. Guys, this car wash guy, who you never would have thought about, he's led me to a couple of hot shots right now. I just signed him up about maybe a month ago, and it's just happening, guys. Why? Because I'm going to take a shot, all right? You go, baby. Unleash.
All I wanted to say, no. All I wanted to say is something really important that I heard in the last convention, and it really clicked with me, is who loses if you let fear take over, and who loses if you don't win? Think about that, guys. Your family, your kids, yourself.
So guys,
Don't
listen,
let
we're
that
done
happen.
here. I hope and pray that this weekend really allows you to unleash the fire you have within to go out there and do what you know you can do, what all of us can do, but we're not doing. Your family is worth it. You're worth it. We believe in you. God bless you. Sign up to the event. Stop taking these things lightly, guys. Put this business first and everything else will follow. God bless you.
God bless you guys. Love you guys.
Elite Senior Presidential Director, Mike and Saeed Hernandez. Welcome to the stage, Elite Senior Presidential Director, Scott and Renita Brennan.
Hello, LifeWave. Hello, this is it.
You guys want to stand for a second and wiggle a little because it's kind of chilly, right?
How about a little
shake it out
foot
like
fire?
it, shake
Foot
it, shake
fire.
a little energy.
You got some athletes and coaches in here. You can do foot fire while you're sitting, right? Renita's about ready to bring the heat. So if you're a little chilly, don't worry. And we're on the home stretch, guys, right? So thanks for being with us this beautiful Sunday, and honored to speak on This Is It stage, and honored to speak in your lives today. Steve and Gina, thank you so much for the opportunity. So we were given the task to speak about your success is up to you. Your success is up to you. And here we are at our Unleashed event, right? And so do you want to be on a leash? Does anyone want to be on a leash? Yes or no? You don't want to be on a leash. You know who else doesn't want to be on a leash? Our big baby dog, Nike. She's a big old golden doodle, right? And so when I take Nike to the park, Does Nike want to be on a leash? Right, but is it up to her? No, it's up to me. I decide, right? But I don't want Nike to be on a leash. And so what do I have to do? I had to train her. I'd have discipline and consistency, right? Because when I take my big baby to the park, she's the only dog that's not on the leash, right? Because I want her to live her best life.
Wait,
But
sometimes I take Nike to the park and I'm more about getting my steps in than her fun. And so I actually put a harness on Nike. And when I put the harness and collar on Nike, she drags her butt like this, like what's on my back. She literally looks like that. If I would show you, you guys would die. You're like, what's wrong with that dog? She's like, get this thing off my back. So when she sees Scott and he takes the leash off, oh, she's in love with
she
Scott.
doesn't want to be on the leash, right? So, but I could send her out 50 yards away, right? And I could say Nike down, and she'll lay down. And she just turned 3, right? It's discipline and training, like the training and the system that we have with This Is It, right? And so we're blessed to have the ability to be in control of our own lives and to be unleashed. So I want you to think a little bit about what are the leashes in your life that are holding you back. And we're not going to focus and stay there very long, but we're going to break through and we're going to become, by the end of today, unleashed, like Steve and Gina said. They are very intentional and very deliberate. So is it not enough time, not enough resources, right? Is it my spouse? Is it my children? Is it that I have to go back to my job on Monday? Whatever it is, I want you to think about what that leash is, and we're going to help you crush that today.
Awesome, you guys. Yeah, so here's the thing. Everything is a neural pattern. Do you guys know that? Every thought that you're having is literally creating a brain tree. And you guys know it takes, you've heard these leaders say, do it consistently, do it consistently. It takes 21 days to create a new neural pattern. And it actually takes 3 cycles of 21 days, 63 days to literally fire up your brain. And I love that picture over there with Unleash because it was fire. I'm like, yeah, you need to fire up your brain in a new way, right? So we love this business because it is all about training our brain and doing it consistently and persistently, again and again and again. We believe in generations of health and wealth. How many of you believe in generations of health and wealth? Okay, come on, you guys. How many of you believe in generations of health and wealth? Yeah, I mean, like you have to ask yourself, am I convincing? Like, and you're like, I kind of believe in it. No, we believe in it. Listen, our kids are with us. We pulled them out of the school system. They're with us. They're learning this business. They're here with us today. In fact, we actually started flying first class for the first time in our lives. Are you kidding me? Because Scott figured out the points thing. Anyway, we got all these points for flying first class. We never let us sit together. We all have to sit independently with different people in first class. The last time we got off a flight, Truett said, Mom, I just signed up a billionaire. I said, what? No, I'm not kidding. He's 17. He's not 18 yet, but as soon as he's 18, he's given his brother Bo a run for the money. He said, I'm going SPD in 1 month. Why did it take you 15? Right? So they're kind of competitive. My point is generations of health and wealth. So we create that over and over, the neural patterns of consistency, of action, of doing the next right thing, right, guys? And so here's the thing. All beliefs is something that you thought of over and over and over and over. How many of you today have thought of something over and over? Have any of you thought of anything negative over and over and over? Anyone? You know who you are, right? But the bottom line is we can do that. We can change our brain. You've got to brainwash yourself and your family before the world does. I'm going to say that again. You got to brainwash yourself and your family because the world is brainwashing. When he was talking about The Bachelor or whatever, you know what they call that? Programming. Programming has ended. Some of you are too young, but the older ones know at the end of the day, the black and white ants at 12 o'clock at night, they would fight. Remember? The programming for the day has ended. Remember when they said that? Literally, they're programming us. Don't you get it? You've got to brainwash yourself with the right behaviors, the right choices. I love Terry Beatley up here telling you to click on the hamburger. I'm like, when we started, Scott would be driving in the car and he would say, click here, click here, click here, click here. I mean, he would sign somebody up so easily. I'm like, he could do it with his, I went home and I actually practiced like what he was, because I'm like, wow, he's pretty impressive. And I thought, you know what? He's looked at that thing 50 times, 100 times, 200 times. He knows how to sign somebody up all day long, wherever they're at. He knows where they're at in the sign up process to help them through it. That's this guy, right, Scott?
So you make a good team, right? So you're in it for yourself, but you work with other people, right? So for an example, I'm a planner, I'm strategic. Renita's probably the opposite. She wrote these cards 5 minutes ago. She said, Scott, this is what we're speaking about today, right? So sometimes you just do it scared. You do it tired. You just go for it. You roll with it, right? But you want to be intentional with this opportunity. And if you want to create generational wealth, you're in a good place. When I asked David Schmidt, what's your succession plan? He said, I said, we're going to $1 billion, right? In a year or 2 years. And this is the very first year we started 2 years ago. David Schmidt said, my intention is to create a company that lasts for generations. This is not what I do. This is who I am. So I thought, okay, if I'm going to dig my feet in and build a business, I'm in the right place. You're in the right place. Cheer if you know that you're in the right place.
Yeah, absolutely.
So we're going to give you a couple more quick examples about our family and how we're very intentional. So our 24-year-old son, unlike Truett, so when Truett gets off the plane and says, Mom, I gave the billionaire your link, he's signing up on a premium pack, which he's done over and over. Our son Bo's 24. He started when he was 22. It took him 13 months to go SPD. And so when he goes out there and he talks to people his age, or
In fact,
people,
our boys in the room, stand up for our boys. Where's
we
our
got
boys?
Bo
at?
is
Stand to
24,
your feet.
Truett.
Everybody stand up. Where's our boys?
Truett turns 18 next
There's
month.
one of them. Where's the rest of them?
He's building his list,
Over
and then
there.
we have Rocco.
Cheer for our
Rocco
boys. Aren't they
16.
handsome? Yeah.
So when Bo talks to people and they say, I don't know, Bo, it seems risky. I know people are trying to build businesses like that, network marketing, it seems risky. And you know what Bo's answer is? Well, what's your plan? Well, I'm going to college, I'm going to get a job. So Bo's saying, so you're telling me after high school, you're going to invest the next 4 or 5 years of your life, $40, $80, $120,000 a year. And after that's done, you're going to go out there and you're going to work 40 or 50 hours a week for 40 years to pay off the hundreds of thousands of dollars that you have in debt before you go earn your very first dollar. And my strategy is a little bit too risky for
Yeah,
you.
Bo looks at me and goes, that sounds like a risk to me.
Or
That's
Rocco.
what he tells him.
How about Rocco?
Rocco's amazing. Like he said to me, Mom, I'm playing pickleball with this family. They're a really prestigious family in Bismarck. And he goes, I'm getting up, I'm playing pickleball with the dad. Because Truett tried to get this family in, Bo tried to get this family in, and now we're leaving it to the youngest. So Rocco said, I'm playing pickleball with the dad. He's picking me up tomorrow morning to play pickleball. And Rocco's a heck of a pickleball player. Anyway, he goes and plays pickleball, tells him about the patch, comes home, he says, Mom, I got to run the patches over. They're in, they want the patches. And these guys are big business people. They're Hispanic and they own like 10 Hispanic restaurants. Anyway, and so Rocco next morning calls, Mom, the family that we just gave to, they had a daughter. She had not got her period for 200 days. She had something going on with her she couldn't get her period for 200 days. They said, you're just maybe not going to be able to have babies and blah, blah, blah. Guess what? Puts a patch on. The girl got the period the next day. So Rocco's like, Mom, the best thing that could have happened. She got her period. And I was like, what? And he's like, they're in. I'm like, oh my gosh, this is awesome. So this is how our family, when I'm saying our boys are doing this, some of you're holding yourself back. And I'm going to say this, let me say this. Excuses, I got to slow it down. Excuses, how many of you are making excuses? Don't raise your hand, okay? Excuses make you pause. Reasons give you power. Let me say it again. Excuses, I can't do it. I don't have time. Now you're on pause with your business. Reasons give you power. I got to go help that family. I got to go get that girl get her period, right? Whatever. Reasons give you power. Excuses, hey, this is what Jim Rohn said. I wrote this down. Excuses are the nails used to build a house of failure. Let me say that again. Excuses are the nails to use to build a house of failure. If you want to fail, you better quit. You can make excuses. If you want to win, who wants to win? You got to come up with the reasons. And so we literally just make our life is just totally about daily activity on repetition. 3 contacts a day. Since we were here, I signed up a gal that was dog walking in front of that hotel downtown. She came here today to pick up more X39 patches because she's obsessed. And of course she's obsessed, but she was walking the dog. I was going out to eat with the boys and I said, hey, that's a nice dog, right? It's like Verdita. No, it wasn't Verdita. Who was it? Yeah, he said, be nice to people. She's walking along, and it was kind of a obese dog, but I said, oh, that's a cute dog. You know what I mean? It wasn't that cute. It really wasn't like our dog Nike, but I just said, oh, that's a nice dog, right? I just said it. That woman stopped because I complimented her obese dog, and she's like, you know what? She's like, oh, what are you doing here? And I just started talking to her. But they couldn't ask my kids. They kept. She signed up as a preferred customer, retail customer. Then she called me. She's like, I got 2 people. I said, you got to get in as a brand partner. Signed up a 3rd time as a brand partner in the last 48 hours. He gets in and does a thing with the Uber driver. Tell them what happened.
Yeah, so very similar to Steve and Gina's story about the Uber driver, right? You're always looking to help people. You're always looking to love and connect with people. If you ask the right questions, it's amazing how much you can connect with someone in 6 minutes, in 8 minutes, right? And so we signed up for Uber driver, right? And Z messaged me today and said, I can't come to the event, even though I just enrolled because I'm going to a family funeral. He said, or should I just come? You know, I mean, look for people who want it really bad, right? This guy wants it bad. And I said, listen, Z, go to your family funeral. We'll talk after, right? But is that somebody who wants
It's
it?
being recorded. He can go
Yeah.
to the funeral.
That's somebody who wants it, right? There are people at home praying for breakthrough, praying for an
And what's
opportunity.
Z doing in the back of the thing? So Z is driving what's in the car. Don't worry, I recorded all this on our Facebook Live to show you we're constantly sponsoring. How can you not want to sponsor people? Look around. The world is crying and praying for what we've got. We've got the solution.
So Z says, Scott, I already have 10 guys. They drive Uber 2. We've all bought iPads. We're going to strap in the back of our seats, right? This is over the course of 48 hours.
Uber driver friends. They're from all over the world. I'm like, yeah, you can, Z. Right? The guy's like, can we put a thing on here with that video? Scott played the video while we're on the Uber ride and set it on the dash.
This is it info. Top video. What is phototherapy? 1 minute and 49 seconds, right?
Right there. This is it info. Z's watching. He's like, I'm in. I got all my Uber driver friends. He's telling Scott we're getting the things for the back of the seats. Another thing I said is here we are amongst all of these beautiful miracles and testimonies that have happened with this patch. I told my team, when you get here, you know what you need to do? Take that phone out and say, give me 60 seconds and tell me the power of this patch. What has it done for you? Every one of you, before you leave today, you should get 5 testimonies. You got to hammer on your Facebook page all of that miracle because your friends are going to say, I got to do this. She just keeps posting about these miracles that are happening and I'm sick as a dog, right? And so then they're watching it. Just, I say, rub their face in it. You know what I mean? They got to see it. 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 And then finally they're like, okay, I've seen enough. I need that patch. That's how it works. You think that if you do it once every 31st day, you're going to do anything? I can look at your Facebook page and tell you if you're going to win. It's not complicated. If you've not posted anything about the patch in the last 7 days and you've been here, you need to check your pulse. I mean, do you know have you listened to the same things I've listened to in the last week? This has been unbelievably awesome. Do you feel like we're all going to be rich? I mean, come on. Go ahead, Scott.
So we have an amazing opportunity on our hands, and Renita and I take it seriously that you've allowed us to speak into your life today. And we believe that God created you and your voice with power and purpose. And you'll have your time up here on stage. We believe it. Our team is here. We see you. We see you up here on the stage. But what we want to do right now is what I think is something really powerful. I want you to speak into your own life. So we have 1 minute left, and here's what I want everybody to do. I want you to rise to your feet.
Have you ever heard that the most powerful voice you listen to is your own voice? Have you guys heard that? How many of you know that? It's not your broke sister-in-law. It's not your uncle. It's not your neighbor that's laughing at you. It is your voice. Your voice is powerful. That's why God gave you a voice.
So with urgency, open up your camera. Okay, take a quick picture of Renita. Gosh, she's beautiful. And then turn it around so that you can see your own face. Turn your camera back around on yourself, right? Because you're going to speak into your voice and you're going to record this into your voice.
So I'm looking at myself on my camera. Is it all? Don't record me. Record yourself.
You
Turn
should
the
see
camera
your beautiful
around. You
face.
should see your face. Okay, because repetition is what you need for the developing mind. You're not going to do this once just today. Your goal is for the next 83 days, 90 days, whatever you want to do it. I want you guys to record. I want you to push play on this video you're about to record of yourself. You're recording yourself. Are you guys getting this?
So you ready to speak in your life?
Ready?
Repeat after me. I am a winner.
I am a winner.
I am unleashed.
I am unleashed.
I am wealthy.
I am wealthy.
I am healthy.
I am healthy.
I am an SPD.
I'm an SPD.
I am free.
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 We love you guys. Thank you. God bless.
Bless you.
Elite Senior Presidential Directors, Scott and Renita Brennan. Now welcome back to the stage our host, our mentors, our guides, Elite Senior Presidential Director, Steve and Gina Merritt.
Hey, let's give it up for everyone that has shared today. Give them a big round of applause. Every leader that's walked this stage. Wow. You could see their heart. Everyone wants you to win. It's your moment now. Remember what I said last night. two things, a dream and excitement. Can you carry this excitement longer than 1 day, 1 week, 1 month? Can you carry it like David Schmidt for 20 years? It's your moment to carry this excitement for the next 72 days and finish 2024 strong. That is our goal, that is our vision, and that is our prayer for every single one of you. So you got this information. Of course, there's things that, hey, I want to learn more. I want to learn this. Did you hear what Mike Hernandez said? Scott Renita, the same thing. Go out there with just excitement and not trying to know so much. That's why most people, when they first get started, they sponsor the most people. Then they start getting to know all kinds of things. Could be the comp plan, could be the X39. They know so much that they just, spew out over way too much, and then they don't have that sponsor ratio like they did when they first started. So take that, back it up to the excitement of the first day you heard of this, to the excitement of going home, and keep that excitement going and watch your business explode.
Guys, how amazing. Amazing. I want to just leave you with just a couple things. The longer you wait to get engaged, like I'm talking full bore. I said balls to the walls. No, I mean it. The longer you wait, the more possibility that you won't win. Why? Because you fed your head with all that negative. I can't do it, or they're going to say no, or what are they going to say? Just exactly what Renita and Scott did. They crushed it. You got to leave here. Like now, when you leave, you talk to the flight attendants. You talk to everyone, whoever you're sitting next to. Oh my gosh, I love your shoes. Oh my gosh. What's going on with you? Why are you have a cane or whatever? Just start talking to people. You got to start meeting people. You got to get out of your comfort zone. You have to do this. I mean, this is the easiest thing we have ever done in our 36 years industry. The easiest thing we have ever done. And I don't know who in the world says they're tired. Come on. If anyone's tired, it's me and him. We're up all night doing everything, creating these slides, creating, the new enrollment form. No, Mia, we like this bold. No, Mia, change this to blue. No, Mia, do this. It's like, whoa, Mia, you spelled some names wrong. We apologize for that, by the way. But hey, your name was up there. So, hang on. Sorry, guys. 30 days. 30 days. Just think 30 days. If you go and you run, I don't like to say do whatever it takes. No, do what it takes. 30 days can completely transform your whole family. Completely transform. Like you will be like thanking me. And every time you guys say, this is it, I want $20. Okay, this event today will be up on YouTube, on the This Is It Team YouTube page within 1 hour and a half. So you can watch it again.
Or in the bathroom.
Virtual family. We pray you are blessed. We pray you are blessed. And you know what? Everybody has situations, circumstances. We're just really proud of all you virtual people that got on. I believe was over 800. So we really are proud of you because you took the time. I know Andrew Moran keeps texting me and he's like, it's fantastic. It's amazing. So guys, listen, we're really proud of you virtual people for getting on, because it's a little tough for me to sit in front of my computer and watch all those hours. I'm like, whoa. But being in the room, there is fire. Guys, I don't know how to change this phone so it doesn't roll. We pray for each one of you. Travel home, put angels around each one of you. If you're driving or you're flying, guys, put a skip in your step, put a smile on your face, because you know what? God has a plan. He's going to put the people in your path. You just have to be willing enough to share it and not be afraid of rejection. Come on. Did you ever go on ask somebody out on a date and they said no? I'm like, what do you do? Okay. Monday, use the Zooms. I work really, really hard trying to get different personalities, getting different teaching. So You know, Monday night is Renee Waite. Where are you, Renee? Where is she? Stand up. Renee Waite. She might have had to fly out. Okay, so Renee Waite is an attorney. She's going to be doing Monday night double header with an MMM. That is Monday Motivational Message. Thank you, Mike Hernandez. So she's going to be doing that. Saturday is going to be amazing. Saturday is Mike and Sayi Hernandez, Stephen Gina Merritt, and Sarah and Devin Robinson. It is a Q&A, live Q&A. So your people can ask questions right live. We will do our best to answer as, till we're
And we
done.
take any question. We're ready. Right, Mike?
Okay, one more thing. Senior presidential directors and above. I have my calendar right here. And I would ask, I've been a little bit busy, just not with this business. My daughter had a baby, and the mother-in-law got diagnosed with stomach cancer. And I've been on the phone a lot, just, really trying to help my kids, and they're crying. We're just kids, Mom. We don't know what to do. He's an only child. And if you guys could help me, senior presidential directors and above, put your name in the calendar. You can go, if November fills, then go into Saturday. And just print your first and last name, but don't put your name in November and December, because I like to have a variety. I like to have different personalities, give everybody opportunity. And I really am so grateful for each one of you that do such a fantastic job on the opportunities. You guys are staying so compliant. I'm so blessed. Steve and I are just in awe over each one of you. Jay Atkins did an absolutely incredible teaching the other day. They just get better and better. And it's just so goosebumpy. So make sure you fill this calendar out before you leave. I want to personally thank the production company. Thank you so much. Thank you, Kevin and Emily Wilson. They hosted us the whole weekend to get us through the crowd, out of the crowd. And also, Kevin has been our MC today. So thank you so much. I want to thank my son-in-law, Bradley. He has worked nonstop. Wave your hand, Bradley. And then thank you to my son, Blake. Blake, wave your hand. And thank you to our daughter, Mia, who made all the slides. She works just effortlessly, homeschooling 3 kids, making all the slides, making the banners. No, Mia. Mom wants color. No, Mia. Mia, let's do lime green and royal blue for Rise Up. So, guys, we have talented kids, and we couldn't do it without us. And I want to thank Omar over here. He has been taking videos and pictures, guys. We're going to make an amazing recap for each one of you. We got amazing photos and pictures of you. Thank you to all the senior presidential directors that sacrificed and took time and came into Bradley and Blake's mansion. They forgot and didn't save us a room. Then they gave them the presidential suite. The thing was insane. And that's where we set up and did the video recording. Thank you for each one of you that took the time to do that. Thank you so much. It's just going to make the website better and better. And listen, we are not full of ourselves. We are humble. I don't want to cry. We're humble. But I want you to know, if you come up with something, God is going to give you things in your gut. Pass it on to Steve and I, because we only want things to be the best, and we do everything exceptional. So if you have a great idea, we are so open, guys. We really want to do an app. We're just waiting on David Schmidt to approve it. Steve and I will pay for it. It'll be a free app for everyone. It's going to be amazing. So just keep praying that we have favor, that we can make our own This Is It team app, guys. I think that's it. So I just also want to encourage you one more thing. Listen, we don't do this book of the month just for games. This is a book of the month for you to change. It's for you to take the moment. Jay was saying he sets things on his calendar. He reads every morning. It's really, really important. You can tell he reads. You can tell Renita reads. Scott reads. You can tell Mike is a maniac. I mean, he listens to audio books Because, you know, when he's driving around or whatever, they're driving to Miami, it's, you know, an hour. He makes calls, but he listens to audiobooks. I believe that it just completely transform you and give you what you need if you're struggling with meeting people or contacting people, whatever it is. The next book, Steve picked this one. Next month is Renita picked it. And she just kept texting me. She's at the pool and, oh my gosh, Gita, look. And she's like copying it because, see, I love that. We want you guys to grow. You're going to grow in your heart. You're going to grow spiritually. You're going to grow, and then your pocketbook's going to grow big. So guys, we're so proud of each one of you. We want you to know we're so proud of you. And we are going to do, I would really like the elites in the senior presidential direct, if you guys want to take pictures with people over here on this wall, and then anyone, do not, trust me, do not be embarrassed. If you need prayer, we are here. And we're going to have that over in this corner. So the praying over here, far in the corner, and then far in the corner over here for photos. But listen, do not leave here if you're struggling with something. We are here to lay it down because God wants you to, He wants you to be who you are. He wants you to be the best. And I don't want you to go home. If you were to die tonight and I didn't do this, I couldn't live with myself. Even if you don't know Jesus, I want you to know him when you leave here. And nothing's going to happen, like no lightning bolt's going to come down on your head. No. I am so blessed. And Steve and I made an agreement when we started this that we are going to do this, but we are going to change lives. No, we are going to change lives. I'm not talking about money. Money is great. Because there is a heaven. And I want you to know that God wants you there. And I am planting the seed in you. And once you accept it, you're going to plant the seed in someone else. And it's going to be the funnest thing we ever did, ever. And God rewards. He rewards faithfulness. He rewards it.
All right. So, last thing is just to help understand again, we've got 2 ways to come to Rise Up. There's only a few seats left. This scanning card right here, QR code, is for you to watch it virtually, which most people are going to be watching. Your goal is to how many people will watch it with you. This is our key to our team winning. The company grew 100% the first year we did our virtual event, and 100% again the second. You remember, we came in at 100 million. They're going to hit 600 million. I'm sorry, I'm speaking into a fact. But we're going to be hitting $1 billion very quickly, like Mike says, and it's going to ramp up. And what did David say? He's focused on 10 and 20 billion. This is amazing. So that was the first scanner code. This one right here is for the VIP, 400 seats in Eric Worre state-of-the-art studio. There's going to be an experience, including going together for dinner and a Las Vegas show, our own private This Is It team show. All right. So we've just opened it up. There's not many seats left. So you want to take it. If you want to come with us, you just put a deposit down on this, and you can attend with us. And it's going to be January 10th. I'm going to give you a quick heads up, especially SPDs. We're going to have some practice. Registration starts at 10 o'clock. So the event the registration includes you coming in on Friday, but you might want to pay for the extra night. You're coming to Vegas, come in on Thursday, so you're there early enough to be there a little more prepared for the entire weekend. It's going to be very, very memorable. You're going to be set up to win in 2025, and the relationships. I will say this much: all the SPDs. I love when Danny talks about coming last year. Only the SPDs came to the event, and they witnessed it because we used a green screen with nobody in the crowd. But Danny and Diane said they'd witnessed what went on with Gina and myself and our team and their business. They just screamed to elite, and they broke an elite. So the people that were there in that little setting in Fort Lauderdale, Florida, where we zoomed out, we had those dream sets. Businesses have blown up. That's the power of being in the moment. So if you want to join us, you can. Then in the summer, remember what I said, the team event is the most important because you got to get the information to know exactly what's going to go on. We're planning on doubling the numbers that we had at Believe. Well, how many people will you have there August 22nd and through the 24th? And you just put a deposit and then you help your team do the exact same thing. Let's all stand up real quick before we break out of here and just say a prayer all together before we leave so that we can really make sure that everyone gets home safe, everyone's business explodes. We keep this momentum that we got going on all the way through to end of 2024 and go into momentum and set ourselves up for a huge 2025.
If I can have all my prayer warriors over in that corner real quick.
Yeah, prayer
Start
warriors
going
are
that
heading
way.
that way.
And
the
I also
leaders.
want to thank everybody who spoke up here today from their hearts. Thank you so much for blessing so many. Thank you, thank you, thank you. You guys delivered exceptional.
Amazing.
Thank you.
Amazing. From their heart, taking their time. So bow your heads with us. Lord Jesus, we just want to thank you for these incredible people, this incredible weekend. What a blessing that we all experienced together, a memory and a moment that we will never forget and cherish for the rest of our lives because of what went on here this weekend. And we just pray that we can lift up ourselves, lift up our families, lift up our businesses, lift up our friends that are here to have them explode and run there and take their business to a whole new level. We're looking to go into 2025 with major momentum, and by finishing 2024 strong, we pray that you give us the inspiration, the encouragement, lift us up. Any one of us that needs to be lifted up, we pray in Jesus' name that you allow that to happen in our hearts as we break out of here and make the next 72 days count. You know that where one person asks, it's one thing, but when you have this many people, thousands of people that agree, the momentum that could happen because of that is extraordinary, and we're expecting it. We're expecting our business to not only double, triple, quadruple, but explode to points that we can't even imagine. Only you can, and we can only give you the credit. So we pray hedge of protection of travel mercies to every one of these folks that are here so they get home safely. We pray for when they get home to have the courage and the excitement and the belief in their eyes that every person they talk to, the fire in their eyes, like Gina's saying, people just say to them, "What are you doing?" I got to do whatever you're doing. We pray for that. In Jesus' name, everyone here, we lift them up to you. We thank you that we have them as friends. In Jesus' name, amen.
Okay, so whoever wants to get prayed over is in that far corner, and please, prayer warriors, head over there. If anybody wants to get a photo, we're going to be over there. Yeah, just erase it. That's why I use an eraser. Just use an eraser.
This Is It team continues to break records. We're ready to position you and your team for success in 2025. The leaders of the fastest growing team in LifeWave are obsessed with one thing: your success. Announcing the biggest This Is It team virtual convention ever. Rise Up. This is it. Streaming live January 10th and 11th, 2025. Straight from the legendary Moray Studios in Las Vegas. Learn how to crush your LifeWave business from our visionary leaders, Steve and Gina Merritt, LifeWave founder and CEO, David Schmidt, President Meredith Burkage, your This Is It team elite presidential directors, and much more. The momentum starts now. This Is It team is doing it again. Our goal is to make 2025 your best year ever by getting you out of the blocks fast in the new year. Register today at thisisitconvention.com.